I'm I'm no, I'm when I'm so I'm now I'm whenever I'm it. I'm this time second, but bitch, I'm because I'm because I'm so I'm Alan because I'm when I'm because I'm like I'm I would maybe I'm 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 here. Because I'm when I'm because I'm last time when I mean I'm because I think I'm so I'm but I'm no I'm weak. I'm somehow I'm or I'm being I'm so I'm oh I'm and I think I'm if I'm but I'm because I'm so I'm sure I'm 100%. I'm if I'm guys I mean I'm now I'm time I'm what I'm what I'm I'm what I'm but I'm because I'm and then I'm but I'm maybe I'm because like that I'm 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 like I'm I'm thinking I'm and I'm some I'm for some good I guess I'm what I'm okay but but I'm for some I'm putting it but and I'm but I'm big I'm now but I'm now I'm burning I'm so like I'm now I'm like I'm when I'm like maybe I'm because I'm well I'm so I'm less so but I think I'm like I'm now I'm okay I'm I forgot. I'm but I'm today. I'm yeah, I'm dream. But I'm feeling I'm because I think maybe I think that's what I'm fine. I'm good. I'm under. I'm now I'm what I'm now I'm is I'm maybe I'm what I'm what I'm but I'm I think I'm last time because I'm but I'm so I'm where I'm if I'm no I'm but I'm because I'm but I'm because I'm that I'm oh I'm since I'm I'm okay. I'm remember. I'm just I'm out. Well, but I'm words I'm where I'm what I'm now. But I'm now I'm walling I think I'm all on where I'm so that's what I'm no I'm a but I'm not if I'm who I'm 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 a son I'm now oh I'm sorry I'm okay I'm okay but I'm now I'm I'm While I'm gonna. I'm some. I'm. But I'm an ammo. I'm.
Couple of high overseas.
I'm song. I'm sorry. I'm. Oh. If I'm be. Okay. I'm because I'm what I'm which I'm I some I'm sorry. But I'm you. I'm maybe I'm sorry. And I think I'm making a wish. I'm what I'm because I'm what I'm so I'm dude, but I'm now I'm thinking because I'm I'm goobity doo. I'm gonna what I'm maybe I'm but I'm because I'm first. I'm where I'm maybe I'm doing oh I'm there now I'm some I'm now I'm leave I'm again I'm but I'm because I'm so good. I'm really I'm so I'm inside but I'm because I'm summer. I'm but that's not the place of I'm what I'm okay, I know, but I'm inside because I'm hoping that I'm I'm like I'm everything my name I'm so I'm like I'm what I'm but I'm okay. I think I'm so I'm well I'm what I'm no I'm now I'm thinking I'm so when I if I'm now I think I'm so I'm but I'm what I'm because I'm unless I what I'm but I'm as I I'm like I'm what I'm sorry like I think I'm but I'm so I believe I'm maybe I'm right. I'm what but I'm now I'm since I know I'm but I'm some no I'm some here I'm like I'm when I'm oh I'm now I'm 4 I mean although now I'm where I'm so I'm but I'm here I'm like I'm a but I'm when I'm and I'm but I'm where I am that I'm if I'm online that I'm what I'm because but I'm and I'm now I'm I'm dragging but I'm I'm computers. So I'm just I'm gonna try. So I'm I'm I mean so I'm here. I'm what I'm really I'm like I'm but I think I'm double I'm and I'm more okay. I'm just I'm and I'm the I'm what I'm hit. I think I'm are you I'm but I've done I'm never I'm because I'm because I'm afraid and I'm that I'm because I'm trying I guess I'm how I'm put up because I'm while I'm when I'm because I'm some pistol I'm hearing making an amend what I mean well because I'm as I'm ring I'm so I'm fully but I'm I think if I'm as I'm as I'm used now I'm when I'm like if I'm like I feel like I'm well I'm and I'm afraid of because I got something I'm think of but I'm now I'm more I'm when I'm bad I'm because I think I'm what I'm where I'm when I'm as I'm now once I'm sure I'm think I'm some I'm down I think I'm some I'm well I'm ooh oh and I'm but I'm like it's oh and I'm but I'm sometimes I'm this time but I'm very good now. I'm now I did second now so I'm only on but I'm when I'm we are I'm where but I'm
See the sarsaparilla box?
back. When I'm but I'm feeling okay. But I'm hug. But I'm acting. I'm what I'm because of why but
I'm back.
I'm
It's
sick
over. You'll nothing.
Okay. I'm one second. I'm okay. But I'm song. I'm okay. I hope I'm it. I'm you. When I'm some. I mean, when I'm back, I'm some. I'm being some. And hey, I'm right. But today I'm thinking what I'm some, but I'm what I'm so I'm what I'm oh I'm some if I'm I'm anything I'm today. I'm somehow now I'm here. I'm hard.
You don't stop.
I'm sung, but I'm excited. I'm great. I'm fine. I'm acts. I'm who I'm maybe I'm sung. I'm because I'm at. I know something. I'm and I'm what I'm that I'm where so I think I'm all I'm this is I'm whoa and I'm obviously but I'm that I'm
Soul of Hades, whose very name inspires fear and penitence.
oh I know this yeah now I'm like I think I'm who I'm but I'm I think I'm well I'm work but I'm barely I'm because I'm when I'm which I'm just I'm just oh although I guess I know I'm one I'm because I'm what I'm Okay. But I'm this. Oh, but but should yeah. I'm but I'm but oh, now and well, I'm I think I'm some I'm now maybe I'm fond I'm because I'm now I'm so I'm some no I'm maybe I'm in I'm yeah I'm now I'm I'm bored. And now I'm so but I'm sure I'm I am I'm now I think I'm glad I'm what I'm thinking I'm what I'm yeah so I'm awesome when I'm a day I'm if I'm maybe I'm young tomorrow I'm what I'm what I'm just what I'm but I'm well I'm I think I'm some I'm singing then I'm setting I'm song so I'm just but I'm wide and I'm now I'm gonna metal well, okay, I'm down, but maybe but I'm all I'm I'm hungry. I feel. And I'm when I'm right. I'm alive because I'm break. I'm that I'm some I'm 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 I I'm not I'm and I'm at I'm hey I don't I'm what I'm saying I'm guess something I'm some that I'm no I'm I don't know I'm so I'm because I'm okay I'm sure I'm I'm now I'm going I'm go I'm but I'm wait I'm yeah, of course I'm because I'm why I'm since I'm okay I'm but I'm because I'm okay great maybe I'm all I'm think I'm because I'm fine I'm so I'm 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 but I'm because I'm just inside I'm okay now I'm so I'm and I'm but people I'm ready I'm sent I'm if I'm okay I'm this that I'm and I'm well I'm I'm something else because I'm no I'm so so I'm because I'm well I'm honestly I'm active but I'm sure I'm here I'm while I'm because I'm so stand I'm what I'm
Anton.
now I'm door. I'm
Megan is waiting for you.
go. Game, maybe yeah, if I'm sure I'm I thought
Take as many of those as you want.
maybe I'm what I'm at. Yeah, which I'm cool. I'm because that's what I'm
Wait.
but now I'm but I don't see if I'm right now I'm okay I'm green so I mean some but I mean some think I'm what I'm maybe I'm oh there I'm since I'm well I'm who I'm well I'm what I'm ever I'm a D I'm now once I'm what I'm what I'm but I'm but I'm yo I'm now I think I'm Jack. I'm so is there I'm maybe I'm because I'm so maybe I'm think I'm damn and I'm so I'm all I'm gonna make I'm hose if maybe I'm what I'm where I'm feeling I'm like I'm no I'm now I'm sort of I'm no I'm so I'm sorry I'm but let's see what I'm doing I'm still I'm but I'm what I'm but I'm because I'm and I'm more Cause I'm what I'm gonna, cause it's, I'm, cause I'm heater. I'm some, but I'm
For this next time, I'll be back here.
I'm night. I'm but I'm like I bar okay. And I know but no. I'm but I'm what I'm right. I'm I guess I'm technically I'm so so I'm considering I'm so I'm say I'm where I'm what I'm think I'm where I'm maybe I'm when I'm like I'm gonna I think I'm me I'm oh I think I'm I'm now I think I'm because I'm think I'll be
Finally.
I'm dude I'm playing I'm no I'm but I'm so big up because I'm big up I'm great. So I'm because I'm riding. I know I'm because I'm so I'm but I'm but I'm just I'm now I knew I'm when I'm that I'm that I'm what I'm which I'm at feeling I'm now I'm if I'm infinite and I'm not while I'm yeah I'm better when I'm oh I'm
Don't hurt me.
I call because I'm whatever I'm use I'm what I'm
Hey, a pleasure
I'm-
to require here.
I'm sad I'm doing I'm
No, I beg you.
so I'm so sorry I'm some I'm like and I'm now. No. I'm sure. I'm so I'm. Oh, I'm when I'm. I'm that I'm feeling I'm who I'm defined. I'm so I'm because I'm sung I'm glad but I'm now I'm also I'm okay. I know. I'm like, what I'm what but yeah, I'm sad but I'm outside. Because I'm like I'm fine. But I'm so dynamic. I'm because I'm what we're I'm because I'm not I'm no I'm now yes. Yeah. I'm gonna while I'm sorry. Okay, but I mean I'm down. I'm out. I'm when I'm so I'm some I'm because I'm man I'm dragon.
Over the town and landed on the old dragon mound. I don't know what it's doing up there, but
when I'm considering because I'm king. Although I'm side now. I'm because until I'm if I'm going off songs, I'm a do. And I'm. No, I'm because I'm. I'll be. Now I'm. Now I'm in. I'm this time, but I'm saying my song because I'm swung because I'm I'm back. Okay. Okay. I'm now if I'm as now because I mean and I'm because I'm back. I'm now I'm in.
Me? If you actually want to get out alive, I bring whatever you need to move.
I'm some that I'm lit. I'm what I'm who am I this time? I'm because I'm listening because I'm listening. I'm back. I'm because I'm doing. I'm what I'm nations. I'm what I'm now I'm relieved I'm good. I'm because I'm dying. Which I'm. Ooh, I'm please. I'm some music. I'm sure. Ponderous. I'm so hungry. I'm out. I'm saying something. I'm okay. I'm full. But now I'm out on blips. Okay. I'm how I'm where I'm son. I'm coming. I'm today. And I'm so well I'm so maybe I get it. I think I'm good. But I'm saying I'm Okay. I'm not, which I'm again. I'm where I'm. But I'm gonna.
Indeed.
And I'm. I'm coming. Because I'm. Hey. Well, I guess I'm. I'm saying really I'm where I'm at. I'm because I'm what I'm in. I'm like, if I'm okay, I'm
No way to turn back now.
okay, I'm what I'm because I'm that I think I'm I think I'm but whew, I bet I'm
It is.
I'm
Not so fast.
I'm gonna go. I'm till I'm buddy. I'm here. I think I'm because I'm now I'm here. I'm where I'm where I'm if I'm where I'm where I'm some which I'm that's I'm honestly now I'm hey okay. I'm fine. I'm where I'm whenever I'm because I'm first now I'm great. I'm that I and I'm because I thinks I'm that I'm and today I'm like I'm fine things I'm I'm all I'm saying. I'm then I'm because maybe I'm cool. If I'm but sorry, so I'm losing while I'm how I think I'm not, I'm absolutely because I'm some you couldn't yeah I would I'm which I'm I'm wrong. I'm but I'm and I'm oh I'm trying now I'm there. I'm knocked. I'm guys. I'm now. I'm good. I'm time. But I'm sorry. But I'm good. Maybe I'm where I made it. I try. I'm feeling because sure. Oh, no. Okay, I'm way unwell. I'm sorry. I'm here. I'm
ready?
Okay, I'm okay. I'm what now but I'm fun. Because now I'm so. I'm what I'm times but I'm what I'm
Because I'm
so I'm and I'm just
Oh, could you leave me?
I'm
I'm her hair.
I'm good. So I'm
When I'm
I'm maybe I'm over. But while I'm when I'm I'm now. I'm fun. I'm now I'm sorry. How I'm people I'm if I'm but I'm so but I'm gonna I'm but I'm or I'm where I'm that I'm otherwise I'm me. I'm saying I'm or I'm but I'm sung I'm but I'm because I'm so nowhere I'm 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 you and I'm some so I'm what I'm so it's just I'm what I'm what kid I'm day I'm now but I'm I guess I guess so I'm what I'm what
You have to understand. I'm going to call for help if you don't go.
okay I'm I think I'm great. I'm great. I'm so I'm thinking I got this. I'm okay here. I'm what I'm all right. I'm thieves. I think so I know I'll I'll go. I'll do. I think since I'm what I'm there while I'm if I'm oh I'm bored I'm where I'm now. I'm what I'm here. I'm where I'm like I'm not really I'm Bruce. Dracula. Okay. But I'm because I'm gay. Just a minute. I will. I believe I'm so he's. Hey, I'm so. But I'm so I'm that I'm so I'm fixed now. I'm telling if I'm okay. I'm because I'm so I'm oh well I'm because I'm oh well I'm just hey I'm so I'm maybe I'm feeling sometimes I think I'm yes I think I'm because I'm not I'm I'm scared. But I'm that I'm joy. I'm now I'm in a person. I'm what I'm what I'm but I'm hey I'm no I'm some way I'm so I'm when I'm so I'm where I I'm some unless I'm all right. I'm first some. I'm some, but I'm B. I'm what I'm saying.
Looks like Corvo ran amok before he left.
Turn this building inside out. And it
I'm what so I'm that's what I'm like obviously I'm it Since I'm what I'm but I'm sung. Oh. I mean, I think I'm never, no, I'm been a minute. Maybe but I'm where I'm good. I'm where I'm like I'm for me. But I'm me. Cause I'm what I'm but I'm still time. I'm out. I'm choir. I'm act 9. Image.
Popular image.
Image. This image. Parent. Image. The image. Open image. As image. Background. Image. A new image. That image. My image. The image. Another image. Major. My image. Small image. Packed image. The image. Their image. This image. New image. Full imagery. Their imagery. Christian image. Images. These images. Those images. The image. Some image. New images. 3 images. Backgrounds. These images. 3 images. Full. Images. The imaginary. Imagine. Another imagination. Your imagination. My imagination. Your imagination. Of imagine. I can't imagine. To imagine. You imagine. I can't only imagine. Only imagine.
I know what I saw.
Just imagine. To imagine. But I imagine. You imagine. Only imagine. Just imagine. I imagine. Cannot imagine. I imagine. Now imagine. Imagine to imagine. Cannot imagine. Only imagine. You imagine. To imagine. Only imagine. I imagine. To imagine. First imagined. And imagined. Has ever imagined. You imagined. Imagined. Thermal imaging. Quantum imaging. Imagining. Imagine. Imagining. Just imagine. Imagining. An imbecile. Then imbeciles. The imbibers. The imbued. Are imbued. IMDb. Imelda. Imitator. I'm loud. I'm just gonna keep I'm sure I'm gonna. Why don't I? Because I'm immaculate. Are immaterial. Are immature. Immediate. An immediate. Just. You're immediate. Immediate. And immediate. Go immediate. Immediate. I immediately. Immediately. Just immediate. 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 Stepped out. Stepped. Not immediate. Not immediate. No, immediate. 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 I immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Sleep. Immediate. Probably immediate. Immediate. And immediate. It was immediate. Can immediate. I immediate. Immediately. Just immediate. Just immediate. Immediate. I immediately. Immediate. Immediately. 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 Be immediately. Be immediately. An immediate. Immediately. Point. Immediately. An immediate. After immediately. Just a medium. Immediate. Immediately. An immediate. 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 Immediately. Get immediately. Up immediately. Just immediate. Self immediate. Immediate. I immediate. And immediate. Immediately. I'd immediate. Something immediately. Immediate. 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 Immediately. Should immediately. An immediate. I immediate. Immediate. To an immediate. I immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Have immediate. 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 I immediate. And immediate. Immediate. And immediate. Immediate. Not immediately. Immediate. Immediate. Not immediately. Immediate. Immediate. And immediate. And immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Or immediately. At immediate. And immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Just immediately. Just immediately. Just immediately. Else immediately. Thing immediately. Not immediate. Not immediately. I immediate. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. To immediate. Immediate. Down immediate. I immediate. And immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Grade immediately. Immediately. We immediate. Up immediately. We immediate. Immediate. Green immediately. Leave immediately. Immediately. Head immediate. Immediately. Could immediate. And immediate. And immediate. And immediate. 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 I immediate. 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 Just immediate. 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 Start immediately. Just immediate. Immediately. Do immediate. You immediately. House immediately. An immediate. 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 Immediately. An immediate. Oh, immediate. 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 Cure. Immediate. Immediate.
Now to the
immediate. Immediately. 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 I immediate. Immediately. I immediate. Immediately. Faith immediately. Immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Use immediately. Just immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Just immediately. Just immediate. Right immediately. Immediate. Something immediately. Up immediate. Immediate. So immediate. Work immediate. Do. Immediate. Immediately. Up immediate. And immediate. Immediate. So immediately. Up immediate. God immediately. And immediately. And immediate. God immediate. Immediate. Up immediate. Just immediate. Just immediately. To. Immediate. Immediate. 100. Immediately. Immediately. Perish immediately. Perish immediately. People immediately. Not immediately. Like immediate. Immediate. After immediate. At immediately. Not immediately. I. Immediately. 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 I immediately. I'll immediately. I immediately. Immediately. Could immediately. Immediately. Why immediately? Immediate. Up immediate. Just immediate. Just immediate. Immediate. Up immediately. You immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Just immediate. Immediately. Immediate. All immediately. Immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Turn immediately. Even immediately. Plays immediate. Immediate and immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Still immediate. And immediate. About immediate. Immediate. And immediate. Press immediate. Immediately. I immediate. 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 That immediately. That immediately. Immediate. Not immediate. Immediate. Die. Immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Downstairs immediately. Back immediately. An immediate. Sharp. Immediate. Immediately. Power immediately. Immediate. 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 I immediate. I immediate. Immediate. I immediate. I immediate. And immediate. And immediate. Almost immediately. And immediate. Immediately. To immediate. Immediate. And immediately. Immediately. It's immediate. Immediately. And immediate. Immediately. And immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Without immediate. Immediate. Die immediately. And immediate. There immediately. Immediate. Can immediate. Can immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Immediate. This immediately. That immediately. And immediate. That immediate. That immediate. Immediate. That immediately. Find immediately. Progress immediately. Putting things immediately. It's immediate. Probably immediate. Immediately. 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 Fair immediate. Image immediately. And immediate. Just immediately. Just immediately. And immediately. And immediately. I immediately. 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 I immediate. And immediately. Immediate. Or immediate. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. Not immediately. No immediate. Not immediate. Don't immediately. Sleep immediately. Sleep immediately. Up. Immediate. 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 You immediate. You immediate. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. Not immediate. Immediate. Not immediate. To immediate. Not immediate. 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 Immediately. Less immediate. Immediate. Then immediate. Not immediate. That immediately. Immediate. Immediate. Immediations. Immediate. Immediate. Dog immediately. Work immediately. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediate. And immediate. Let's immediately. Immediately. House immediate. Immediate. Or immediately. This immediately. Thomas immediate. Immediate. Like immediate. 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 That immediately. Me immediately. Immediate. That immediately. Immediate.
Immediately.
Go immediately. I'm immediately. Me immediate. Just immediate. Oh, immediately. Making immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Not immediate. Should immediately. Should immediately. Immediately. Immediate. Immediate. To immediately. Has immediate. Go immediate. 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 Immediately. Immediate. Immediate. There immediately. There immediate. Beat immediately. Trying immediately. Out immediately. Immediately. Much immediate. 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 And immediate. Up immediately. Fish immediately. Immediate. To immediate. Immediately. And immediately. Immediate. 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 Good. Immediate. 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 There's immediate. Hell immediately. X immediate to immediate one. Immediate. Immediately. To immediate. Die immediately. Self immediately. Here immediately. Die immediately. Immediate. They immediate. Folks immediately. Player immediately. Immediately.
Immediately.
One immediately. Immediate. Die immediately. Immediate. And immediate. All immediate. And immediate. Immediate. I immediate. Immediate. I immediate. Great. Part immediately. Immediate. Immediately. Oh. Immediate. I'm immediate. Just not immediate. Immediate. Just immediately. Just immediately. Evolve immediately. Not immediate. Go immediately. Thinking immediately. Just immediate. Was immediate. Y'all immediately. But immediate. House immediately. Just immediate. Immediately. Just immediate. And immediate. Go immediately. Immediate. You immediately. And immediately. Immediately. Thinking immediate. Up immediately. To immediate. Down immediately. Down immediately. Not immediate. Immediately. Then immediate. That immediate. Immediate. That immediately. Immediate. You immediately. And immediately. Gonna immediate. To immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Goes immediately. Every immediate. Is in meme. Immediate. Immediate. So I shouldn't be so. You're immediate. Immediate. I immediate. Up immediate. I'm immediately. Immediate. I immediate. Immediate. Got immediate. Vince immediate. Immediate. Immediately. We immediate. On immediately. Immediate. Here immediately. Drop immediately. And immediately. I immediate. Immediately. Out immediately. He immediate. Major. Immediate. It is. Immediate and immediate. It's immediately. To immediate. There immediately. Immediate. Come on. Immediately. Like immediately. Immediately. Start immediately. Immediate. Regret immediate. Back immediately. Just immediate. 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 Just immediate. I immediate. Not immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Like immediate. 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 And immediately. 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 And immediate. Immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Not immediately. Just immediately. To immediate. Strike. Immediately. On immediately. I. Immediate.
5. Immediate.
Immediately. It's immediate. And immediate. Place immediate. Immediate. Up immediately. Immediate. Immediately. 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 It's not in sharp. Immediately. Immediate. Act immediately. You immediately. I immediate. And evolve. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. Immediate. Immediate. Not immediately. Immediate. Immediate. Just immediate. Immediately. Affirmed immediately. Magic immediately. Immediately. I immediately. Immediately. Immediate. Well, to immediately. 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 And immediately. You immediate. And immediate. And immediate. Immediately. Immediately. Just immediate. Not immediate. Immediately. That immediate. Immediately. Immediate. To immediate. 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 Out immediately. Out immediate. Out to which immediate. Immense. I've made immense. Where's immense? Immersed.
Immersed.
Be immersed. Of immersed.
Yes, immersed.
Immortal. 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 Blow immortal. For immortality. Immortality. To immortality. No immortality. 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 No immortality. Is immortalized. Immortal. Immovable. Is immune. Still immune. Yes. Immune. Immune. Is immune. Immune. At immune. Immune. Gets immune. Your immunity. 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 The immunity gets immune. Immunoassay. I am out to image. Image.
Or image.
This imp.
The imp.
Imp. Imp. An imp. Of imp. 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 An imp. On impact. The imp. Impact. The impact. Very impactful. Right? Impacting your impactful. Impalement. The impale. The impaler. The impaler. The impaler. The impaler. The impaler. The impale. Impale. The impaler. The impalers. Imparta. Impas. Impasse. Impatience. I impatient. About impatience. Impatient. So impatient. I was too impatient. I'm impatient. Too impatient. Being impatient. Really impatient. Just impatient. So being impatient. Being impatient. And very impatient. I'm impatient. Really impatient. Not impatient. Be impatient. I'm impatient. 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 Just impatient. Very impatient. Extremely impatient. I'm impatient. Be impatient. 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 Getting impatient. Getting impatient. I'm impatient. Be impatient. I'm impatient. Was impatient. Be impatient. Are impeccable. Impeccable. Is impeccable. Is impeccable. 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 Is impeccably impeded.
From impending?
Very impending. Another impending. Impenetrable. Oh. Impenetrable. Impenetrable. Oral imperative. Imperative. The imperative. So imperfectly. The imperial. Oh. Imperial. Imperial.
Their imperialist
Is imperiled. Impersonal. So impersonal. To impersonate. The impersonate. Is impersonated for impersonator. Not impervious. 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 Be impervious. Is impervious. 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 The impervious.
the impotent
Impidimp. Impidimp. About impidimps. The impidimps.
impidioto impish
Impishly. Impishly. Me impishly. Vice. Implant. Implement. Imply.
the philosophical
The implicitly.
which
Completely implode. It implode. I implode. We implode. You can implode. Imply. Conversation implied. By impolite. Be impolite. Is impolitenesses. Import. To import. Is great import. To. I need to. The importance. The important. The important. Strategic importance. The important. The important. The important. The important. The important, 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 the important,
fundamental
the important, the important, the important, the important, the important, importance,
natural importance
it's important, it's important, very important, important, something important, really important, really important, really important, it's important, seems important, most important, most important, that important, most important, and important, most important, very important. An important is important. Very important. So that's the still important. Most important. It's important. Pretty important. Not important. Is important. Have important. And all important. Very important. Especially important. Also important. Very important. Very important. Really important. Really important. Very important. Very important. Important. So important. That's an very important. Very important. Very important. Is important. Really important. Important. Really extremely important. Important. Importantly important. The important. The important. Is important. Yes, important. It's important. Really important. Most important. Also important. It's important. And very important. It's important. That's an very important. Really important.
it's important
Really important. Also extremely important. Very important. Most important. Most too important. Be important. Importantly important. As important. Seems important. So important. Super important. Important. Other important. It's important. Really important. Very important. It's important. It's important. It's important. Extremely important. Important. Be important. Important. Really important. Something important. Most important. The important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Also important. All important. Support. Important. Important. More important. More seems important. Really important. So important. Always important. Extremely important. Really important. Important. Really important. Really important. Most incredibly important. Super important. It's important. Really important. More important. Important. Very important. Really important. Really important. Very important. Most importantly important. Most important. Really important. Thing important. Important. Thing important. Always important. It's important. Really important. Most absolutely important. Seems important. Really important. Really important. Really important. The important. Very important. It's important. Important. Very important. Important is important. Really important. 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 It's important. Very important. It's important. It's important. Really important. Seems important. It's important. More important. It's important. It's important. It's important. Not important. Also important. It's extremely important. Really important. Very important. Important. Really important. Very important. Most seems important. Something important. Seems important. Very important. Very important. It's important. Important. It's really important. That important. Most important. The important is important. The important. Important. It's important. Pretty important. Really important. Pretty important. Very important. Nothing important. Most important. More important. Most important. Not important. Most important. Adam. It's important. Extremely important. More important. It was important. Important. Really important. Very important. It was important. 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 It's important. Comes in very important. Really important. Most important. Most important. Very important. The important. The important. Extremely important. Really importantly important. Super important. Extremely important. The important. The important. More important. The important. Important. How so important? Extremely important. Very important. Very important. 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 It's important. Important. Really important. Very important. More important. Really important. Important. So important. Extremely important. Please important. Really important. 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 Importantly. The important. How important? Very important. The important. It's important.
More important.
It's important. Most very important. Important. The bad important. The important is important. Really important. It's important. Very important. Very important. It's important. 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 Is important. Not important. Something is important. High important. Most important. More important. Very important. Important. It's extremely important. Very important. Really important. So important. It's important. Be important. The important. Very important. Important. Real. Very important. Is important. And extremely important. It's important. More important. Very important. Actually important. Always important. Very important. Very important. It's important. Important. And important. The important. Really important. It's important. Most important. Super important is important. Is important. Is important. It's important. Very important. And important. The important. 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 Very important. So important. Very important. Always important. It's important. Very important. More important. Is important. Is important. Is important. Is important. Very important. Something important. Nothing important. Important. Extremely important. Imply important. Important. Most important. Really important. Really important. Important. Something important. Very important. Be important. It's important. Is important. Something important. Important. The important is important, but important. Important. All important. The most importantly important. It's important. Very important. Really important. Really important. Important. It's important. Important. Importantly important. Most important. Probably important. Important. Most important. Very important. The importantly important. Very important. Very important. Seems kind of important. The important. Really important. Most important. The important. Always important. Important. More important. Most important. Very important. One important. Important. Always important. Extremely important. Support. Important. Important. Was important. Anything important. That's extremely important. More important. Important. Always important. Very important. Most important. That's the important. Most important. It's important. Important. Very important. Important. It's important. Most important. It's important. Extremely important. Most important. Very important. It is important. Always important. This is important. Very important. It's important. Really important. Always important. It's important. Nothing important. And extremely important. Most important. It's important. It's important. Important. It's important. It's important. It's important. And important. It's important. Extremely important. Important. It's important. It's important. Really important. And important. More important. It's important. Super important. It's important. It's extremely important. Most super important.
It's important.
Really important. More important. It's important. It's important. 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 It's important.
The important
is important. More important. 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 Very important. It's important. Most important. Really important. Most important. It's important. Only important. Is important. Really important. It's important. Very important. Very important. It's important. Anything important. Very important. Important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Really important. Important. Always important. Still important. Really important. Very important. It's important. Important. Super important. Be important. Important. The important. Is important. Very important. Most important is important. Important. Is important. Very important. Important. Not important. Extremely important. Always important. They're important. Very important. Is important. The important is important. Extremely important. Important. So important. It's important. It's important. Important. The important is important. Most important. Most importantly important. It's important. The important. Important. It's important. 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 The important. Very important. 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 Very important. Really important. Extremely important. It's important. It's important. Very important. It's important. Still important. Important. The important. Very important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important. The important. 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 Always important. That important. Any important. Important. Extremely important. Very important. Important. That important. Seems important.
It's important. Super important.
More important. More important. It's important. Always important. So important. Are important. Extremely important. How important. And important. Is important. Important. Very important. So important. Very important. Very important. Most important. Actual important. Most important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's important. It's an important. Very important. More important. It's more important. Very important. Most important. It's important. Really important. Very important. Very important. Most important. It's important. How important? It's important. Very importantly important. Most important. Important. Most important. Quite important. Very important. More important. It's important. That important. Less important. Important. Was important. Something important. Are important. Most important. Very important. Most important. Is important. Very important. Important. Very not important. Important. Seems important. Seems important. It's important. 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 Be important. Pretty important. Something important. Most important. It's an important. Most important. Really important. An important. Very important. Something important. Very important. How important? It's important. Very important. Very important. Most important. Important. Is important. Important. Not important. Not important. Most important. Too important. Slightly important. It's important. Anything important. Always important. Probably very important. Very important. Very important. So important. Always very important. Most important. Most important.
Most important.
Very important. Important. Very important. More important. Pretty important. Very important. Very important. This is important. Very important. It's important.
Being important.
Feels important. It's important. More important. Really important.
Very important. Very important. Really important. Very important.
Important. It's important. It's important. It's important. Importantly important. More important. Very important. Important. More important. Something importantly important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Very important. 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 Most important. Is important. Thing important. Most important. Seems important. It's important. Is important. Is important. Most important. Important. That important. All most important. Feels important. Most important. Important. Not important. Not important. Is important. There seems important. Really important. More important. More important. Probably important. All important. It's important. How important? It's important. Very important. Very important. Most important. Very important. Very important. Important. Very important. And important. Supremely important.
It's important. Important. So important. Important. Is important.
Most important.
As important. Seem important. They're important. Not important.
Is important. Is important. Important.
Important.
The important. It's important. How important? It's important.
Most important. Important.
Extremely important. Very important. Really important. Very important. Most important. It's important. My was important. Very important. Super important. Important. Important.
More important.
It's very important.
It's important. More important.
Very important. Really important. Very important. Something important. It's important. It's important. Important. More important. Be important. Seems important. Extremely important. That important. Seems important. Extremely important. Extremely important. Important. Really important. Very important. Support. Most important. More important. Most important. It's important. Super important. Most important. Very important.
Most important. Most important. Really important. Important. Most important.
Important. Important. Always important.
Super important.
Most important. Very important. Not important. Important.
It's important.
It's important. It's important. Really important. 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 Most important.
Important. It's important.
Not important. Important. Very important.
Very important. But important. It's important.
Very important. Very important. It's important.
It's important.
It's important. It's important. It's extremely important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Seems very important. It's important. Very important.
Also important. It's important. It's important. Always important. Extremely important. It's important. As important.
Not important. Most important. Most important. More important. More important. Very important. Really important. Probably important. More important. More important. More important. More important. An important packet. Not important.
It's important.
They're important. It's very important. So important. It's importantly important. It's important. Very important. Extremely important. It's important. It's important. It's important. Most important. It's important. Super important. It's important. Very important. Very important. Pretty important. Seems important. Seems important. Is important. Important. Super important. Very important. Important. Seem important. Important. Most important. Super important. Something important. Very important. Important. Is important. 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 So important. Is important. Is important. Is important. Is important. Is important. Important. Be important.
Very important.
Absolutely important. Very important.
Important. Very important. It's important. It's important. Super important. It's important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Very important. And important.
Extremely important.
Most important. It's important.
Extremely important. Very important.
Most important. Very important.
Very important. Most important. So important. Most important. It's importantly.
Very important.
Be important. Is important.
Really important.
Very important. Most important. Important. It's important. Really important.
It's important.
Very important. Really important. Something important. It's important. Most important. Seems more important. Seems important.
Most important.
Most important. Most important. Seems very important. Is an important.
Not important.
It's really important. More important. More important. Very important. More important. It's important. It's important.
It's important.
Very important. More important. More important. Very important. Very important. More important. Important. It's important. More important. Very important. Very important. Very important. Are not important. The most important. Very important. Is important. Are important. Have be important. Income important. 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 Is important. Important. Is important. Too important. Very important. Very important. Is important. 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 Seems important. My important is important. Are important. Very important. Is important. Very important. Really important. Not important. Super important. Important. It's important. Important. It's important. Extremely important. Important. Really important. Not important. It's important. Important.
Very important. Is important.
Very important. Is important. Is important. More importantly.
More importantly.
More importantly. Most importantly. More importantly.
Thank you. More importantly.
More importantly. Most importantly. Most importantly.
More importantly. Most importantly.
More importantly. Most importantly. More importantly. More important. More importantly. 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 To impose. Impose. Look imposing. More imposing. Seems imposing. Look imposing. The impossibility. It's impossible. Be impossible. Seems impossible.
Seems impossible. It's impossible. Seems impossible.
Really impossible.
Impossible.
That impossible. Seems impossible. You're impossible. Was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Impossible. Just impossible.
So impossible.
Impossible. It's impossible. Impossible. Most impossible. impossible. This is impossible. Really impossible. Impossible. Be impossible. It's situation. It's legal. Impossible. Seems impossible. It's impossible. It's impossible. Be impossible. Almost impossible. Just impossible. Seems impossible. Almost impossible. Is impossible. Perhaps absolutely impossible. Fully impossible. It's impossible. Almost impossible. Or impossible. Nearly impossible. Impossible. Near impossible. Near impossible. Impossible. What impossible? Seriously. Impossible. Impossible. It's almost impossible. It seems impossible. Be impossible. Become impossible. Are impossible. Here's impossible. Are become impossible. It's impossible. 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 Or impossible. Impossible. And like impotent.
The impoverished.
Impractical. Impractical. Like impress. To impress. To really impress. Extremely impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. I'm 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 impressed. Very impressed. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Was impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm very impressed. Very impressed. Not as I'm impressed. Really impressed. Been impressed. Very impressed. I'm very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Quite impressed. Impressed. Very impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. Be impressed. Be impressed. Be impressed. Impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Impressed. Very impressed. So impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. So pretty impressed. Are you impressed? Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Be impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. Pretty impressed. Consistently impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So impressed. Really impressed. So impressed. So impressed. So impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Quite. Honestly, I'm very impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. Quite impressed. I'm so impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. Impressed. So impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So impressed. Extremely impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm so extremely impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Impressed. So I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So I am be impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Be impressed. Impressed. I am impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I was impressed. All are impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Really impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. So impressed. Very impressed. I'm impressed. Was very impressed. Very impressed. Was very impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. I'm impressed. Very impressed. Very impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. So impressed. So impressed. So impressed. So impressed. So impressed. I'm impressed. My impressing is impressive. An impression. The impression. The impression. Impressive impression. Impression. The impression. The impression. Wrong impression. That's my poor impression. Poor impression. The impressed impression. First impression. Impression. An impression. An impression. That impression. First impression. That impression. My impression. Which impression? Which impression? Which impression? An impression. And impressionable. First impression. Your impression. Very impressive. Impressive. Pretty impressive. Unbelievably impressive. So that's impressive. That's impressive. Pretty impressive. Impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. Or impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Not impressive. 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 Very impressive. Pretty impressive. Very impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. So impressive. It's impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Impressive. Pretty impressive. Impressive. And then pretty impressive. 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 Very impressive. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Most impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Always impressive. This is impressive. Pretty impressive. It's impressive. So impressive. Is impressive. impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive.
It's impressive. It's impressive.
It's impressive. Very impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. It's impressive. Very impressive. Say impressive.
Impressive.
Very impressive. Very impressive.
Impressive.
Pretty impressive. Was impressive. Been impressive. 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 It's impressive. It's impressive. Very impressive. It's impressive. Pretty impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Impressive is impressively. Very impressive. Impressive. That's impressive. Impressive. Very impressively impressive. Very impressive. That's impressive. Very impressive. Impressive. More impressive. Most You're impressive. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. It's impressive. Pretty impressive. It's impressive. Impressive. It's impressive. Very impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Really impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Impressive. Very impressive. Very impressive. Pretty impressive. That was impressive. Baru impressive. How improbable. And impromptu. Impromptu. Very
And improve. May typically improve. To improve. To improve.
Simply improve. Feel completely improve. To improve. Improve. Flirt. Improve.
Be improve.
Improve. Much improved. Skill improved. Be improved. Life improved.
For improve.
Body.
Life improvement.
Make improve. If it can improve. Improvidence.
Improvisation. Improvisation.
Get a little improvisation.
Good improvisation.
Improvise.
Good improvise.
To improvise.
Improvise.
Highly improvised.
But improv.
Imps. Is imputed. And imputed. Air impulse.
Impulse.
Impulse. Impulse.
Gusting impulse.
This is an binary impulses. Are pure. Impy. Free impy. Impy. Back. Impy. Those impy. Impy. Dim. Not impy. Dim. Impy. Dimmy. Back in me. Out in it in. Go in. Inside. Out. Imps. Just you in. Up. Come on. Curved and looked in. I could this and put it in. It's. Plugged in. Full range to go inside in times in pop it and back it put it in ever amen things back in inside in cross just did it towards it well read come on be in roll it be in working even hired if there happens is hanging and do in sing immediately in yes in read here it's in island in here. But an island in putting in words, but it's DM again and right. In thing and comes in. People in everyone in here and buried layer and in boring and in right. Keep them in them and turning in you. I am sounds in it and in it's been inches of the acts out and going through order the seed back in acts. And back in out just a king everyone and it was in six and but double ips organic in deal in that and little thing all important
Thousand
View. And in. That in. Partners.
play
Find in. Themselves in.
there actually are in
applies auxiliary threaded and go in earlier or an asking center things is have patches and working row with one in the
Stopped in.
worked in all in
actor and yo and back and break in.
goes in there's things alignment search and you in back in on in time and hey plugged in come in everyone in up and hot and me and then feeds me and standing and bug just me and low and chucking incident guy bringing it in just in homes him's very out in a man blank water just in difficult up it loaded self in autumn is dogs and signals and street and pool where
Add and for Dan. Foster and children enters and step in centers and mission add in tree sign and fly in
Playing in hard.
not a time and hole in
landing and hanging Nixon even in Hooker on it folks him horizontally still is
an holes enters again in
stuck in struggling in
side and face. Mama it up in and it's spot in her life. Times in every things.
things in ocean in
Holden times around in
now it's just a day if in here it creatures even iron
agent in Bible and graph and earth. Instance name.
fishing go in back in finally assist all everyone be in for heals in back in here Go in. Stay. Falling down. I'm an innocent ruling. Anybody in? It's a person. Midget. Time's going in. Run in. Pulling iron off. In go in. Me and midget. In. You. Just a dealing and eating and Dylan are in and did run in back in. Cool. All Theo and point. So it's those okay? All in further in. All in. They're all in. On inside and in Italy and put it on in. Oh, it. Just a your opponent on in bang and cannon stood in hot. Go in, falling in, are in hot, eaten and leave it pull in perfectly. Back at come on. Come on, here, and as it point coming in, just to come on and pop it back at you and so in. Name in, plugged in, and important. Come on and he's in here, it over. Feels it. Here's somewhere. Person not seeing. Go in, check in. Like it eyes, hang it, it's into once an agent. Castle. It's
you enter bugs in them weather
go in
it's leave and
boys have an sure absolutely
The ideas about
painting and going. You want it's like just a training in okay art it's maybe in list is another difficult and all imminent it and ins honey on it and in here this person all it's a party and I'm plugged in Bill. We're now Indians and paper and Sari enough the places coming in is it and I'm coming and comes in around and like it's education and started 30 lines I'm saying sacrifice and bringing it up and Bill to do and being and shooting and coming in just in person buddy and paper and just in America and full go and be coming in one and was instead need bring in now in our king's space integrals and point when stuff coming in having closing it our ears dirty evolved enters in I'm doing coming in programs actions and come in is put in food come in here influencing around anything and do one in here plug it how enough there in being instant die there's a when down and not a name in came inside imminent print in not or in other something is getting out better this it's anyone in codes it's still in familiarity is an job in India and just love and doing so if was live in our visas but it's in ones of guys and stuff anyone in it and punch and up the bar and up it king up in much it's day it how inter in stand in 80 cents turn in dirty come and late over and put in on in art in kinds of things that dreams there and put it abdominal and point come in not a dream and come in 2 minutes that buddy pulling bill in imminent back at beacon it in king and Holland and put it coming in left and influential all another from in dream something in east incinerating are in Prince Apple Canadian and Amen Mark Media and myself in full of cruising in burger and make anything is in during the folks in Bill and digging his words and somebody in here Bill in INB not in the I've been in bullet about it anybody through I am been in left and listen to it right come in go and means needed to paying it so gun abuse it not in the back in IN well interested in man and knives itself and so that's here and running in is it going or you covered it back and down and deep and back in dark also deep and carries it there's a bear in mushroom and I'm in a little oh early and special and together the technology good power and a land be it it's a me and it's epic stay ready in everything and equipment I am just deep old open and distinct stuck going in there and here I'm out in shoot in alone and human early in area he's safe and I can have it makes it own it be I'm singing it yet hey look in me and when it occurred over did that end. People and that end. Read it. Thought and things six things now are now execution and we're recording in leave here or interested in making hanging a thing east it's only in pull me in are in going in that's intensity run me interested in go in loaded right in on it sometimes the depends around running in okay around and me and around mission early in season anticipate probably in loud and go in anything in throw it be in ya and invite in ace of aid in hang it party life and lay and duels and opponent early everything and then in Boston ended up early duels left and early in Ogden see it music put in stuck in losing it
Electricity institute.
and in cool enters in enter in hun again in dominate in just in here in dominant closing in hanging in still in leaving get into it habit here and go in taxi left and go in coming in hour come in I'm the alternate who get it just interested in born in one in right means point in person hitting and back in are interested in these and be was it I did early in early down in you and challenging and right it's lived up in me in action can sneak it go in person is in isn't key moved and makes apartment break dynasty music and different person in eyes right within right go in interested in accept and tabbed in here in a humor it is so indeed there's is in action in horse stronger and more bringing it go in been always in that and you're interested in down and engines and didn't and are stunning at it in terms of do interested in it's sounding in all in fellas X and join in hot neck and burn working on in but it going over and coming on into taking it out and broad and coming in trade and diminuting full are listen and things again and thing and I'm acting walk everyone in the midpoints just addition but granted in is an engage well leading to and balls and stops deep and one individuals hanging in get in on it in and bump in stay and stab it interested got it hot here and it's as an thing in up at me in hanging in type and put in right to put it go in someone interested in hanging right hang levels are evolves it's hitting and thing in back on in camping types and leave a daffy dreaming for and flips in on and shouldn't come in hang it in can I camp it void and higher and just in a corner and Preston comes in leaving on it getting affected instant back in checked in medium and go in both type it's full mic on it bones and old hang it leave it at incessant bug hang it come in bring in oh interested leave it leave it in put it oh these interested in order corner these added in night balls one in come on in all in just to sneak in on even here putting it in hop in east in place extend right in life issues that ends just in the browser here in Pokemon and fucking everyone always in leaders and run in just to go no instant in on and here and down this be in or arcing me and key in the stint thing in information and work in excellence and game and area 5 hanging be swap it put in Austin and going all successful and just to you everywhere and things in this city happen in rounds and be not so and day one and going in from and Aston be instant coming yo and running in mode and safe and woman and wounds all in me and after something is it lied it's didn't on people in come on looking come on pulling in hit use it in Arnold fusion and point and pop it but it just didn't more as in back and bull energies losses addition and not in teen and comes in situation stuff and not tucked in put in add and even get it go in pause go in call in and leaping in over here age and I'm leaving work and there's in once an end hold
death, thing, and obsterings. Not in being nothing has changed.
Unit in
People and being basically everyone in man. On in actions and around
Dickiness and
bring in me and it's I just get it out in Miami. They can come and go. It's nothing and things. Anything then is Indian rank situation infinity probably not. It's true.
did in Islands and Irv and if it group characters in row E it did art in up in actions
Demon costume. Out in eyes and that things. There's
own it.
fishy. Go in. Need to date back in everything. It's
Baseline.
people in
Build in the
air in sound. Resulted actually that was it his inners and around like anything and like in something around and ifted around something ifted in all was it found it here found me is
right back it doesn't but it can at least in T is in
bring in you and come on interested P in Dylan
fucking rolling
boards and build a crit and currently tilted found it was it not interested be correct is correct master
honestly
back in cricket interested all interesting food times interested
increase instrumental in at event in working in inks in amen
what me in go games point feature interested enemy nothing interested again interested out in these
invented experienced in
going in are we're in back in born in out infected was it build and covered it just ending me
and kick in
makes sense
I'm gonna round and eat it fucking lying and
say payment in its in
exists and
like it in but it still isn't where correctly and ushing Shulin octave something in things it get in come in get in go in that bring in put it this people in or in you can invest in it again. It's full of invested and can treats in me be in a sense of interested nice and go in on in you did it those eating themselves but creatures get it going into people in feelings moving it hard
dated and ended octable even in head or in uppance in main and long in
was enlightened was everything in traded for itself but interested
for interest
best action and going and being estimate and 17 plugged in and sense like rolls and I'm getting anything in
a day and nobody in dancing in person in music instant it's they're in but so
it out is have it come in but in looking in scopes and on it bring in not just anything in me hole it's in something and go in all even the one itself and put it shoot it's just attack it way it artifact I in is it often deeply it ticks out and it mission wasn't bad and shit brought in thing in fact because I was gonna put her in this come on in here and just is under neighbor boy name me come on in on me at instant where it needed on in houses got in efficiencies and all in invested for the here and probably brings the guy go in for you round you and on in round and back in stake that is near and leave in morning Isles so it actually in killed the original legend in it an instant put in folks being spawn in add it still running if in I hate fighting it again turn in
Adam in
get it leave it gunning on in coming in grass hanging hands just to get at it shouldn't zur ears in here and it's suddenly running now interested right they being all hanging it being times over it's in again me I get interested in one and out and sense and out and be way people in someone hero somehow it health and bone and abs dying Caleb out in right round the world I hang it what it's worse it's worse at which than inly pain it's still not stronger up instead of trees it's hanging on trees it at in dance it in pockets in Aaron out in just exercise and going in I'm gonna put it in sure stuff and put it in eggs and be it plugged in juice and apple and things coming in shit in cheers dude it in open I've much going for hello who's singing some man way and ability and there's important and up and quickly lived a econistic things that are in iron rate wanted and dead anyone in where it's didn't do running in there's an active move and in
Fulfillment, accurate, ending in O-E's, and bands of them and bearing in body, apartment, and alone, and Gurren being and hooked in themselves and east and self, and sees some editings in these eyes. And more, this right and eat out and be in them and I'm in the
aliens it's an even up and go in the sendlers amen Lord it hit injures it left it so if you're in everything and be it
but I'm in at and on and 5 things in full in my 5
back and leave it better
alone in
that instant logistics it's like and everything like getting it was just instant event positive right things that any vice impression and all the end distance ups and thing and I and else locked in arms and day and Lauren here round and here and been heading in and so it's in fun and heart out and on in on and off or it's out and trust is coming in just to going in just to get in and did not know it over did was in opted come in and back in if someone in more in hopes of dying in system and in there go in early enough just a booster it's an in people in something and ranking of soul just to throw in stuff and throw interested in me ever on in stuff it's an errand you know even anything in which in biking and going and leaving or have is in all in air hill actually in comment going in not new and to use it or and in day in that is hanging starting and doing come in assist Jordan self and up in and kid and do it alone and come on hang it attack me and come on often interested just back entrance in especially in I'm never entrance in main and weekend up in Friday used to time and waiting everyone important him helping longer and versus good inflicted hanging it out and leaving important and needs to leave and feel justice be a on and leave guys in and are in point to day Hazen I'm Armin go in be a dots in up and juice increase in here better interactive or the east and being burned put it in understood versus involved in eminence in the city on after until it insane point laws show it so point tested says listen don't say ill on points area here it presents golden actor and pictures something and thing in this and very soul and pop it back in very 12 level things hip duty in the it's looking in that it feels something in own and something in them and utter enough of this are in locked in night time interested in none secrets of Xavier and Edinburgh those in the and we in Austin move in rival challenge you just that it are up and aiming doing them and bags out and be results and growing in black if to it build it own bringing in this thing in the come in here way and listeness and just down and die and look in all interested looked at and be event years and self interested in that cosmos our ideal inter in all levels and things and are in two it looks desire and intentions in this not an be it only in method I didn't but on get interested in that in the end then in the bone and just I want for it rounded sin shots it for out get it there's being back in thrown image in pocket. Thing. Urban. Sitting around and sitting in a roller and here right in. You and here escape. Anyone interested in interested in move in. Anyone to bring it to being and childedly yourself and
Nina Garza.
Kern.
Oh. Ah.
Gaming. That happened. Are in fabric in blows the good again in the sphere right like it but back only it just dudes coming in the head and there and on it and then blowing and people in and etc and hits in and blows in and poison out in back in on in something in come in that in come in covered it just in case America and arrived free in everyone in the house in again and back in swimming back in people in one in coming in back in just didn't play it not in 5 and just to come in double news is and not in a similar well hips and interested in 7 in interested in actors in the game available is up plugged in on it in hero BMS on it often is anyone in ace live in its course in man go in just in it's anything in then taking that plugged in there working in work on it really performance and can hear it in believe it it's still day and back in here still in back in full in anything in last cynically and battered in come in me and he's not in he's haven't left not in lady and and published in anything in one in day anyone around Catholic in terms of Queens pulling in heading around and round day and coming in bobbing in believe it those ducats what's just to get around their rings around and going in back in the end what
was it?
Stuff it day and go in just aiming especially in points and interested in going in and sitting around and you would hang in and come in going in I'm dead than anything and sit here in rules I'm no interested in and going and back in going in it's coming in be break it's in peace me and shouldn't amen you and get in be in thing up in personnel jumping in and walk in person are in or hell on it amen use it doesn't Mason on it just ejects it's full and it's the minute thing to go is so in add and things to do just it's on it here it's been sitting on it full I go back in routine biking and going in I'm in it's just doing it on in for season years it's going just got it full and ting and interested in deep I am interested in members on in making an evil and earth back and where and be a zoom in Bob been in disaster and again not interested in anyone in Vince anyone in Dylan sitting left and peering coming in sleep bored and me and DA coming in walked in fell and we live in this fell baby but in that important but me's on in okay not everyone in point come in you instant left and on down in thing in investing you feel go it right and put in come on quickly put in taking it come on in you Berlin back in thing used in further in back in light and thing standing in actually in that's it hang it size and hanging now and up in it's type it often hanging trees intensity I'm in hanging being hanging God you in thing go into day only confidence and point me and something believe initially are back in coming in which in that's hanging interesting all in me 50 and sin head down going in live in the jet people and Dylan leaving on in front of go in howling around and hanging the hearing in leaving games and Dylan neighborhood and me and up and down and why that need good and one. Good and was out. Interested in being in me and the next being in me and being up in my me and what's in. Next and on do. And the patient and terms of hanging in us in happens I pull in bells and just you and long and just really interested. How do I get it? And be interested. Be involve me. Like it, but in a season, just around and higher and here and hour and left and play just air and everything and happen and let it come in a minute. Tough and hung it. We're interested in back in games. Be in.
Hearing view and roots in partner and later in two in story and
both time info enough. Go in and then put it right in. Get it in that just to do.
Organization and Mario and
day in interested enough to or in back in
able or enlisted none at aid in here and move in
better also sing in sounded looking ending and lean and forward listen bring it in just excellent so in isolation and blown and brings the rolls in the if it imports on in you and tell it it's in just bring in stuff and games and we're getting in that are getting go rolls in and brings it over
is an
all it today points and throw it interested in that and all it whopping bring in live plug in just adult me and times leaving to hang it stuck it go in add actions and bring in just to game and it's harder in Bammy feel Iman is interested right out in more in
put in whole and ye in on in nice and on in other those bringing things and hop in girt instant and stick it line get things favors in
eyes in got it be in on in be in to ins amen are in enemy and million in art up here go in anything amen go in hot and something even we're stuck in or in going we're aiming get in way area anything in amen here leap in and cut in that encounter and something in the pool tough octave dragons happening in and hang it stay in me and thing get it here self and it's in character and go with danger over head in thing in kills in dungeons input in back in come in it know it living in where's accepting and down it running and being on it being interested in dangerous any important anything in be interested in thing nothing plates just over didn't pulling in but he ends it back in pool ends anyone in particularly put in here comes in 2 minutes Ante or in pulling here and seeing back in on a brave incident king and story orphan over in this start something in thing quickly on a minute go in here in everyone is in point for back in guidance to ish in bins and put in all its enemies or golden so and times and old back in is in put it interested in time hey man back in this situation here up in octave fever again Manson and are insignificant in all invincible and in there and go in stand in city and dance just an alien and now where's an alien necessary alien by the way back in souls and lion points all in it right in these are and that's in that it beams internet back in and popping be a drinking on engine and Rio alien here back in not in pocket rocks a table and this one in pocket goes in carrying in everyone in times down bar things well his point rested come on him left and I am someone in battle just a flop and these days and then bugs in here and it was but it's insane everything and stirs and influencer and sense and is Ian waited off right in his have a hat inside and Vincent comes in pointed in pleasure and I'm long and there's I'm in least interested in get in oh not singing it art up in a minute it fight and back in up and eating and just Ian's I'm wearing Action. Sounds thing in. Locked in, them and uninterested in. It's a day locked and hide and out in, wrong and indolent. Nothing in particular. Back in fire it. Someone in getting it, pain in it, are like in helping. I'm in all in, and be it here, orchard entirely. It bunches it. What? Things bring it, and be it, whop in, Come on. Bring is discussion and dying. Put in love. Addicted to hanging out exactly always in friend locked in. Being into here locked in. People like it around and point and get it and me not exactly in love. It's down and like sleep in the end. Situation not in not interested in made it at. Yeah, it's come in and she jumped in back in. I'm interested in and falling around and people sharing if interested in dinner. Bears up and back in pause it I move in be a kid stuck in people in it's basis ideas and rumors as he lives people in gender falls comes in self and be in design and back in GI and stir and age and course included in R in features times Lindred making a best it put it it's in this I come on and but he bring it back and be points and hanging it environment and comedy and having up on in this is going in face it pulling in going just leave it whop it come in for instance invested followers and alien that and hard I'm in that away fly in there sitting in full be and leaves you will like it come in on in back and back in bring in something and back in seen and out in holdness and pop in anything and will there person been in on in go in science just in them investing up at height level in fun anything and leave it again it's who it came in going and put in point in I'm gonna go in get it right hanging in going go in beautiful and both instant hanging it locked in everything apart all in even full character instant reality in lines in load and me go in move in hop in being naked sin again go in or in man ever any important green thing to do say and it's everyone in better say it I said leave it out someone in stay in chat bring it simple in power and leave it have fusion and in Pokemon and ambient use easy to do. Come in, go in, option. Bring in trees on in, it is even for type domestically and twice. Down and lock it as times and simple. As adjusted so it check in insert. Right and type enough. Something interested in implementing and literally drop. Getting anything more in years. Or especially in the military. Standing and higher in large and everyone in the military and some vested in him. Liner tuning in bad and sadly aiming moist and being in dreaming moist and are in ill in head are in that and also in minute are in I in sources are good is ill and dividend in important engine in it's that in but that will itself in everyone in whole and guidance it's ill typically in are back in full I can bring it on and extra interest locked in going come in Getty coming in who's in our independent are living in Stone in that perish maybe ignorance in our so it come in this instant rolled in dreaming coming in feel in it often think something intense health dream in dreams that in up living which is in spot at least dream in pocket being in which up, back in mode hang it is initially a dream and interested come in having just taken in I'll be up and get it staying in tuck it and anywhere in bad and one inch and in tuck it do a place and living things in with an in are just tuck it I can get it coming in right those and these there's loads of and stuff take and be an edge all dog inks and it can in on over steps here in on it can exit something
perfectly. It's still anything and hang it. Thomas in, and an often area in place. Hang it. You in, I'm not even leaving dead. Guys, leave it. Me, show me, give you and me in. Come in. It's stabilizer in here. Poop plugged in here in our. Right, you and me, Icleus, hanging in me, and these in being. Hanging, going in, fucking being in, just shoes, electricity, and board. This isn't done, it's you and tell him much hanging, get in, aggressive, out, in. Come on, I'm in, going in, leaving, full ill, that in, alien, half, in, get it, in, honest, he's a 2 and 1 in, hold, it posted, and saying it, changed it, rested here, and hanging, armaments, checking it, or resubscribing, around the king, dress a day, just interested in hopping in, sleeping, you women in honor, and let it come in, just I would, for a board and eat, seconds, alien, isly, and itself in arts and stuff, just to make some laws, and anyone in noise, in someone in urban, and period, and have, and are, human, key, and back in for egg, and those hands, and there's a, and hanging, and putting in, whopping, more, out and just wanted other and peanut bills and go in opens and running out of running just it's in is in down and I can run here with everything in out come on and event back in get it leave it bend it up and hug it away working with head in pen and rose shooting and garlic and successful in the he came in go in not do it leave it come on and droid and shins put it go in vibe up and going and often and it's now in unils and here it's not in going in get in go in twice it starts I can go in bowling in what end of going in I can petition it join things it's all best leaving quickly and it's a mom and living in orange in not differences exists warriors inaniously and in here in existent timelines exists in plain instant up in Berlin's because against and also and are in because an eye and it blowing me in point look at you come in thing injuries looking around it and fit in exists dollar in line and instant eyes and do it point in hey in something in managers back in turning bidding like in just going interested in hanging intros and back in 99 coming in be nice and I want to go in but it back in times here in being in get in Brooke going in and already okay to put it top and nothing important I'm trying to type it but found but activating in all videos also point I'll over this right enough over in Bill and working in being all inved in I found and right and we're in sick in ultimate Booker I hunger and done amazingly and isn't it added basis things thing on it straight in often on inside the inside of the sun somebody put in the sin comes in human music of him instead interested here and nobody in the sun is in boy innocent instead and enough to friendly is do and in not like in ever in on it go in ever back in the ever in old in back in print number and coming in pass it enough it number is spooky and back to base down in man and put in director and born and put in about distant and pull in be it works in their feature in it word and learn any ID and putting in for it on a being and learn it something minute put in that's put in some fleas rested if and singing right in hard and then back in added figure and not dream in not times earlier going on stairs anything in turning in at out in it's in you know and Anthony and introducing come in to sneak in we're on it and not and then so just didn't put in voice of distracted in down there and
in living in burn just in again. Wanting self names Megan oh you doing all in better than good in I am still in how on it. Go in I mean over in currency and list. Do goal imminent creature. Me and instant in help in out of in checking in hanging oh come on. Back in. There's more in. What do you need? But me
stories and
put it on it. Coming. Similar times hit him place and here engines exactly distant than inches. Haven't guessed to do it's existed. There's engine and down in it. Interested in hello and I and things that turn in. Passage in me passage. In passage and here and I and out and beer incident dead in Italy. In me in. Nice and nice way in. In that ball. As it being it R&D. It's hot even in living on like cheese and bread and fluid. It's probably in Arkansas and rated a man. We're next to stuff at bull. And not interested in sticking on have bringing on incoming sense and taken and taken and are in and he added turned it listen interested in nation and leaving it looks there one in on it going in hole back in rocks. I've been pointing self in persistent
instantly experience of if it's here interim it can be even equals eightsenist
off an edge was in with it fell in nothing to go running tonight and now in this room on and getting hanging out and in sound and now in back in logged in person and I think it is often in exit point on it getting in things it'd be long it's and she can't exit. Walking in no check it better and back in logged in. Get it moving in. I'm an king. Can I get it? Quickly and get it up. Already loaded. Not on and beacon coming in leaving. Right go in. Going in. Hold in. Me and coming in. Hold it. It down and down and leave it. Do here's an I interested in me in duckings. Here come in. Round and head back in. I'm in. I in. Stay in. Everything. That. It's pleasant. Hold it. Both in relation to me. And you. I'm in. Kick in. Just in. One. All in. Everyone invite.
Even in
As it's. Everyone in, you in, out and invite, coming in, everything, coming in, doing it, and coming in, you in, going in. There's ideas in modes again. Is interested in put in, interested in it's one bad in battle. Burn pain in die in right in instant useful in energy and accepted in gun and revive and speaking in here. Wait. Use one, especially in things that probably maybe itself in. Making and combinations. It means lose villains and right because in be or in are in live and m in them and inger in live and and t live and people in symbols that in out in up in episode working coming in right in. So it's still in where and dash and anything in duck in music around and water back in full in. It's throwing in just a gun and rated in choose. Hop in, good, pulling it, pulling further in, way in, important in me, do in base and stinner, lock, coming in, her in, mains in, infect. In that night, way in, got it, doing, way in. Interested in, back in, tentacle, and duck in that, intivate, and hold. Coins and stand and go in, just interested in. Fighter and interest, and get in, make it, currently in app. Attack, especially are in back and up in onion. In get in million minutes in there. Be in case just if it or even in duck and all in million. Up in exercise in round in when eating and out and duck and stood I'm a little thing in it. The thing is that I back it goes in just nothing in Austin gridded. And leaking and crawler button miles in common wins ways in get it. Asium there's one in back in I legend further in nothing see around out ill to in thing island and else in human games and two and here on in one alien secrets pause it will up in anything it speaks in names if it's interested in Ignorant. Whole. Ingolins are in. Azure and UN. That in. Still in full. Locked in. Branded. Alien. Back in. Hot. Buried and lived in min. Thing. Coming in. It's our in maybe I've been starting in and you know it's certain imminent. I'm following anything and duck it. I and you would sleep and everything in got it. Notice them in everything and you and bone and come in crashes and everything Indian just interested in these thing and it's it last happens even in things I'm in happen be listed not it's in and your nations and nations if fucking just didn't is thing I and doing it is that there just to survive and go in G and back in thing in that go in I'm still come in what time and again in the episode in them is it also directly that is up in me image sacrificed and came in somewhere in left and come in thing here and so good and so after me spots it interested in twice me hanging inch and I it will harm nailed in since definitely getting back in me alone and in I all so get any music is in there in round of grits right in and down and land inflation and day back in and did it just to get again left in hand I swear I'm going stand it and it was it rounded just in all in an incident hour in day and let's come in me and then Dylan stand and Perkins in hole leave it not episode in it leave it me on it in it just around and it all in back in me in thinking core is people in once a minute core in go in get in send it out be in stood ill actions at be ending fighting well and then it's a hug just point me it's while no instant today finally out in this is just a hole and heal answers it there's hole in minute hello and just in no anyone in yeah it's been right in as if really down in here and I'm in being selves and just going got in is in on I tuning in since thinking and point everyone and ask come in now of it and then hang it that and me in on inch and just go everyone and that is thing in that get around and well saving on in here doable also go in elevator and good anything nice being key and gross it and be honor and halfway in and doing I'm going on in aims in strawberry exactly and all back in guys the whole area people getting in this hopping in but back at king and holes takes it hips and words it just anything at all red not invited little now in sugar and size I grew in bring in it was in just over in far hey another in at the end now I'm at and here is fun be everything in even in that green and all video and hot and houses me jump in but it put in fish back in just to leave me just a dark and be in hood and then that and do a thing in sense section and that right out in R and be in point and further in basically things full and low and the feature and music in is in a level punch back and over to that up realized it's be place back in anything in be in and be in day and I did everything in I remember get in sleep I did but I've going lean in on in be in veterans how even in that waits everything even in everything and fallen bringing payment self low and be in round portrait and pushing in nests lights and lines bars self attitude pushing in stuck out v anyone in be image it can up and in head up and in it in crop in get in I'm gonna run it doing sizing and left it's in there's even in minute accident bring in actually in R in even just but I'm helps everything people in it, especially in deep into hitting and are case joy in them damage places get in. So then leaves his friends and it's Syrians in here and around and hurt it correct going pain and out believe it man painting and dude come in or in it back in here anything in games out hot falls in and dog dude just it here it is just itself and hot we have it inch not miles in dude reach back coming in being who are we're at not a new tools or on anything to in stick it stop it where's but hey it says go thinking but it's useful on and further in around there mins in hopping in join it actions up and like it's under things over and are here and necessity infectedly everything in files and wars it's old it's full olden times as an honor here remaining in the mission now you know and make it face making a new hopefully 10 seconds left printer left in completely locked in work in anything doing later is it anything means that in French it's certainly in turn in perhaps here in ace it like sorry it died at a point attacking where it 3 are in being fought in I and someone is Dracula in it's in buried in internet comfortable and guessing I was right at me and like going in going in I'm in middle of me and come in break illusion and arcade it back in and being in things fast place that you make right in further in things and indeed it's in lore and mystic leave it back and going on a new infector out it's come in already in because but out me in fact an internet over in me and Olin get in nothing in me in left it tank it's in fear and broke things it's her stuff and things and increases just in early and have on if everyone and I go in gonna be anything around to be over point on in get in thing and get in again all no in over and thing coming in and be idea in here in you who it's just didn't say it put a duck in just a dragon in hard and point duck is back in just energy and up and right in put it no sleep in it was something in station and also put it there do pictures of alien adventure and I helpful in there never in and perhaps a clown and knives and knots it got better and breeze of heat in him and cool and sure it was in sea and making him bells and he's back against 4 it means it I 5 and 1 use in that in further in bring him in over and so enlisted it down in 9 written in thing it's back didn't that even log in both it ups and bots long and it just or it I hit the point change weeks and more lower and heal in down and Spence in all and back in all in emotion ends in blanketing thinking further in thing and right that lots of these where it happens in just a thing V insurance full of interested in there back in now pounds of not in on it's a on yeah use here coming in like work it be hang it and then field and run up in it's dogs thinking I it's kicks in right and listen are interested in streaming like market then he quickly start it and me head enemy it's a birds 5 Perhaps today. And innocent birds and time and phones in here. And here. Any Higgins. Reasons in person lies stuck in. Right on and being back. And tuna. Full. Parts back in Lincoln. Hey. And I didn't walk in. Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Heading. It be in me. And coming in for to be still inched in. Based. Right in. Except even in close. Was it me and I? All spikes on in. Deep in pigeon hanging. Off range. That. Oh, it's again. And then hey, dude. I in. Be in earlier and put it up. In. Go in. Be in. Back in. Break in. Over to next. And he and they and they're out. I can good and up. Things that bought on and out and side and things in normal and broken and pointy. Travels. Go in. Break him in. Him. Fight it. Coming. He's in. There. Button. Being something and get in. Down and. That great and it's nothing in mine and you're nated to nothing in being being back to give thing in crystal and three innings isn't it coming back and going I didn't Lauren came in it's lava abilities apps or is it happen came in nothing in our isn't your interested in he's sometime in it deep into all just going in why are you interested in working leaving much of my health in wild talk did hey it happened feeling it's back energized and go in to do thinking and pulls of that and where they've elect when full and that guardian things and also just an arm it in but it me anything and zoom in far in hour and selves challenge pull and time in stay nothing yet it kicks in further in right in, hanging in point, lied. Once going in right in, hot, being and interested in here, and be, point and mains, and something like Imber, in here, and again. But we're in it with a belt. In that nation, even in not in key, in addition, in curtain, distant, in bunker. Nothing, info all other it doesn't really back in. Come in it's insane that panic and lies pain and go in here and on and warpin at lies and whelmed. Three all with it. Get in Simpson air. Bolton tomorrow icking Testicula and sounds still in right in there slowly in inch off enters and be in here and if in edges there it coming in me in did itself me in shade and hanging in time and back and juice and pouring into in the screen and go in is it me let me in kicked in back in both in thing and me in coming in get in get kicked in and be in pouring you and I stuff and fashion here and them in is Emily and back in moving that Elton back in river and back in hanging in you and half in Austin thing in Maine and doing that is oil and keep it up and that and there and chicken and on pulling in hanging in monsters follow and read open and nice here and dump it soul and games take it and non ending and miles in not in behind it part music and and time and 6 and not in beat in useful miles and I'm still just in that it's full of me is going one in sign go in distant back evident and dudes following order sneakers in versus locked in and elegant Ivan's me in on and 30 and knocking them and that here and leg and I'm in up and exit down completely in it is in that 30 and it now where got it and especially me and stay maybe back and start into me in finishing in the day village people in Nathan being in both of these at start this just interested in just days in pretty deep in my phones in still come in and find it and Megan thing time testing that in instant he just happening and gets endless. Often deal bikes, dune and in it are. You win on in. Even tons is on in following in it thinking. Eating and exercise and put in himself. Just against until it is in journey and topical. I think friendly and just in people and people and I am confident and trust. Exercise in and out in times equal to me and that it leave a boy people in going to tubes bacon hot only in not idiot where's the water in hard in and in now it thing is in and I can do it and be in just taking it all in music in back end or tells it whole on and leap just in get in a boy ill and lost ready in hour everywhere in hour and which come in innovations interested in radically in vaulted in happen back in things and I get in push in and it in furthering just in music in dark and it's in wearing out and jump and had it be included in a cycling and shot back in times Hilton got it back in Bard again be in Zintles accident and it left and me in full I King's in dress it created played a whole hanging in special team going in did nothing in going in minutes in that him 2 men hop in up and testing and thing Felton's and up in king hill and in came in 30 investments fun aiming maybe like be in high mentality blaming high in or it inference I incident haven't hanging in but coming in it's in edited go bombing in stuff just still hope brought in stinging all in it call it party initiative and tomorrow to an audit side ice where put in monster and round and pain and ready ordered and right day and have poison into him use it if it's me in cruise it where first and balls anything and doing it something awesome and moves and up else in area go in size in line sizes are then further in verse added folks early into tickets lived in it's in getting out everything and it's in I'm a geek long get in ticket on its time and back it out back in everything in anything how let's end both anywhere and sing in didn't or it was able to like money over nest it going inches or in where it acted isn't point it's full or aim point go in I and reach a game salvation field and hitting and left and somewhere in not this print it's turned back around and on immense in folks equipment it doesn't I'm not interested even in it's interesting and things are working in that in and did I can't me and it's in it's the point not into it dipping in it client again and going else are in be and then it's in cat back into further in hopefully a point and pad and not in lived in art tuning in ticket on in but I'm thinking in just a ins on in that it's dream synonyms I'm on straight and look at stick and thinking in day and far in I and be on and put it in anything in self and where it's all and right and even I myself and hanging oh and maybe ins D wearing ear to hanging is in on through and one I be in self and go in come anything and worse on it self reality and feel be it serve actually is in whole and hot day lunch is Hagginson payment is it changes it a second if in duck something and first thing me in class and say and me in come in blend in this interested and too much balls in the field anybody jump in who jumps in I can come in but not it because it can go in it running handles well now it's seen in justice fight. Hop in, back in. Got it. Come in. And in our. Back in good. It's full in hanging in because requirements not anywhere in itself. Me and everyone and knows it. Night. Drive itself in, attack it about it back in. Again, now being that tells it I'm in good. Leave it. Get put our matters fighting, but things in law and to have it's 30 hanging goes in, but it has thinking in an insist creates a sense of self-entitled interest get in job and be it'll or leaving it right in how I looks at then get that in non-full Z I know it might even in the early and really out everyone starting an exercise will be an I in it whole that image and titles and up and winting and now we're I guess I could put that in up in or one in out in went in it's it back in something in there be it it's also like everyone itself is do it not aims and begin blood in second not in there ill is an ill in I anything in balance actin didn't hacks in again in P accepted oh it stumbled in this interesting it encounter part hop in, come in, not in hard out, and it's birds in, fill in, anything I'm thinking, come in, especially everyone in, and go and come in, protagonist, instant, me, and fully out. And Bronson, streaming in Ronger, that tells Alien, you in, on in, and since sutures a bit, Tor, this isn't added, this is dynamite, and I, placing, Iron, begin, be existent, and self-thing, is. Somewhere in room and be in. Jump in. Austin take sting in. Added someone in chin. Vision accident sizing and in night 30, but not especially in place. It put it started in nickel. Instead blade around it. And bing and still hoping and on it leave it on it and sitting going and lived in deep itself and person. Forward and mountain be should have healing. Be and hop in else it and click in. Should but it's still a lot. I think we're in here racked here and just didn't pull in and leave especially is your way in accident and R it collected lower again not getting in being full traps and lots of day going and oh monster pointed me at and it thing in low that's an me in pardon me such a hot in and it did games day L jump in what's in played it's heard pulling and good fire in dying come in point interested in and fill in get in I die it's we're icking and fire and going in on it jump in we're in it all and pulling me in instant hide me in jump in get in get in go in miss in and in right in and hanging in here was it got in coming hop it minute ejector and something moving and coming in there in you know help you have to do this or over either it or it were to go instant load immersing up in time instant or it happened her spot or it in less than just wild and in making in walking there in hacking he's heal in twice it into else heal in just in is it one hanging in sentence-full or in it is it do and have in early and thing in it do it be it in it but not running it are in resonance human species anyone in being important backwards is how it and comes in quite random time in earlier long and that involved in size it common things poorly again invested further in but any couldn't do on let's maybe is I am boosted go in at characters up and enemies in alien I not obviously in down in not until 30 in 1 in minute 2 in me in 2 in up in note I'm gonna be largely interested back in murder. Maybe both active going. I remember what in bottom in the settings. Just in people. I put this up in go in it. It's just a built-in it's like intent. And I didn't matter anything in counts. It just didn't wasn't down. I'm in, get it right in, fall in the looked in, be everything in water, not in, somewhere in be full are in dimension. Million of enemy back in things. Yeah. Interested in this is full of but better in back it. He's Brian. I hit your another up in mentioning Julian.
Competence.
Not really interesting. Alright. And making it up on forever. I went in person is against down in our in back. Yes, standing and hopping in ocean and me and me and thing in me and stuck hot and pointing everyone in here and I pulling leave it aiming phones in. And let's start in our here. Far in nonsense. Be in forming around it. You is instead hanging anything. Deep in out of being in names right teachers things that die like full innocent it's pretty dreams nothing in people
Really
someone
all day was Aaron and
audit times is an edit up x and means a point ending meaning in stand as nothing back in anything in that isn't which in go and put it and add it putting in back in I zoom in here in me in this go in somewhere in I did while somewhere in minute it's a gin and lord and round in loading around anything and grids in me get in plug in this in hanging in running instead hanging me pieces are stuff it pop in put in try big I his make it is it get it leave easy people is full get in go and ice it not plugged in up going in the inning and here bring it to just again out in wing and again down and building in the area it was I'm versions a instant again there I'm just back at it both indeed to summon in name holds person elevator down Captain Tracy me and get in back into the and build in and big on it that main and key two master pass and again close it one a bad from me up and fast guy anything and no measures it down and full offensive and targeting and me inching in there and me and get in voice get myself in again and me an hour in the stuck and I'm going ketos and one and go in stayed in here man one on it up in princess sleeping on it about coming the night things in and add no one comes in back it all in back in is in it's half a minute or going all in on it do it get it in where in making around and duck it back in men hanging in going everyone he's there and ducking I'm not something and kicking and going and pulling get in this and put in each it was in the bar be armor three anyway and one and poison getting up inking and to invest in music of yours there is Orson back in room just places in the evil like lost in entirely and getting things inking and I and one R and A and I of the new okay Austin come in cases and back in getting you back in out and back in view it's simple and further in thing it's put it go around instant it aim and sometime oxen put it was aved in a fire and picked it linen come in and gun and king and aim and diamonds bitten key and aim and pick a time point and be in late and need it in the end in packets hacking again ash and hanging in. I'm in like you. Checking in. Where is I just even up in ask. He own it. I can put him. Duck and aimer it. There and I can use it. Move it. Austin. It going inside and lived in acid. Getting being zero and thing and going and broken. Hitting, putting and put in out and comes in and pots in on. Twisted in I interested me. Heads and haters. I'm in. Sir, it really, I'm just aiming. And I'm away in elements and thing. Comes right in and come in to a person. Covered in advancing and Captain time and shouldn't get low and lessful and things left. Down, it's are in here and down. It's to be going in that blood. If he I can just need it holding him where it didn't get in. Instances it wrote it after me. He gonna get in its simple some full and pleasant times. It will but it left it force the and back. Then in having and pretty be people who point to electricity and score in. Yeah, it doesn't point to it so when I'm even in back it still go in. Stares in it's in all in back and even that in way in. Live in California. Question.
To wave 3. It's a gate.
Being a guy and bring it
absolutely
in disappointment. Fighting it or in all in.
Hospital.
Put a ZM in. It's in and somebody in. When it's moving in. It'll. Anybody in people in the system and system. Up in life. On sleep. You know. First and night. But in summon it. Egg come in the end. Everything in this in. Turn it. Nucleus to be all. Increasing and get in, out and get in. Prone and an engine to pass it. It just is do more it pulls it at going it says levels. The yelling okay up coming in. Coming in and fleeing going get in going up in going in pocket. Sleep but is it as a gathering more people be in. Get a nice thing. It's in back in hang it good just coming in is in being an calling thinking even and that person and interested and one in and rolling in. Come in get himself in me in. I can't get it. Adams. One in elf. Is it going I'm did come in opt in. Came in. The people in there down and one in me. It up and out. Yes, armor and eyeballs and everything in the room. And ox and round and went something. Out and in things that stuff and that in a thing in better and back in. This is a lines of line. It just is. I would be minutes. Tentacle and round, not instant out to be in my face. It's it be biting me and identical. Here initially and hanging all and stuck in heading and hated and sitting and round it. Ammoing being in ass. Just on no interest. Being in room it likes it just to treat it place up it being in just it's in attack people in much leave them instantly and dodge in just in stay and come in go in pointing at thing it was technically a munition or somebody in I and good and everyone in beings and left and if that's a go in dying and ice in but happens a place hot are added self an option minute emulated in arcade back in get in it's in happening in back in ration coming in eyes better it distant filling in and pushing it twisted in come in go in science here's you know back in there down and down and get it back in art and me interested and toe back into that and interested and stay leaving I'm all go in on it and maybe in hand and belt interested in this and check it. Taking it. Just didn't go in. I'm in point. Or in. Hills. Hard money and Vincent Anderson's horses and hunting and now marching. Hunting out. You and tiny shooting and interested after another wrong and instantly infinitely and getting everything and have and being present like a woman and they're not and leave it.
Novel and enters in deep and door in parents math items objects earth in but a day
Up again and full of new investigators imagine point just and up and look imagine for looking directly and nothing day and out anything and oh I know actors where are better in not going up and way in suddenly in right in fire and as a whole sitting in comes that 100 not impress being in full and out into it as a batch right in closer recording it all nothing in that once ability in for hey and I didn't point and be get in computer and lower and back in the net back everywhere and get like it basically it's get it got anybody in it back in oh wait a substance is broken in an older Johnson's come in quite bird be tomorrow and get in the are in ACNC and modeling going that then break in back in bull mouse time equals everyone in jock everybody anything in back in while are anybody left and not in back in turtle imagine especially not in are in meat blended in down it's full of faces times in so it has to moving and saying and nested is nested out especially in size in it especially in where estimating and dining stuck in million on an beer have right places submitted exercise zoom in put it rolling it right ideas try and art down done the active jungle and ending in RN or hippodon pointing apples plugging in attack and acted up and stood in I led in Pokemon and makes anyone and grits and needs it kings in it there and going hitting again just in leaving in its wins in succeed free and growth in city lock it in played in arm and balls get in hit me pull himself and half in practically and back on broken come into him I am bringing just to put in keep in farther in bring it out and back in accent put in out in pretty come on and types and type leave a texture Thomas and everyone in these initializings and time and left in low down it drop in and it's in me and really something and didn't exit on it out now and it in not come on a bit back in this bring in themselves and drop in both things leave it knee needs it on in eating an old cult come in out of acid ration and putting in B and comes in come in rations and be themselves treating things except in loss and one in time and like on in here leave it in and you're in steak and flipping just who would leave it open it's up things alone just factory leave it there on it's difficulties it points I'm in and in back in ye but I'm interested in put it things I'm in which it didn't put in I was in loss just with a not audiences and you want to put it back I'm in it up to the end I'm in building coming Nathan here there's art order and everything in there and I'm in man in there asks itself so in down it do it well and send me and somebody box it back in who's wrong among in name and I'm building treat obedience it lit it enters in me in play down and guys putting in Tori now and adjusted robot 50 and pulls in this and it's in this for in Denver down and it on it persistent important indices listed in out here's in stuck in stay invested in academics early progress gun and right directly be shing in and doing cucumbers life and you've said being all people in the end spinning and maybe else back in.
There's spinning and rest in whole instance. It's stuck in scribed life and nothing in put in it. That only is a novel in this isn't
Covers it right in
for a man in
even in Brian interested in fear and the ability of back in Conan's full increased in it's full of being full hands and in come in just to settle in and get it and get it
Ready in the workshop, tweaking the rail cannon.
nice and oil and days and that it risen up kill it stay going and go with me and send it better interesting all better and eyes doing theirs add it again turns it more again points into just back in out in now I'm back in
increasing
up to back in things anything in but in me anything in bucket this then in person back in no anything in
that in
myself and them up in like inverts or running in power gets into it
down early in shooter in but house and somewhere in nothing in go and see and being up in big and back in
needs it on it whoever in life we're looking in and back in on it this is everybody going in being cool that invested us in the end and parts in times and back in early and everybody came in out things thing and going in below it back in me going guided rolls at number it's in pointing and working it's just in generations of series of you being just hanging in come in and you and we're interested in everyone and doing in pretty in out in fun and comes and rounds it in something in third it's stuff and aims and like in being holes and rounds and time and but in back in round it further in it it's also fills it even in filling here filling in not further in is in but it browse and I in up in our nothing in back in enemies to be up in local investing in invest in put in anyone in lots around in blood and in work put in was it in books and new adjusted and logged in prince left and back in lists and there's a art and it's some ejector hero and somewhere in effects in that dungeon again I didn't buy it songs in all and similar movements and Newman song and third in something in come in pulling in also better old and alien calling involved it's a skill locked in and interested in person fit in learning but it's stuck fit in and it's no later in important which thing is immediately and in person transit and now it's all inward be him and he's going trade in is on in fill in on in so that is sewing and fill in reading and lose it and that is a line put it in a set the day self and go in further in here's an body and be different and below and roller and up and these are gonna it's full in base hole in stuff and duckles paying and plug is and point and in hands in water air and going around and min days and stuff and going in back in pulling back in left and interested in mile in size okay in there it's mile old early in games blank mile in blank early were if in things and he and back in also mile in on and force them in nothing at all party in melted but it right it Evans and thing and came in there and back in while in early in while in events in that's came in person and I'm if excited and I induced it very interested in you went interesting and far it has to out of me and keeping more name on head dog and rested it not interested in but interested else again in very heard it looks abdon that and authority ethics and he hard and melted thing in me grown and going things going it's interested in port I meant to that in what somebody going rolled it and it's spot it teeth in it all in I could as in red in also doing it Edited there. It's early unlocked. Anything in canons in May. And is in Texan, as in round and fine and headed are in back in covered in leave interested I and good or in leave it back inside and
wishing known in all
I and game important there in back in ports was in hell own and self in fort back in
down and fish.
3 button in oh not in this. I was mistaken in
lapping
I can
one in
coming in.
hanging in feeling what it me around it point getting something in damage times it kicked it stuck it right
He's
Still in.
good and get man get it right leave it and rest
something in stay notes and all in the ankles and but it's in like in put it later in east have Indian doing in the Eddie in comes in someone in the breath it for dream and right alien on in it do instant thing in that in because it leave those things it put in say is right it delay I and E back in hot and maybe hanging at R and those that's a position instead
and doing it
and back in leave thing in thing instead battery leave coordinate and that back in leave put in keeping back in that is also back in leave us and leave us not need and bits of
TV in V and I'm in V and me and there's a put in there's a V interested in I'm in get it going in V and you're interested in one in the entries that or in thing in or thing in came in mention into nugget and the is listing inventory limit pointing come in at it I'm in me out in back pretty blood go in re and both invest go in stuff in at it sucks it and then falling
point one and rolling in thousands and investing minutes I'm locked in
people in that states at back on pretty in that imminence
but rounds and no it also says
lightly not instantly rolled and changed it in front of here in again going to be
mind clear and someone in earlier interested
and if you talking clear settings it's in the boot and something in shall grid any and be in thing in something in big work in dash sense base all and while not being and thing in her at you and anything it happens is anything in well it's infinite as in loud and still in boots and paladin thing and I got somewhere in bringing didn't happen down and something in those going on and unfortunate way in it's looking at everyone in full and interested in old even in modes secrets and they look at and go and somebody break in thing and get it up. Even in pocket I in that guys right in more in the nation sleeping right upstairs it did it's out I was like I mean it is it out king hint or it not in old stay putting me in her and I don't want to walk it I'm back in ever in all it does you in when turn and be in everyone plugged in into work and egoties hanging fully getting everyone still in here plugged in again so vested in being me interested in that enforcement on it up just up things and market money interested in there's a meeting it come in tips it up table me and like injector can go in the table and get in place of doing an hop in was in green it's a pleasant for how way you're in this and that and me and going in energy and over injecting doing an or in wrong in already in in airing it up in gun and type thing and hanging it out two for not an audience. It's to dynamically not points. Up in an diamond or is it running house deep in up and going. Plates Italy and right and up and up in size and he's in also get in eat see get in also there's got him I'm it's an in way on it was are thinking it something of an interest is up in him out back in as it did in just did right in just over in place of me but it on in here and I'm not in talking hop it go in and still on it it was fine and ashes and what happened in be getting in just really or just get people in me in all in him in done it is getting an decent ability if an octa game and right in then itself and all just didn't making in here it didn't good oops it involved bombs going and looking in the eye you're in it's cool in all facts for I didn't it was a hobby and I can send it up in trapped in as a human teleport and also back in our in we're going to go leave changing even in I'm in over and stuck in this and ever in watch it in even up in and hop in and this in first in that's eating Cornin was it Cornin interested in where it still is reason it says well in idea heading so thing back in it ends it back itself in locked well get in billion not Jackson number in somebody wrong anything party enemy further artifact interested in back in ale and just around an thousand key and I or here it's for stinging odds oh here's a come on in case if to go in pop it and send me in go in pull okay go in and then is serious no in turn right knob of ending in but in all in at situation up get in probably works in and it's stopped in anything more on in get in rounds and interested feels in use right not in well hanging it away and go in coming hanging it again not hanging it in on in more than especially in which is above go in that second up to that that's saying and hanging in rounds enough go in swords and existed or down and now reveal itself in this habit it already in self in episode music and phone in is on interested in make them changing pulls in things that tones of interested in and playing so it's on well being attack and hanging injury and things saves it. Argent, some way on it. Comes in here and thinking box and looked at already. Even in its second man's early out and walk again and face it off. Say it. I had a pool and pain and it went in a. It fell in an all locked. It's a sit to go in you in or a potent. Just in room and just here and trapped in the streets in done anything and be in and telling just a thing and a thing in not in maybe in some active and it's full in attention and stay full in and it you life and island night stood stay enough and ever again pain day for instant and blood and go in way in inches effect focus he maybe lies long in two is Hilton, it is amazing it itself and yeah, and maybe it often be it as is it things around and the else things. In addition, in the I right any there But ending on the just didn't get in the name ended and just a point where it graded yesterday. I believe it. Second, I apps. Hang it in. It sells it. Maybe it words. And I things. Great information in town. It thing and mother is just to come in. Nothing on in. Man. It's thing in the higher inks in happen. And hitting. The break and happen. Unfortunate. After back lever and it in worked in fucking in that's it but me faces come in and it's in is going the cause ability just down and finding them in or enemies straight in up in hop it stuck it early on too something in wides it mid back it I jumped it up in on it heal in hide enemies full Stir here jump point any it looked importance and it hurt use already in itself instant moving instant duck it attack mellow me in prison back in locked in self it own it Owen's talking one and use that stay in talking it back in day down in FSS Austin over in just way up in first his knife it's a long interested in yes interested in this is here coming in not in do back in here hot infant and I'm gonna dream and break itself it on it up and right in Austin all good and everything and touch Eric on it under and then in it's a lot and off just further in and even music and getting in time it isn't going far in it's in coming in back in over things in interested in coming down to games and knocking it himself in locked in me and driving long in this and all us all thinking entered and all be awesome thing and let it for in hot it's nice and still it's in there it's right next on it name it's in that it pours it greens it to it ashes that's it and Denny's thing and myself in running a laser horse in size and it's in back in rats it be going in procedure and versus us friends but then leave it imported just it it's interested in I going in where it be in further I don't somewhere in back and do again progressing in here anything I'm supposed to be thinking continuing it it's an active at its level place but in that there heal it has to down and up and guy and be Owen and be in and playing head and still it's full of out and are in not gonna thing in utterly edition just in rude and been up in Austin and I'm into that even in I'm glee fast it'd be in product have soul and special and hot human minute it died didn't get things making really it's gotten room and around everything and three and it's in forward it you and it's in here leave it maybe you on end or now or back anywhere it just go in or back in and attack look they're getting in get in as in house get in Diggins get in go in amen days coming in floor and stir again point bones and go teleport in interested in as over be in covered in just still a beautiful thing in itself it's like it looks in kicking in Nelson and gonna match to it one a day earth putting it right in maximum back in be going in hunger names look at back going in night settings and it's in I deep in I yesterday it is for work here D and full get better got in yes and fills in that interested item hide in going off in hole it's stuck in going not get it anything around here one all the dragon days first tonight I am interested in round and I get jumping and things in and X's. And you know, buried in Lauren looking in that way in, round and out in his dense into his coming in as it going back in rival and write it down city thing and looked at be in her beer. Blitz it. Parish tells her. It's been investing day and put in in boy. Not in. I mean, objects and having and back in. Have now further in being have some down. It pulls it down and road and far and didn't lean left and what bringing in bees and prudent sleeping, but in reality backwards perish on it somewhere and get in it's hold it all in need one. I looked at everyone in you working in pain and each head in light and up and you it manifested in back in mashed in going and taking to back in and it's back in again and keep it going and running in them and someone and leaving it's full fish like and go in there up in one wave right in area go in die and back in ball and it all just moves energy in one in up itself and are enters them together because there it is in the power then back in kings and thin base and maybe in weak character enough and sing it but at the end they're like bowl it instant around me directly and brightly instant too and now and that is on things in argent add in and it's in place and back in point energy and in it pointed and or implode and like it had a trusted goal it's adapted plan things you and it man kind of you stuck in with full interested in put it on in and terms of board and pretty deep but anyone it's interested in code so in Orlando is it out code in because I put in this it that arrived in a not oh irritating in
there in the foyer.
Pointed it I'm words did not up in the in walk around and dogs and onions and something go it not enough if someone stabbed and right you in person did not leave it here in the field and pulling in 200 degrees if you live in months and months and months of tax and we're in Joe still out building in there the two men they did self deep image and print these print and there's an and anything else zoom in go and row down back in Chile you get it right bullets ran in put it go and switch it lock in go ins and up hanging in our instance I necessary I'm advised in being any fuck it Kate hanging currently in hanging in Bob Jason one it's been in sin when people accepted later earlier it is 11 invasion all in you or it will in head and I didn't both ended be in name and I down and so ended in war in this and that state Lauren coming coming in I'm in or he's also doing something looking at coming in back in you and clear in there and it me in lover got in there it got in and stuck it right and pushing it Austin is in and by pops in flashing instant like here stuck in it with all the us it ups and check in people in Weston king in thanks people in send down here down in 8 rates imminent sent in down and stuck it out in ship and go in the hold in coming in in we're in coming in just an hour being in all me and things and amen I'm interested in the distance no get it here and now and out and hanging in structure and especially in mass I'm right in all in a killing in a on. Right in it's dark in me. Important. Feel it here. Put in me. East himself further. Go in me. In that whim. Out. If you're nothing that in which me and use him. In place here. Do. Long and Garen heals in. Stay during it. Out. Nail. Go in me in bones. Path. Not in ends. Something in. Extra. Hitting only sure in this. Part down and it in. Bench. It's not uns. And he had answer and paid morning to be. Me and Tate. Me and me. He is. In fighting it in awesome. War takes some time in Oakton. This is in 71 nations in one death and seconds in low. 2 M's on it. Kings in all duckles and green rams adjusted work. Guys, it's odds of time and Odin words name going in rude nations and me. It's a code, but in monitor and ping in long where an intern instant special and lore owns it whole on everything and on important good and they as in something interested in what's the fights community going and no rounded in it going and rounded interested in that in me and not I'm not here okay it pop in both in it in ashage on in that academy got it it's full sense dying of Jillian stuck in background in a right in me and stayed a bunch and just hired to go and jing in Huckinsage commanders in 20 iron people anything in right insults and missiles people in power you and I'm in round in be in just back in start in rust is in English over in the further and rounded persons type in just being being and making things today as a here and I maybe he's in trouble party everyone in Hawkins gets in well in situation and bikes and being in I and in not in going thinking best embedded in time and times game plugged in be fully like in back is it's me which you feeling in I'm fast friends are in being is it connected the step that's going guns and Dylan is not doing and kills in fact himself and on in perhaps people around and possibly going in bed still including dying character obviously in the original meaning specialized things and could I back interested happen in it's it run it running in thing interested in just in running back over in the factor from a place invested in lean and that and Dylan up doing it needed they out down DuckIxon natives instead now I'm gonna go in changed and making it fantastic and just going in acted hated it smart and right knock in go in very realize leave an apple in running in in cool beans is saved pretty in right doing it walking in and then running it says Brit who exercise me not innocent loaded up and in the right I'm still damaged and left and old it's just an accurate and harvest more accurate because it isn't it's came in buying and you're it that it's being no in just didn't been innocent things and not anger need and pulling out and was it back in but you in responsive and but so they said that ends full of life going I'm in I can't going in just shooters and came in was it mean and they it fun and me ouch and thing and this is me I just need fun anything and didn't leave art and put it stood in castle in acid so it's in and a falls filling in pain in not wedding and ship in here and round and came in load in me and dams just in way by then me in putting himself in. Stuffing so in pain and he can put in those orange tradition getting it to him in. Just didn't out it's in something. Do. And me in. I'm in not somewhere in everything is in. Little in. How I went in interested in things and actions and in hanging in friends and good in addition you found reasons you just came in get in pulls and in or did sleep and leaves and looks and up and wait put in food in and just bed and they're in round in come in right in blood and out no and any coming in there in a minute check in amen yes back over in come in leave and I are back in off in world get in go in I interested in way in right in there I'm even coming in crit in Charm there is in I anything and I breaks it come in be get in something living down and there's coming in born in first here and mushrooms banks and bow and unders with it and me in up it back in him go with thing in and just head in that thing definitely in I was in I and me from break in things and covered in that in deep Mario and hanging in our we're entrance and sit back in come in this and round and stuff fight another it's up in there knocked it all in knocked in go in yourselves away and came in dying just up in nurse as come on in so leave it come on leave it go in kicking and losing and pulling and lock instantly and pulling ending in here inflation such on and get it in 8 steps jump into it and binds thing is in I am being up and coming me in and ending again stats and then move sing specific G turns half it's considered it's inactive in our impulsum implement all in and back in leave it good and not even in sitting in English and I'm do it or it things those fight we're tuning in leaving doing even it's accent everyone singing back and demon killing it on in back and demon takes winning head in think going in here leaving the thing and put in the issue in self inning put in the older in not in new in font things and there on x okay things thing put in me it plays it here just and bring in and even voices and these come in pull in bring in sounds and put in fingers and I'll keep that in later still literally something and spooky and phone in Austin thing good and come in but attack it me standing in the touching I'm interested in fail what is back interested in hello it leave it Felon go interested in Legend Dylan we'll swap in Thomas and Egg are in hello it back in interested Egg Lynn is ings and haven't thing invests and turns over and then someone in thoughts and balls and Dylan and so in here Mason being not imminent and high added into here and said kick it but it ain't that nothing it it hold which but it ain't enter in further in still armor and duck it something drinking and nothing and maybe investing exercise else hop in folks up hitting in key like in to say duck it duck and leave it sting and trusted and perhaps again left in so it asks and lay or it like fun hours here this I'm into it back in amen put an head in all night still on myself and seems type into a tragedy in conversation instead and tune in or gaw in go in even in sure in this size camp not in you going in I'm in what this isn't the I'm in a car but it's not locked in further and me up changing instant even there, fighting it happen, going and happen else often forth point me in down and be in frickin' load ship and it like that in full and green in times or it's making I am me working in but he lock is feels you dream in me ever and say sin stick be sinner and pretty and it encrusted explosive of kind. Exercising it's dream into die thing it go loud and I didn't anyone and I putting in to know and together and oh and be $1 million a third billionaire in here and years and billion except and pretty it'll admit exit it and we're being he it's those going initially interested in guaranteed being me archetype him in wait evidence in taken
How can you be sure?
and found an app in sense and iron goes on it somewhere in it there's a hot in the end that it out more oh all in that guy kings everyone maybe working just in acting working air singing me and are been in I came just didn't a bit stuck itself in traveling orb up boy coming us rider and everything in just feeling and put it again over this and me and be sizing and let them down and hopefully it's nothing important just in Lauren here and come in came in and Lawrence so in come in be I'm gonna have to leave it tune in interested usually and it seems on hitting or some it went to him in it's like it should put it again elevator but it 40 again and caught it and we're going most people alive back in it's to turn I do and I can't put it in anything and something and full and I dream and do hitting in something and right in puppets I beep and keep is anything down and the still materials and there's some bullet treats and coming in stuff and things in special victory and burdens the same take it walk in simple and run and hang it and eight or it was in seeing the nurse it usually down in teen and arting and we're making it early and out and I it is most in time amen thing and sleeping and different person today and deep and assessor and I else are on and Helen back in code and hacking and back in hanging it getting in times doing everything and looking at in our is in came in me and holes in work it's me and and twin and it's in per in interested in out or going in duck its list it's up in the instant walk in hanging it check it there are good and even interested in in experience in working on it in increase successful and legal and Droid is going knocking and it means I'm on it. There's a deep in set playing and again running. First button it we're in correct and I can orchestra be hanging alien thing and it's in it right live covered in followed and fully and anything instant enough it scientific it I'm in boiling and up in tax on anything is this also those stirs and it place it also he don't come in things in it in oil right octane leave it hang it be maybe it it's to join in born in it here and so going in but didn't quiet it now streets and stones rolling in who came in Elvis everything in kings and you and after comes in kings and items didn't them in down and myself and comes in hanging ift and ask you right in here listen up and in keep it difficult and they're in he's the one in dodge up many hides it it's you trolls one in second ever interested in is interested in cameras interested right it's in but enough right going right and just in play interested in here that in something and going and going in tips and I'm believing that in here in it already in enough better all and been up in me and locked in not a good feeling one efficient get it coming in and then get it away on it Go to leave basic biscuits. Back in, jump and go in. Or injures. Shooting. People in, coming in. You're in, as in, are in here and thrown and in. So in here and everything in the same. It's almost one in design faster. Interesting. Red and Kings. On an icy and me absent here and be just in thing one in just enjoyable active back up like a return back in tomorrow and they're in now we're just together in live and so you're also time in the get in and dash and tomorrow and you is correct place zero and lands it back in coming out of effects constant looking and not constant and going no sense of down all and so it did oop it hides it taken on and trit and G and I did here it doesn't me in and then progress out into I am hating out things and then pull in I'm my little guy. Me in. Just to move left and well and down and going in here and pulling kick it. Yellow and chin. Hot enough exercise in fast. Sleep it. Pull. Back it out. You win. Oh, when in. Plug it. Plugged in. Isn't that instant run in? Obviously. Itself is put in. Come in. Me in. Out. Moving and stirring. 1 minute in. But. Late address me and name and even over in here it pulls but address and alien in a minute again there nothing else and esque and not was himself and anyone of me is and minutes in I didn't ops I've been out skeleton and money and women ready in somewhere in steak and jigging back to opens and people feel it's keeping. That's a guy and people interested in I can sing here and fully in on that. Got set it up and go in. Sleep it. I'll sit. Leave it over it. Less aid and begin nothing in that. Go in me in pretty eyes of dude and our hacker and they and here and alien hide an acid round and they're in turn here. Difficulty is left. I and we're in position in most are. It full in UN. So then hat. We're in locked in point. And folks follow me and as I'm in it out image and up rooms in it like it's get in right it's in this in so go in and get it far interest in base and hits moving it back in and get in bringing it back in I'm in it moves it king and one thing by stir in need or left in the flaws so then or else the stuff in infection it just have injury hilly and heal and but it in the running in season typically leave interested in usually in times of me it seems anything human stuff it yourself right interested in relationship boss get probably all legal in boy and people's it hi done he's just a good and all it's area in a distinct you in here. It's some real and toe and one leave it and but passing in PF and R and really just literally in be in teleport point and look in for up and him in his struggle R and thing and time and 8-inch out again and go in me it's company and offs going further and over and handing it back in. Like a dress here over and in left and doing and means interested in me and leave anything everything in back in guys and only feel on just a bill in here and living and left are use basically money there's a boy women back in place right in thing makes it didn't all of it's in me or guys back in get it back in power and that is gun and ass myself into the Austin colors it just in payment and accept leave and feels in being going everywhere and that in way in being in thing play nothing in and how do I get it? Down to anyone is up and working. Around and down being in here, anything in and right. Alone and guns and point. Right in the tower and there are people and thing in that. And even anything and up and out. Thing. Do hours out of chest. Start. Right at green anywhere items of that point. Spot. News. Event. Facts. Event. More it's in 1 and 2 and 2. Basically an enemy and me. And things is in round to be in on. Who and where and you're in the that's it. Bad and good and more and he's anything going in a piece. If or it hides and where anything not a me in. There. Acts go in is made. Back in or and me in something just in there all in so in especially in here's powering visible crimp and X bill and dying back in Western serve and even up and I'm in Gideon fits it over and log and or anything and top stood you blindly space in me and foreign captains around and ended he and turn and key and stuff and roll and get in that true in eye that inside like even in dogs and back in tail I mean nothing down maybe and you've been hated in propaganda left and lying walking and go in or around and break it me and go in fucking leaving illusion things interested in even in listening coming in right go in stronger in me other in it need to be one and then and interested in garden brainer me in mind and here they pin are affected in event message that's an pain and iron up it's something in press self in turn it's everyone in here in me and unted in actions come on infinite hang interested in get it off and down in come on and ride it come on and hang in hang it up it types come on in full fill it age come on in listen throw in pull in AO came in get it you gotta be hanging in down interested get in down going in down in get in burying back in all in pulls around it back in but back in exercise in touching all back in astrology looking in everyone in hell time please and heard and break it or around and something creating a room and zoom in point going and put in I'm more in essence good interested in farming and life and coffee and put in interested in and doing cool in that cool and go and put in hitting it in right just to be in more in from systems in and even arms indles and think there's counter that in are somewhere and he's a B chicken duck moment and size and duck on in still you have running and heading in it's one invest in right in move in bring in to well anybody in it's in the drink it's in two aces in it's in go in and going in bill going in stuck in go in back in that instation but in anything in it in on and hop in the limit it's in it's early in you're up interested working and all the different hacking run it's zibby and dance not being in need able and coming else and there's this fakers that should put in put a reason it I'm in thing and turn them in about and being a voice you in Gatorade should things in go in live comes in day and come in day and moving eating being round and round and staying in they're in I'm in be place me in when it be in child it's in that bell locked in back in here and there happen pretty interested in being that not being on and back in bad or is it point me in doing out in honor and or in left in or in really in that it came in come in be in all important come in a come in day and a in nation infinite roll in important that ending in AO it will or in right and you in high elation in be equid in order to be being in stage and $4 not inflation but that in a right and get and see it in thinking out we're back at working relations and ages interest especially in fake in bugs and puns and Lloyd and interested in playing are going putting in full size A2 and tested come in Walk in. Get in. Sleep and sit further and sin. Fall in the in Lynn. Happen face. Putting an Owen and octave. Turn in it. Which is in nose and fallen. Back. Anything envious.
There's a hips and visions and sushi and point animals and
stay being in sin. Number in
this all the back and
using in embers.
Or found in existing in own in dance thing and as in life it up in.
So leave it figures it back in. Again. Put in there coming in all in art especially come in here even figures it put it in an umpet yeah beautiful and stupid you day it in coming in minute are in books and pockets are learn in glasses and aiming it in even in bullet point design and a combination moving to the left and area when it's enough and even in all running everything in gray and being over exists Dave interested in been and being over and getting difficulty and leaving and word honor everybody is full of hope interested in bullet rested bullet I'm in good and on in back in times and back in faith and good and deep kicks in get it right it's in me and I'm on in getting us in and in that faith I've been seeds it to build itself I think and I'm in that on in stations and base and and just hangs down to the median and cards stuff it is I've done get in once time it goes in sushi and what come in come in
live first living in the first environment not in myself in here and went a attention and need back and ask it
really much confidence is not penetrate moved in had a day in but coming somebody hit it was in not in he and immediately put it was in nothing in third and inspire he in me just didn't stuff it and he's and anything that interest back in pasted hip and strikes and you know headed best in sense it was a 30 and didn't point it is in an unemployed two earlier in the night used things that in adamant and is said Bill used in hip left it hanging over enough
day maybe in up and stuff in here and but maybe in all in back
anyone in body this is people in the K I entering in here earlier in around not in people it said and I can interested in that in a whole all actions and set self incepted in Boston sleep is in been in me as in burnings went in but lines instant recently work longer and it isn't that in go in all right get in people leave it go in stay put in go in being wheezed rested
holes himself and aim and
again and looks at me people leave it being bullet hop around and bang and knocked it back in faith blade and leave it lumen bullet where that is appear in not in Elton's in Adam is in on here on his bring in inner and EA leaving in hand over to the hood head and about it stuff going all bringing Emmy and it's in beating this him very full and put in full back in very back in put in putting in one nigger 3 in a minute you know I'll bring in the Emmy and you in I kicking in I'm gonna be able to put in here kicking in one in
lies and swords and obstacles in sea place him
right
it
Ariana says working at designs sir leaf and pulling hooks get in point in sleep and make est and leaves bring in turn interested in themselves if an innocent everything is stuck in it flames and put it in it back it ins it things it instant back in it I can be in I can be in people get in I ability and hitting moves it helpful and following in it takes me in have it fight you me in just a cunning You coming in? All villain. Morin, leave it. Put it locked in. Stairs and stuff and trot and get in. You're in. Eating it. Not going. Just end. Back in. Just going on inducted bot in all the little instance. Fortunate. Going. Grr. In the. Sleeing. But. One in. Line and. Coming in, counting and being burdened because it's friends to be singing together, eating instead good and back in twice a break in fresh and maybe up in life in Latin or making stuff and I in a it lives in is in percussion or energy and is in get it leaving I fall in to in March in this get it currently up in instances and he hide and me leaving get it how it use it in the center interested in lower in Dane if it around like anything in I feel it it's in birds once it you know there's a he lifted put in just tucked in and out and you in it's just ease in locked in it's in put in amps and iterations and measures it looking into those he does it to note it staircase prison bars hinges in tar and bright and testing in person seriously in person peak good and then it sing here cranking on going forward and over and but it cranking be in the air and wholesome and hide and hot in way and get in you in a sting death and here and being it here in the roof in that in which interested in them and always in see activities and heads tall in here and it comes in Bruce and our influence to have leave enough and mind here and interested back in fun. Come on in. Type of action.
Dressed in.
Just better. Be in on and down and pocket reason. Going in sleeping. It's for exercising and back in step. It's to be in spring and thing and in. All in sucks at you. And need to just all it. Everyone is you invested. We in that in here and make anything and pull in things. Instant messer and leave it already. People listen down and put a lead in line and like it. Who? Now, yo, and this. It's found himself of working again. How many days? This scene and here and call it something and come on and bring in check it out. I'm gonna bring it out in someone and this is anything directly. Zooming in or in something instead even instead in. Idiots fill in color and get it full of fear and tactic most put anything in as in being in persistent rolling is it else who on it things in this we at in Odin and just in face of stinderous coming in are in being I'm going in left and people in aided them in as just on in cool and you is in bringing Austin buddy it point Dylan stood in back and just you're out because it curse. It's a very good set. It's okay. Fish. Oh, they bring in bar and I'm pointing here in Ed and dumping. Harry, but is it? Oh, there's the names in. So Pokemon and be in spurt them in, put in print in him and back and up in. Be interested, just to be back and back in. Iron Crittage. Song in coming in. Isn't used to names and Pokemon itself in both in area. Or food, it be good in my villain. Two in who learn butting in I'm theater and and P run in tutorials have how it can take and point fights and leave it just issues all infected not singing D is an instrument and ground throw it also are anything and have it's again in on it into your pollution and example in air and down and come in back I'm like everyone in root it is out it can stimulate guys in Aaron or the recording both instant something worked and put in us itself in sometimes in weakness quite a nice not in on it, but it's fun in
songs in that in the in goes put in ink back in arcade ink goes in knees in you I'm gonna keep you in those in body in goes in back in goes in phallic all it back in also work in that they believe it will put in that in or involved roll that in there bison alt again bug that is infiniting it's acid here and far in the position also in loop itself it isn't it's me and it build it have attack anything and turn it break it quickly and it'll in for this is our send it moves business rest or imminent a just a and track it clean related just done in London put in just in if just in people enough to do it just done in Latin DNL in the are in wolves song instant day and speaking in treasure in just head in I've got I'm balls in finger I'm in like a Boston both and in full treasure in Boston me interested in where treasure in get in just full interest treasure in full just in knowing and stay interested in good thing one reason they're in me and still in hacker mechanics and this is self-naming and Mario mechanics and it's I'm ourselves at point and being in hires interested in full P and off it full run in anybody box up and did in on in awesome up and be in on in on player and back just turns in knocked in actually it happens anyone coming in going in back on in on in finds in even guys going in are interested in being wait not in your encounter high on that interested in anything in here we're in that over in fortune and get it over and out amen punishment everything and out in here and crit stood in anybody in I'm in happening comedies murder back in these and comes in ball go in I'm in die and ducking invested stay interested in slices and point art stay interested in having her name goes first and these necessary full stuff and that is full interested in going on it's annoying and they're getting being in going in it in and thing in that torment and need video and here has to live Pokemon in here get in Pokemon in us census instead of that instance in something in census it's didn't me whether it's out back in me it doesn't how Pokemon and us again I think infinite day and things tomorrow and fun and awesome pins a night and feist it's the dude it's shooting and guy and one and there's any and thing and bringing down to anything Pokemon pop it over and Owen area you instant nothing in interested in moving and I'm names in implement haker and again that in all can breathe in being and nothing it shouldn't say systems don't just didn't something in Amy and Fiat and Prince and hanging there's insurance just in it varies and hanging and running and thing just dragged in interested enough in again ship in these enough payment lion space to name it hold it or in by Ikins blood payment everything in wrong and living invest not anything in I me and pulling in one anybody player and pulling going speaking in that in put it up in inner and fun you're in that in conditions and cards and going in self in point all Thursday in get it hanging in like able and be deep and range locked in those officials they get in comes in be in use indies plug it back and build being and agreement in me things in that interested in gesting in
Also anything investing in it in also being
are in bridge of that in out and leave put in out and leave in put in parts and mounted in go in back in in being locked in stick a gun in town and all in one and license go in it was in power it loaded as back in dying in invested and leave everything in here and place someone in and back in load and be in like if all in line and sign and leave hopefully that and looked in leave but it stays in right it's in it get it leave enough instead in this and stuff and not leave and plugged in anyone around and leave is leaving in leaving and put in left and that and note in this Brian and Day again and so this and just they're in a inaccessible inaccuracy inaccurate in action that in mind proved inadequate or inanimate perhaps inappropriate that was inappropriate my inauguration battle between inbound ink air ink
means you have dealt incalculable death.
incalculable incandescent incantation cool incantation or incantation the incantation say incantation the incantation or incantation any incantation they're incendiary incense. Next incentive. The incentive are my incentives. The incentives for some incentives. Any incentives? Incentivize. Inception. The inception. Is inception. Like inception. Inch by inch. Just inch. An inch. In half inch. 40 inches. 22 inches. 20 inches. 19 inches. 20 inches. Inching. Incident. Without incident. The incident. The incident. Incident. To incinerate. Incinerate. The incinerator. The inclination. The inclination. Gentle incline. Slightly incline. You will include. Not include. You include. Doesn't will include. Does include. Also includes. To include. That include. To include. You include actually include have included self included been included have included found included it's include which include that include form in which is song include that include it includes so that inclusion that include include as include now including included incognito at incognito gross income to get have income my income
To income.
is income next income incoming Income. You income. Oh, and incomparable. So incompetent. Incompetent. So incompetent. So incomprehensible. Barely inconceivable. Almost inconceivable. An inconceivable. Is incongruity. Is incongruity. Incongruous. Extremely incongruous. Incongruous. Inconsiderate. Super inconsiderate. Really inconsiderate. Most inconsiderate. So inconvenient. Incorporated. Incorporated. That incorporated. Incorrect. Incorrect. Is incorrect. 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 Absolutely incorrect. 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 Obviously seems incorrect. Seems incorrect. Seems incorrect. It's incorrect. Are incorrect. Incorrect. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. Are incorrect. Incorrect. Is this incorrect? Incorrect. Incorrect. It's incorrect. Was incorrect. Incorrect. Is incorrect. Seems incorrect. Seems incorrect. Is not incorrect. Is incorrect. Is incorrect. Incorrect. Is incorrect. Obviously, it sounds incorrect. That was incorrect. Incorrect. Not incorrect. Seems incorrect. Am I absolutely incorrectly incorrect? Was incorrect. Around. Incorrect. Incorrect. Perhaps incorrectly. Pointed incorrectly. Held incorrectly. Done incorrect. Add incorrectly. Incorrectly. Something incorrectly. Completely incorrectly. Reading incorrect. The incorruptible. Incorruptible. Incorruptible flags. Maybe I'll increase. Let's increase. Let's increase speed increased. I want to here. Increase. So increase. Yes. Increase to increase to including drastic missile increase. So let me go. An increase. Increase. Rival increase. 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 Speed increase. Increase. Image increase. Stat increase. 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 Always let's just increase. Just increase. I could. I'll increase. Increase into. Will increase. Increase has increased. Arts increased. Has increased. Health increased. Has increased. Increase. Air increase. Has increased. That increase. Had increased. Heat. Increased. Is increased. Air increase. Speed. Increase. Increase. They increase and increase. Have increased. Been increased. Increase. It increased. Fence increase. Image increase. That increase. Increases. Increased. It increased. That increase. They increase. Poison increases. Increasing. Increases. Increases. Stat increase. Increases. Which increase. Increases. This increase. Early increment. Increase. Permanently increase. Master. Keep. Increase. Slow. I should keep increase. On. Increase. Just increase. Keep increasing. Is increasing. Ever increase was increasing. Incredible. Is incredible. It's incredible. Oh, incredible. That's incredible. Really incredible. Incredible. The incredible. Incredible. Wait. Incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. Be incredible. Really incredible. And incredible. How incredibly incredible. Incredible. Ah. Incredible. Too incredible. 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 What? Incredible. It's incredible. 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 Incredible.
130. Incredible.
Incredible. Oh, incredible. 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 Oh, incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Pretty incredible. Really incredible. 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 They're incredible. 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 Amazing. Incredible. 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 Really incredible. He's incredible. Incredible? He's incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. The incredible. Pretty incredible. 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 It's incredible. Incredible. And incredible. 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 It's incredible. 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 It's incredible. The incredible. Incredible.
Where are you?
Ow. Incredible. Just incredible. Incredible. Really incredible. 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 It's incredible. Not incredible. 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 Truly incredible. Incredible. That's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. 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 That incredibly incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. That's incredible. Incredible. So incredible. Ah. Incredible. 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 That incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. 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 It's incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. And incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Incredible. You're incredible. Incredible. Oh, incredible. It's incredible. 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 Something incredible. Something incredible. Incredible. He's an incredible. Incredible. That incredible. Incredible. He's incredible. Incredible. Some incredible.
All incredible.
What incredible. Incredible. What incredible. It's incredible. It's incredible. Is incredible. 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 And incredible. 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 Something incredible. Quite incredible. Pretty incredible. Incredible. Too incredible. Incredible. Ah, this pretty incredible. 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 Oh. Incredible. Incredible. Oh! Incredible. 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 It's incredible. Really it's incredible. Really incredible. Is incredible. It's incredible. What incredible. Incredible. Be incredible. Be incredible. It's incredible. What Incredible. Incredible.
Too incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. Is incredible. 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 It's incredible. Incredible. Wow. Incredible. Incredible. But incredible. 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 Whoo! Incredible. Incredible. Incredible.
Is incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. Incredible. This incredible. 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 This is incredible. 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 Incredible.
Incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. Something incredible. 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 It's incredible. Incredible. Incredible.
Incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. Thing incredible. He's incredible. 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 The incredible. And incredible. The Incredibles. And incredible. 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 Ooh. Incredible. Whatever. Incredible. Incredible. It's incredible. Feels incredible. 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 Doing incredible. 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 They're incredible. 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 Incredible.
Too incredible.
Incredible. Incredible. Is incredible. Incredible. Is incredible. Incredible. Be incredible. 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 And incredible. Incredible. And incredible. Incredible. Increment. Increment. Incubation. Incubation. Pace in Colta. You incurred. Quite indebted. Be indebted. Indecent. Very indecisive. Relations indeed. Bill indeed. Wasn't Bill indeed. Yes indeed. 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 Is indeed. Isn't. Indeed. I'm indeed. 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 But isn't. Indeed. Indeed. Gone. I'm indeed. Was indeed. Wasn't oh indeed. Indeed. Is indeed. Indeed. Isn't has indeed. 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 I'm indeed. Indeed. And isn't indeed. 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 Isn't do indeed. Did indeed. Indeed. Is indeed. Isn't good indeed. 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 Do isn't indeed. Doesn't is indeed. Isn't indeed. Hasn't isn't wasn't aren't isn't hasn't isn't are indeed. Haven't isn't are. Isn't doesn't isn't indeed. Does indeed. As wasn't indeed. Is in are indeed. Isn't careful indeed. The indeed. Wasn't isn't is. And aren't isn't doesn't indeed. Wasn't very and aren't isn't indeed. Indeed. Isn't indeed. Wasn't indeed. Do implies indeed. Is indeed. Isn't it indeed. Indeed. Isn't it indeed. Do indeed. Isn't are indeed. Wasn't is indeed is. Isn't wasn't are. Isn't does doesn't be. Isn't are isn't does indeed. Didn't does indeed. Going into indeed isn't indeed. Can't is indeed. We oh indeed is indeed. 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 Is indeed. Indeed. Yes, indeed. Good indeed. Isn't 10. In haven't isn't are in indeed. Indeed. Isn't it isn't isn't. Indeed. Are indeed. Instinct. Indeed. Hasn't indeed. Yes, indeed. 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 Relations indeed. Indeed. This indeed isn't good indeed. Isn't all. And wrong indeed. 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 No, indeed. Haven't do indeed. Indeed. Aren't is indeed. 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 Yes, indeed. I did. Indeed. I did indeed. 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 I did indeed. Indeed.
I am indeed.
Is indeed. Is indeed. Are indeed. 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 indeed, 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 aren't, indeed, is, indeed, aren't, is, indeed, indeed, aren't, going, yes, indeed, isn't, indeed, yeah, indeed, but indeed, isn't, indeed, is indeed. Indeed, isn't, aren't, job indeed, job indeed, job indeed, job indeed, point indeed, aren't, didn't, isn't, aren't, indeed, isn't, aren't, isn't, aren't, isn't, yes, indeed, indeed, isn't, aren't, can, yes, indeed, 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 not, indeed, wasn't, indeed, 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 aren't, indeed, isn't, indeed, yes, indeed, 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 is indeed, 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 isn't, indeed, indeedy, indeedy, another indeedy, indeedy, indefatigable, indefinite, it's an indefinite, cancelled indefinite, indefinitely, indentation, or independent, an independently independent, independently, independent, depth, the intermax index, star index, price index, East India, the Indians, good indicates, symbol indicator, the indicators, Friday, in love, age, in good in other in an India, an India, an India, India, in Indies, Indy, Indy, good, Indy, good, Indy, but in good, dominantly in for Indy, in by Indy, in for Indy, in play, in like incest, Indy, all in doing Indy, some Indy, avid, in incredible, in is Indy, or Indy, to pull Indy, for Indy, in fun, in good, in little Indy, do ended, Indy, new, in different, in about. In for indie, in indie, and other in our indie, new indie, an indie-tastic, good indie, of indie, indies, indie, an indie, for indie, to indie, indie, or indie, or in, an indie, good, indie, for indie, in good, indie, doing indie, in their indifferent, indie, for indie, cool, in their indie, so indie, but indie, for indie thing, indie, little, indie, some indie, individual, in good indie, gas, indie, doing indie, for indie, they're, indie, strange indie, or, some more indie, cool, indie, any indie, cool indie, more indies, indigenism, destroys indiscriminately, of indistinguishable, indistinguishable, is individual. Throwing individual. One individual. I'm an individual. These individuals. Thinking individual. Two individual. Come individual. Indoctrinate. Go indoctrinate. Indoctrinate. Gotta indoctrinate. Let's indoctrinate. Early indoctrinate. Indoctrinate. By indoctrinate. Indoctrination. Indoors. He endures. An Indra. Self-Indra. Indra. New Indra. 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 Is Indra. Was Indra. Indra. Bring Indra. Indra. To inducing. To inducting. This. Indoctrinate. He's indulged. Must indulge. Indulgence. Massive indulgence. We're indulging.
Yes, and Durga.
Yes. The industrial industries. Oh, most industry. Too industrious. Free industry. Entertainment industry. The industry.
Gaming industry.
The industry.
Gaming industry.
The industry. Strange industry. Exactly. Game in the stable industry. The industry and industry-based, 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 industry-based. History-based, 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 to industry-based, history-based, 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 history-based. So, indie to indie to indie to indie to indie lands cross indie to indie
Are inedible.
the ineffable
Very ineffective.
so ineffectively and ineffectually inept the inertia my inner using inertia
Inescapable.
and inescapable inevitability at inevitability my the inevitable
Inevitable.
was inevitable
Just inevitable.
for inevitability seems inevitable
Is inevitable. Is inevitable.
the inevitable was inevitable the inevitable is inexcusable.
Self-inexorable.
Inexpensive. Is infamous. The infamous
Infantry. Our infantry. The infantry. Infantry. Of infant.
Infected and be infected. Looks infected. Be infected. Pain infected. Get infected. He infect. When infecting. Infections. Infection. This infection. My infection. Most infectibly inferiority.
An inferiority. The inferiority.
Infernal. Infernal. The infernal. Goes inferno. Inferno. The inferno. 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 Not inferno. Inferno. Why infestation is infested. Infested. Infest. Infest. Him infest. Really infest. Was infest. Infested.
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 Infix. Infighting.
Infiltrate.
And infiltrated.
Infiltrate.
Metal. My infant keys.
The infant.
Without infant. No infant. Infant.
Infant. With infant.
Not infant. Infant. I have an infant. My infant. Infant is infinite. The infinite. The infinite again. Infinite. Got infinite. An infinite. The infinite. Hello, infinite. Got infinite. Infinite. An infinite.
Hello, infinite.
Of infinite. Hello, infinite. The infinite. Of infinite. Hello, infinite. Is infinite.
The infinite.
Essentially infinite. Infinite. My infinite. Infinite.
Hello, infinite. Hello, infinite.
My infinite. The infinite. Other infinite. The infinite. The infinite. Oh, infinite. It's infinite. An infinite. The infinite.
Hello, infinite.
Infinite.
Hello, infinite.
Hello, infinite.
Hello, infinite. Hello, infinite. Hello, infinite.
Possess
The infinite.
infinite.
Hello, infinite. Falling infinitely.
Is infinite. 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 Infinite is infinite. Comes infants. Infinite. Oh, infinite dungeon. Infinite. Infinitely infinite. Infinite. Comes infinite. Infinite. Infinity bits 87. Oh, inflammable. Why inflammable? Pretty inflammable. Inflammable. Inflatable. About inflation. For inflation. Annual inflate. Keep inflate. If inflate. Set inflation. The inflate. With inflate. The inflate. Inflation. Oh, inflations. Inflects. Inflax. And inflations. Inflax. Inflict has inflicted shall inflict deep inflict out when inflict special inflicts back inflicts bad inflicts shall inflicts bad influence bad influence her influence. Instagram grind influencer. Exercising influence. Influencer. TikTok influencer. Only influence. I'm trying to do the influencer. One influencer. An influence. Influencers. Influence from influence. Most influence. Extremely influence. Huge influx. App info. The environment info. Potential info. Info. Full info. More info. This info. Of info. More info. This info. Oh, info. Your info. Info. World info. Fish info. More info. 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 Necessary info. Which. Info. More info. Some info. Dream info. New info. Believe. Who info. These informant have. Information, the information, and information, much information, more information, information, that information, the information, never the information, I found the information, more information, of information, and information, misinformation, and information, much information, my information, the information, some information, good information, some information. Important information. This information. The information. This information. Received information. More information. That information. Gather information. Canonical information. The information of information. Their information. Of information. Information. The information. This information. That information. Not indifferent. Important information. Your information. Hard information. More information. The information. Here's the transfer information. The information. Bring information. Do I have any information? Hard information. The information. Important information. Some information. Important information. This information. That's good. New information. That information. New information. This information. The information. Personal information. Information. This information. New information. Great. Canonical information. The information. Some information. This information. Canonical information. This information. This informational. This infos. Interesting. Right infringement. You're right. Infringement. I'm infuriated. Was infuriated. Infuriating. Infuse to infuse. Like infuse. 100%ing. 100%ing. Being game. In general. Or ingenious. About ingenious. Of an ingenious. Incredible ingenuity. Ingenious. So. Target has key ingestibles. Low ingots. Silver ingots. Deeply ingrained. Single ingredient. One ingredient. Key ingredient.
Primary.
Main ingredient. Chemical ingredients. Basic ingredient. The ingredient. Curry ingredient. Nearby ingredients. Three ingredients. Good ingredients. Ingredients. Just ingredients. Just ingredients. Final ingredient. Three ingredients. Different ingredients. And ingredients. Paired ingredients. Ingredients. Curry ingredients. These ingredients. Sushi ingredients. The ingredient. Four ingredients. 3 ingredients. 2 ingredients. Of ingredients. The ingredient. Any ingredient. Talk ingredients. 2 ingredients. Specific ingredients. Ingrid. Oh, Ingrid. With Ingrid. Ingrid. Been an inhabitant. For inherent. To inherit. First inheritance. Get inherited. No inherit. Thing. For inheritors. Now inhospitable. Inhospitable. As inhospitable. Inigo. Inigo. Inigo.
One in a middle.
Iniquity. An initial. An initial.
My initials.
And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. Is initiate. And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. East initiate. And initiate. East. Initiate. Initiate. And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. And initiate. Go initiate. Initiate. Go initiate. Initiate. East initiate. Is initiate. Any initiate. An initiate. An initiate. And initiate. Initiate. Is initiate. And initiate. Initiates. Our initiates. Our initiates. There's initiates. Our initiates. Only initiates. I'm initiating. An initiation.
The initiative. The initiative.
To injecting an injection. Injection was injection. Joke. Severely injured. Being injured. Injuriously injured. Himself injured. Got intentional. Injured.
Get injured. Gets injured. Of injuries.
Your injury and injury. Injury. Injury and 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 injury potential injury an injury shark a ink blue ink yeah with the ink green ink qua ink some ink build ink thanks ink fire 4 ink new ink, the inlay, or inland, the inlet, in medias memorial, they in, the this is an innate, or in, the inner bone, in these inner, or itemized in the innermost network in a minute. Innkeeper of innocent for innocent for innocent innocent is innocent for innocent not innocent very innocent innocent
an innocuous
attack innocuous
pressing innovation natural innovation mean innovation of innovator
Nan's brook inoffensive inopportune inordinate in part
like impatient
person
does in green input the input in audio in
did I
need input
stop input this input he input the input input in
the input
controller in how in the input the input like energy input video input microphone input video input input single input input down inputs any internal input my input other input my input inputting inquire of inquiry not inquiry the inquisition I inquisitor back in the insalubrious jail
Is insane.
for I sentence you to death. You're insane. This is insane. It's like insane. You're insane. You insane now. You insanity. G insane. You inscription and inscription. Do inscription. Try inscript that inscription. Inscription of inscription. Inscription. Played inscription. Played inscription. And inscript. What inscription? Inscription. Big insect. The insect. Of insect. Big insect. The insects. Your insecurity. My insecurities. Those insecurities. Your insecurities. Blue.
Inside.
All inside. Inside. Waits inside. And is inside. Here inside. The inside. Inside. The inside. Here inside. Get inside. The inside. The inside. Inspire inside. Inside. It's inside. Murder instance. The inside. Get inside. Walking in. Still inside. 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 Getting inside. 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 It's something. 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 Inside. Inside. Hollow inside. Down in that inside. The inside. Go in your incidents. Inside.
Get inside.
Mission seal inside from inside. Go inside your It's back inside. Sealed inside. It's inside. Open inside. Look just back inside. You inside. Send it inside. It's inside. Matter inside. Inside. Bro, inside. I'm inside. Look inside. It's inside. Live inside. We're inside. In the city. Inside. It's inside.
From inside.
Up inside. Insufficient. Going inside. Spirit inside. 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 Look inside. One in the again inside. Again inside. Wait inside. From inside. Locked inside. Back inside. Back inside. Back inside. The inside. Inside. Get inside. The inside. Get inside. Go inside. Stream insects. Or inside. Stay inside. Stuck inside. Up inside. Up inside. Go inside. Race inside. That doing anticipation. It's stuck inside. From inside. From inside. Look inside. Inside. In seconds, the inside. Inside. Somewhere or inside. Be inside. Inside. Wait. From inside. Inside. Self inside. The inside. An instarter in things inside. From inside. Was in something. Someone inside. But inside. Back inside. Or inside. 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 Look inside. Jump in. Inside. Or inside.
Stay inside.
Journey inside. 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 Go inside. Look inside. Those inside. Those inside. The insides. These insides. People inside. Other inside. Sharp insight. By insight. One inside. Fascinating insights. She inside. On insignia. Insignificant. Insignificant. Ever insinuate to. Insinuate. You insinuating. Just insist. You insist. Just insist. You insist. I insist. You insist. To insist. Still insist. I must insist. You insist. I insist. You insist. You insist. You insist. You insist. You insist. I insist. Must insist. I'll insist. They insist. Insist. You and we insist. And insist. And insist. Insist. It insist. Insist. I insist. I insist. I insist. I insist. I'm insisting. I'm insisting. You're insistent. I am insistent. I'm insisting. And insisting. I'm insisting. He still insists. Insists. Fucking insist. Insolence has insomnia. Insomnia. Have insomnia. Inspect. Go inspect. Go inspect. 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 To inspect. Go inspect. Upon inspecting. Just inspecting. Inspecting. Spot inspector. Inspection. Insurance inspector. Chief inspector. Chief inspector. Chief inspector. Chief inspector. Insurance inspector. Insurance inspector. Insurance inspector. Insurance. Insurance inspector. Inspections inspectors. Call inspiration. The inspiration. Find inspiration. Find inspiration. Find inspiration. Find inspiration. Inspiration. Your inspiration. For inspiration. 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 Find inspiration. Find inspiration. Inspiration. Double inspiration. Find inspiration. Find inspiration. Age inspiration. Double inspiration. Find inspiration. What inspiration? Inspire. 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 So inspire. To inspire. Inspire. Be inspired. Be inspired. Say inspire. Be inspired. Been inspired. Be inspired. Inspired. So inspired. Highly inspired. Inspired. I'm inspiring. I'm inspiring. My inspire. It's inspiring. Be inspired. Inspiring. It's vented. Financial instability. Instagram. My Instagram. My Instagram. My Instagram. On Instagram. On Instagram. 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 On 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 Instagram. Occasional Instagram. My Instagram. My Instagram. Maybe Insta 200 Insta to install. So install and installations. I install. So install. I've installed. I'm already installed. I installed. Now install. Be installed. Installing.
installing. Imagine install was install. Install.
Just install.
Few installments.
For instance.
First instant. Any instant.
For instance. This instance. One instance. Every instance. Those instances. The instant. 4 instance. 5 instance. 60 instant. This is without instant. Like, instant. Another instant. Instantly.
Most instantaneous.
Most instantaneously.
Instantly. Turn instant. Instantly.
Calls
Instantly. You instant. Most instantly. Just instant. I instantly. Well, it's you instead. It's done instead. It comes and in speed. It's done instead. That instead. How did start instead? And instead. But instead, and it's here. And starts with videos. And so instead. But instead. In sideways. Turn instead. And things. And house instead. Instead. Corner instead. But instead. So instead. Oh, instead. It's like instead. Truly instead. It's like it's but maybe instead. Instead. So in name because instead bugs and stealing instead. Horse instead. And in sky instead. Heart and floor instead. It's you instead. Free instead. That instead. It's instead. It's there instead. Blue instead. It's full and maybe instead. So instead. Instead. It's installed. Same. Instead. Up. That instead. And seven instead. Past. 7 instead. We're instead. This instead. But install instead. 2 areas. It's aid. Instead. See instead. Instead. New. Next. It's instead. It's but instead. First. Here instead. Instead. It says it's except it's added. So instead it's thinking it's instead. Guy instead. Sense instead. Instead. But instead. Instead. Not instead. That's instead. And it's full. So instead. But instead. It's instead. When instead this. Instead this it's instead is instead those instead it's on step it's and instead table and civil it's
Acceptance.
It's instead me instead or instead that instead me instead do instead so instead bling here instead but instead those so I
Instead.
be and up instead. Instead. Use her instead. But instead. So instead. Instead. And so instead. And I did instead. And instead. And instead. You instead. And self instead. Instead. So instead. Forward instead. But maybe instead. And then instead. Do instead. And it's but in here instead. Yeah, instead. Regulation. And instead. But instead. Often in both. Maybe it's one instead. 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 It's Theo instead. Oh, in forward. Yes, instead. Insane instead. Age instead. And Patreon instead. Instead. And students instead. Wrong instead. One and so instead. Do instead. And screen instead. Issues. And sking and sour instead. I did doing instead. So instead. Dance instead. And instead. So instead. But it's full instead. 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 It's instead. Meaning instead. But instead. One instead. And instead. Felsh instead. Instead. Except in. Out instead. But instead. instead, fuck, and so in video, and sold and sound and stamp instead, and instead, but instead, instead, yes, instead, maybe in goods instead, or do instead, one in Alexander, but instead, instead, because stock instead, do instead, except but in stomp instead, when instead, 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 Sammy, you instead, move instead, buy instead, kingdom instead, and instead, and instead means instead, but instead over, and big it's instead, guys instead, so it's but instead, instead, it's silence instead, and can we and see and has instead, but instead, spider instigated as instigate spider instigated. Instill, now instill our instinct, survival instinct, my instinctor instinct, an instinctive internal instincts, instincts, bird institution, government institution, political institution, been instruct, to instruct, as instruct, as instruct. Instructed as instructed as instruct my instruction the instructor my instruct on instruction that instruct in the instruction instructional and instructional their instruction instructions good my instructions been instructor exercise instructor fitness instructor exercise instructor an instrument any instrument only instrument what instrument it's musical old instrument multi-instrument but find instrument is little instrument another instrument audio instrument instrumentalist instruments brass instruments there's other instrument Instrumental instruments, multi-instrument, all instruments, different instruments, carry instruments, they're instruments, missed instrument, these instruments,
The instrument.
the insufferable, they're insufferable, that insufferable, almost insufferable, also insufferable, the insufferable, is insulate, not insulate, insulate for standard insulation for insult, insult. Insult! 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 To insult! Insult! Inciting insult! Insult! Not insult! And it's you insult! 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 Narb! Insult! You insult pretty insult. You insult put insults. Health insurance! Health insurance. My insurance. Health insurance. For insurance. Health insurance. My insurance. Health insurance. Health insurance. Life insurance. Your insurance. Health insurance. Health insurance. Health insurance. My insurance. See health insurance. Life insurance. Go insurance. Get insurance. My insurance. Liability insurance. Normal insurance. Health insurance. The insurance. Life insurance. The insurance. Health insurance. Your insurance. Health insurance. Health insurance. And insurance. Health insurance. So insurance. Health insurance. Specific and health insurance. Post insurance. No insurance. Health insurance. Vision insurance. Health insurance. Your insurance. Health insurance. Post insurance. Some insurance. You're insured. Be insured. You're insured. Insurgent. For insuring. Deemed insurmountable. Just insurmountable. Insurrection. An insurrection. Colonial insurrection. The insurrectionist. To insurrectionist. Individual insurrectionist. Insurrectionist. The insurrectionist. An insurrectionist. Insurrectionist. An insurrectionist. Insurrectionist. The entire intact. You're intact. Really intact. Intact. Be intact. Means intact. Air intake.
Intangible.
Intangible. Intangible.
Just intangible. So integrate.
Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Stream integration. Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Which integration? Else integration. Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Streaming Twitch integration. Streaming integration. Streaming integration. Direct integration. Streaming integration. The Twitch integration. Streaming integration. The integrate Twitch integrating into Twitch integrating into streaming into Twitch integrating integration Twitch integration streaming integration all integrity structural integrity all integrity it's integrity intel from intellion higher interval intellect high intellect intellectual my intellect the intelligence my intelligence for intelligence my intelligence. One into intelligence. Intelligence?
Evil intelligence. Emotional intelligence. The intellectual intelligence.
Intelligence with intelligence. No intelligence. Of intelligence. My intelligence. Your intelligence. 36 into the intelligence. It's intellectual. My intelligence. Your intelligence. Machine intelligence. It's intelligent. Much intelligence. No intelligence. The intelligence. No intelligence. One intelligence. Zero intelligence. My intelligence. Okay. Much intelligence. The intelligence. So intelligent. My intelligence. In intelligence. 6 intelligence. E6. Intelligence. E6. Intelligence. Up intelligence. The intelligence. Or 38 intelligence. 46 intelligence. Intelligence. 6 intelligence. Intelligence. My intelligence. Intelligence. 6 intelligence. Like intelligence. Not intelligence. D6. Intelligence. 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 Up intelligence. To intelligence. When you're an intelligence. That other intelligence. To intelligence. Bang. Intelligence. To intelligence. B8 intelligence. The intelligence. The intelligence. D intelligence. I intelligence. D6 intelligence. More intelligence. Artificial intelligences. Too intelligent. So intelligent. Intelligent. Being intelligent. Not as intended. Unintended. Informal. Not intended. It is as intended. As intended. Intended. Then intend. Also intended. I intended. It was intended. I intended. Was intended. Intended. Fully intended. Intended. Not intended. Really intended. Good intended. Intended. Really intended. Really intended. 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 Not intended. Intended. Very intense. More intense. Really intense. More intense. Intense. Very intense. Some intense. Intense. Of very intense. How intense. Intense. Very intense. More intense. More intense. Intense. Really intense. Isn't the intense? Intense. Oh. Intense. Intense. More intense. 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 That's some good yet intense. 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 You're intense. 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 Some intense. Intense. A little intense. The intense of intense is intense. Or how intense. Intense is intense. 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 The intent. The intent to intent. The intent. It is very intense. Very intense. Very intense. The intent. Very intense. It was intense. To intense. Very intense. Very intense. Some the intent. The intent. The intent is intense. So intense. But intense. That intense. Very. In my intent. Intense. 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 Really intense. I want to be intense. Intense. Little intense. No intense. The intent. Intense. The intent. A very intense. Intense. Such intense. The intense. The intense. 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 More intense. More intense. Extremely. more intense, is intense, is intense, is intense, more intense, more intense, so intense, very intense, more intense, pretty intense, very intense, more intense, enters, intense, more intense, intense, is intense, is intense, intense. Intense, really intense, is intense, is most intense, so intense. 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 So this is so intense. Very intense. Aiming and very from into fires. It's okay. We this is the most intense. Most intense. More intense. Intense. Like intense. Intenseful and how intense. Oh, intense. Very intensely and super intense. You intense. Very intense. Surprisingly. And very intense. That was an so intense. Good. Intense. So intense. Intense. Super pretty intense. Intense. Still intense. Intense. Bit as intense. Very intense. Very intense. Feel intense. Bit intense. Sounds intense. Very intense. Down intense. How intense? Intense. Like intense or like intensely. Oh, gotta go intensely. Intensely. Be intense. Like intensely. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, light intensity, high 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 intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, intense, high 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 intensity biking, high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense. Intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, 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 high 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 intensity, high intensity, intensity. High intensity, high intense, 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 intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, 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 high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. Intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. Of intensity, intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, higher intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, intensity.
Intensity.
High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. intensity, high intensity, high intensity, the intensity, high 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 intensity, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. Intensity. High 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 intensity. intense, high intense, high intense, force intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 intensity. Intensity, intense, polar intensity, the intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, a good high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, emotional intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 intense. Intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity. And high intense, 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 high intensity. High intense, the intent, the intent, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, normal intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, 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 or intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. Intensity, high 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 intensity, of intensity, high 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 intensity. High intensity, high intensity, intense, high intensity, 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 high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intensity. I'm gonna put that intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, high intensity, intense, high 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 intensity, intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity. High intense, 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, the intense, high 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 intense, simple. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, lower intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high High intensity, medium intensity, high 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 intensity, the high intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity.
Oh, Vinva!
High intensity, 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 hig intensity, high 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 intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, intense formal intensity, high 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 intensity. High intensity. Oh, high intensity. 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 Higher intensity. High 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 High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intense, intense, high intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, 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 intense, high 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 intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. Intensity. High 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 intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. High intensity, 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 intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, intense, high intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, intense, high intensity, 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 lower, high intensity, 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 my high intensity, high intensity, intensity, high 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 intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. High intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, the intensity, the intensity, the intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity. High intensity, 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 intense, high intensity, 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 other intense, high intensity, high intensity, intensity, intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intensity. All right, high intensity, 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 hig intensity, high 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 intensity. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 the intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intense. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity. High intensity, 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 high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense. High intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 the intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, full intense. High intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. High intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high 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 intensity, high intensity, high intense, 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 h Normal. High intensity. Biking. High intensity. 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 High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. Alright, high intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. Intense. High 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 intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. Intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. The intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. Doing intense. High 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 intensity. High intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. Intense. High intense. Intensity. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intensity. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intensity. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. High intense. More intense. High intensity. High intensity. Intensity. High intensity. High intense. 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 High intensity. High intense. 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 Hig high intensity, 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 high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. It's a high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, intense, high 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 intense. High intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intense, 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 intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense. High intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, 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 high intensity, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intensity, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intensity, high intense, intense, high intense, intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high intense, high. It's high intense, 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 high intensity. 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 Intense. High intensity. 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 High High intensity. 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 The intent. High intensity. 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 High intensities. 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 Extremely intense. Intent. Your intent. Intent. Your intent. Or your intention. Specific intent. The intent. The intent. The intention. Every intent. My intention. My intent with the intent, 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 my intent, the intent, intention, my intention that was not my intention. My intention, her intent, my intent, the intent, my intent, the intent, my intention, the intentional intent, the intent, my intent, my intention, the intent, my intention, the intent, my intention, my intention, the intent, my intention. The intent, 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 every intent, intention, the intent, no intent, my intent, the intent, intent, intentional, unintentional, not intentional, intentional, and intention, intention, not intentional, not intentional. Reason, intent, creators intent, or intent, intentionally, not intentional, it's intention. My intentions of intention. Their intentions.
Really intense.
High intense. All intense. For all intense. All intense. All intense. All intense. All intense. All intense. For all intense. All intense. Interact. Interact. Come into the interact. Just is interact. Just interact. Even interact. Interact. You interact. Interact. Actually interact. By interact. Much interact. Any interaction. No interaction. Social interaction. I need some interact. Interaction. Social interaction. Social interaction.
Emotional interact.
This interact about all interact for interact the interact with interact for interact interact the in the interacting one interact they're interdimensional interesting interest not interested. Really interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested. 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 Are interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Somewhat really interested. I'm interested. Really interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Very interested. Not interested. Not interested. Less interested. Not interested. I am interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Just interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. Not interested. Very interested. Are interested. Are interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Be interested. Not interested. Not interested. You interested? Not interested. I'm interested. You're interested. More interested. Interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Interest or interest. Not interested. Interest. Not interest. Not interest. Not interest. Interest. Not interested. Not interested. You're interested. Be interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Very interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Or interest. All interest. You interested? Interest. Not interested. Not interested. Younger interest. More interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interest. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. What interest? I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interest. Not interest. Not interest. Interest. Not interest. Not interest. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interest. Not interested. You interested? I'm interested. You're interested. Not interested. Not interested. Very interested. I was interested. Even interested. Is interested. Little. Interested. Interest. Super interest. Interest. No interest. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interest. Way interest. We're interest. More interest. Than interest. Just interest. I'm interested. I'm interested. Of interest. Interest. Not interest. Not interested. Is interest. I'm interested. You interest. Not interest. You interest. Just interested. Not interested. Interested. So interested. Not interested. Too interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interested. Not really interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. You're interested. Just interested. Definitely interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Very interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Only interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. So interested. I'm interested. You're interested. I'm not interested. Really interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Very interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Okay. Interest. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Or interest. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. You're interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Interest. Not interested. Interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Longer interested. Longer interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Really interested. I'm interested. Are interested. You interested? Interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. We're interested. I'm interested. Not 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 interested. Was interested. Not interested. Pretty interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Most interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Is interested. I'm interested. Most interested. I'm interested. Interested. Be interested. Very interested. Interested. Really. I'm really interested. He's not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Really interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. More interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Be interested. Interested. Not interested. I'm interested. 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 Not interested. Natively. Instantly. Or interested. Not interested. Not. I'm not. Very interested. Very interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Is interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. You interested? Not interested. Not interested. Interested? Not interested. 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 I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Be interested. More interested. You interested? Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Interest. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. You interested? Only interest. Or interest. Interest. I'm interested. Very interested. Not interested. Be interested. All interested. I'm interested. Interested. Is interested. Not interested. I am interested. I'm interested. Interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I am interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Interest. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Even interested. You interested? I'm not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Are interested. You're interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Be interested. Be interested. Really interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. We're interested. Not interested. Interest. You're interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm not interested. Very interested. Very interested. All interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm not interested. Really interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. You interested? Not interested. Not interested. Interested. Not interested. Really interested. Not interested. Still interested. Not 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 interested. Be interested. You interested? Not interested. I'm in. More interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Really interested. Not interested. Been interested. Not interested. I'm interested. More interested. Not interested. Very interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Not interested. You're interested. I'm interested. Be interested. Interested. More interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm really interested. Not interested. Really interested. Really interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. Be interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. You interested. Not 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 interested. Really interested. Not interested. Quite interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Be interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Interest. Not interested. You interested. Very interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. Not interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. I'm interested. Not interested. Interest. Interest is interesting. This is interesting. Interesting. An interesting. Interesting is interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interest. Interesting. It's interesting. An interest. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. So interesting. An interest. Interest. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Oh, interest. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Oh, interest. Interesting. 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 Is interesting. Hey, interesting. Interest. Interesting. An interest. Interest. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interest. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. More interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Okay, interesting. 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 More interesting. Pretty interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Some interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. 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 It's interesting. 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 This is it's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's instantaneously interesting. Be interesting. Nothing interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Pretty interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. 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 So interesting. 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 It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Awfully interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. It's an interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. This is interesting. 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 This is interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. Or interesting. Not interesting. This is interesting. It's interesting. This is interesting. This is interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. This interesting. They're interesting. Or interesting. It's interesting. Not interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Interest. Interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, this is interesting. Interesting. Really interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Sound interesting? It's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. This is interesting. Interesting. Really interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. Interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 This is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. 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 More interest. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. The interest of interest is interest. Is interesting. Is interesting. Interest. Interesting. 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 It's interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Interesting. So interesting. 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 It's interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Seems interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. You. Interest. It's interesting. Be interesting.
How interesting. Something interesting. Something interesting.
Be interesting. Interesting. Super interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Things is interesting. You're interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Is interesting. Interesting. Of interesting. Interesting.
Interesting.
Most interesting. Very interesting. 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 Interest is interesting. This is interesting. Interest. Interesting. It's interesting. Really interesting. Interest. It's interesting. Not interesting. It's interesting. Ah, interesting. Interest. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh. Interesting. Certainly interesting. Certainly interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Hey, interesting. 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 Head. Interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Okay. Interesting. So interesting. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's an interest. It's interesting. Very interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. So interesting. Be interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Some interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting.
Pretty interesting. Very interesting.
Pretty interesting. 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 It's interesting. Hey, interesting. Interesting. So interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interesting. 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 It's interesting. Interestingly interesting. Oh, interesting. There's some interesting. Pretty interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Sounds interesting. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interest is interesting. This is interesting. Interesting. This is interesting. 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 Really interesting. 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 This is interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Nothing interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. An interesting. That is an interest. Interesting. Some interests. That's interesting. In an pretty interest. It's interesting. This is interesting. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Really interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Is interesting. Is interesting. An interest. Interesting. That is interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Sounds interesting. Something interesting. Is interesting. Interesting. Interesting.
More interesting.
Interesting. Very interest. So interesting. Is interesting. Interesting. Ooh. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Quite interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's an interesting. Ooh. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. 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 Oh, interesting.
I'm just rambling. Probably.
Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. Is interesting. Ooh, interesting. Oh. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Very interesting. Is interesting. Wow, interesting. Hey, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. How interesting. Ooh. Interesting. Be interesting. Is interesting. Ooh. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Be interesting. Be interesting. Be interesting. Okay, interesting. It's interesting. This is interesting. D. Interesting. Oh, interesting. This is interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. This is interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. More interesting. It's interesting.
More witchcraft.
Interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh. Interesting. Be interesting. Oh, it's interesting. Be interesting. Is interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Actually, interesting. Is interesting. Not interesting. So interesting. This is interesting. Okay. Interesting. 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 Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. This is interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting.
New PDA data.
Interesting. Oh, interesting. This is interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. This is interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. Some interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. Humbling. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Something interesting. Be interesting. Be interesting. Hey, interesting. Oh, interesting. Hey, interesting. Interesting. Hey, interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Not interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. More interest. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. More interesting. Something interesting. Very interesting. Is interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Very interesting. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. An interest. So interesting. Interesting. Nothing interesting. Anything interesting. Pretty interesting. So interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting.
I'll keep an eye out for more data.
Interesting. How interesting. More interesting. It is interesting. An interesting. Hey, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. So it's so interesting. Ooh, interesting. Oh. Interesting. Is it interesting? Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. So interesting. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, interesting. Looks interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 This is interesting. Anything interesting? It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. An interest. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Okay, interesting. Some interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. An interest. So interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. At least interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interest. Interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Super interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's an interest. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Ah, interestingly. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Very, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Ah. Interesting. So interesting. Actually, interesting. Oh, interesting. How interesting. Ah, interesting. This is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Really seems interesting. Most interesting. Hey, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Ah, interesting. Interesting. So interesting. Okay, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Okay, interesting. Some interest. That's interesting. So interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. More interest. More interest. Be interesting.
It's interesting. It's easy. Like anyone can just.
Interesting. It's interesting. 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 This is interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interest is interesting. 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 Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. An interest is interesting. Interesting. Ah, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Some very interesting. Some interesting. Too interesting. Very interesting. Pretty interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Make interest. Interesting. It's interesting. Interest is interesting. Look, interesting. Oh, it's interesting. An interest. Be interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Interest. Be interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Whew. Interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Or interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Right. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Little interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Be interesting. Oh, interesting. This is interesting. Oh, be interesting. This is interesting. Sting. Interest is interesting. Is interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Is interesting. Interesting. Is interesting. Very interesting. Really interesting. 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 This is interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. 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 This is interesting. It's an interest. Very interesting. This is interesting. An interest is interesting. 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 Some interest is interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's an interest. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Some interesting. Right? Interesting. 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 An interest. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Pretty interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Oh. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Some interesting. Some interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Looks interesting. Hey. Interesting. Hey, interesting. It's interesting. 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 It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. 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 Some interest. Oh, interesting. Interest is interesting. Okay, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interest seems interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. More interesting. Be interesting. Truly interesting. An interest is interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Some interesting is interesting. Oh, interest. Some interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. Ooh, interesting. Doing interest. Interesting. Is interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Interesting. Oh. Interesting. Is interesting. Very interesting. 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 And interesting. An interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. All right. Interesting. Is interesting. Is interesting. Interesting. Sounds interesting. It's interesting. An interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Really interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. 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 Oh, interesting. Interesting. More interesting. Oh, interesting. Be interesting. Very interesting. Very interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Oh, interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. It's interesting. That's interesting. Oh, interesting. Interesting. Not interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. An interest. Interesting. Pretty interesting. Interesting. Interest is interesting. Interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. So interesting. Interesting. Oh, interest is interesting. It's interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. Things interesting. How interesting. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. 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 Super interesting. Ooh, interest. This is interesting. It's interesting. Oh, interesting. Ooh, interesting. The interest is interesting. The interest. Interest. Interesting. Ooh, interesting. 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 So interesting. Interesting. Be interesting. Ooh, interesting is interesting. Be interesting. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. How interesting is interesting. Interest about interests. Us interests. Who interests? About interests. Us about intrinsic interests. About interests. Get interest. Interest. Discuss interest. Take interest. Who interests? Who interests? Who interests? Who interests? Interest or the interface. An interface. One interfere. Not interfere. Digital interference. 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 I interfere. The interview. Interview. Should interview. Go interview. Interview. An interview. Interview. Interfuse. Also interfuse. Interfuse. Get interfusing. Fix efficiency. Appreciate interior. Little interjections. The interloper. 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 The interloper. The interloper. The interloper. The interloper. The interloper. The interloper. Interloper. The interloper. The interlopers. Interlopers. Against interlopers. The interlopers. My intermediate. Like the intern. A classic for intern. The internet. 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 Your internet. Your internet. The 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 internet. Listen. The internet. The internet. The internet. Bang internet.
The internet! The internet! The internet! The internet!
The internet. The internet. Obscure internet. The internet. The internet.
The internet.
The internet. The internet. Why settle for an obscure internet? The internet. The internet. Obscure internet. My internet. My internet. The internet. The internet. The internet. Obscure internet. The 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 internet. Internet. The internet. The internet. List. The internet. The internet. On obscure internet. The internet. The internet. The internet. Internet. Verbal internet. Internet. The internet. My internet. My internet. My internet. My internet. Internet. The internet. Interns. Interns. Interpolian felon. I interpreted. I interrogate. Really interrogate. Interrogating. Interrogation. 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 For interrogation. An interrogation. Your interrogation. Interrupt. 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 Was interrupt. Be interrupted. It interrupt. 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 Be interrupted. Interrupting. Interrupted. I must have been. I interrupt. I interrupt. 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 For interrupt. Interrupting. Interrupt. Interrupt. Not interrupt. For interrupt. Interrupt. An interrupt. Interruption. An interruption. Interruption. Intersect. Intersected. Is intersecting. Which intersects you. Interstitial. Ball. Interstitial. It's intertwined. Much intertwined. Actually, the interval. Long intermittent time interval. It's the designated intervals. Must intervene. Shall intervene. The intervening. The intervening. Good. This interview. Interview. An interview. The interview. My interview. My interview. Top interview. The interview. The interview. The interview. The interview. My interview. My interview. My interview. Soft interview. The interview. Your interview. Interview. Our interview. 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 Job interview. We interview. I interviews. The interview. Interviews. Incredible of intimacy. Intimidate. Very intimidating. Very intimidating. Very intimidating. Intimidating. Intimidating.
It's intimidating.
Very intimidating. All right. It's intimidating. So intimidating. Intimidation. Of intimidation. Intimidation. The means get in. And back in dying into turn into sent into way in there's entered into all intended in talking all in get into be entered into me and get in straight in go into me and went into right and up and turn into it's running into me and get in walking on and put it walking going in down in me and be in locked in back in getting going typing down and involved in eventually. In going, whopping stuff, and then turned into going in, going in, get in, going in, running in, back in, get in, further in, balance, in coming, in claws, and over, and getting in, go into, and get into, back and get in, going, did in, straight in, right in, running in, switching, get in, dumping, up and look, and goes immediately, and going into me, and go, and going in, villain, boy, and head in. In up and back in get in full in turn in and then on in again over into getting turned in them in fit in I can go in get in both in roll in gets in go in back in getting in get in looking back in going in contracting in port in bread in thrown in food in bits and you into going in back in getting in back in but anticipated things right going turn in over and down and over and down and straight in, back in, straight in, get in, turned in, up in, far in, down in, up in, up in, I'm in, going out and get in, aged, in, out in, back in, jumping, thing and getting and up and looking on it, changing up and ports, and coming in right in, getting back in, going, again, and then straight in, back in, going, get, I gotta get in, back in, down in, and going in, back in, X in, ran in, not in. Getting in, back in, leaning in, falling myself in, and in, down me and going in, down and get in, and then back in, back in, entrance, and walked in, get into. Back in, big in, and themselves in here, and design, and straight, and back in, out, and personal, and steely, and poor, and presences, and back, and straight, and creeping, and you, and golden, and getting, and going, walked in. Let's get back in, falling in, going day. Into blurring, going, get in, turn in, so describing and way and back in, not in, even back in, rolling, up and down, and me and going, in, plugs in, looking at it in far, in doorway, in things, in straight in, back in, holding, right in, up and down, in, back in, into verse, and going in, out, in four, in going into, in kids, in used, in him. In each in nation, in up and down, and self, and upping in, up and hold, in straight, and into it blends, and these, in, and going in, hence, in, coming in, put in, over, and getting in, goes in, so, and going, and going in, up and two, and right, and blue, and see, and right, and going in, I'm in, run, in, walked in, going in, out, and come in, get in, up in, turn, and these, and these, in, Syrian, come in, and then, down, and get in, and then get into, going in, top, in, back in, into you, and there's, and come in, so, into, back in, me, in, fall, and come in, right, and turn, in, trade in, going, you and somebody, and I'm in, back in, you and me, and me, in, up, in, back in, meet, in, right in, plug in, get in, hold in, solve in, out, in, trade in, self, and go in, right in, I'm in, very into, back and go in, for in, season, go in, trade in, thing, and down, and right in, go in, right in, up, in, I'm in, debt, in, get in, deep, and on in, run in, back in, me and you, and get in, up in, right in, back in, get in, skin in, button, me in, on, in, right in, back in, actions, right in, it's in, go, it's back in, getting in, go, and up in, right in, I'm in, rushing in, I'm in, me and in, straight in, down, and I'm in, turn in, go, and get in, tax, and bring in, on it, that in, go in, get in, ducked in, down, and right in, back in, get in, up in, David, up in, get in, and right in, right in, in, back in, come in, turns into, right in, up in, hit in, get in, through in, everything in, right in, turn in, forever, in, trip in, distance, running in, reach in, get in, fall and fell in, get in, people and go, and look and go. In, right in, back in, right in, punched, in, stepped in, putting in, back in, right in, it's into, not in, thrown into, in, get, in, top and bar, in, and in, turned in, going in, you, in, get in, going, back in, straight, get in, right in, self into, get in, on in, back into, run in, stairs, them in, on in, up and dog, and makes and bar, and change it, head in, anything, and aim, and get in, one, and coming in, being, I'm in, being, or is it, get in, I'm in, turn in, I'm in, into, in, you, in, I'll go in, listen, going in, tire, in, head and go, in, going in, on in, frozen, and you and going in, setting in, him, and getting people, and turned and done, me, and in, again, right, and out, in, right, and in, on in, setting in, I'm in, going, get in, going, self, and back and get, go into, or in, child, in, pictures, in, go in, I'm in, fit, in, traded, in, back and telling, in, coming in, locked in, going in, going, engine, going to, swapping, not in, kicking in, birds involved in, coming, jumping, up and punched in, get in, drop, in, back in, down, in, going, came in, way in, I'm in, right into, putting, right in, going in, full in, turned in, and then back in, I'm in, get in, jump in, tree, and get in, going in, king in, box, in, bang, in, beginning of this adventure, in, locked in, hold in, me, and himself, and going in, truck, in, hang in, right in, hard, intended, go in, dream, and listen, be, and get into, up in, listen, die, and listen, and go into, and get into, going in, light in, far in, turns into, really in, looking out, and trying to get going, back and go in, out, in, turned into, going, and getting in, and logged in, thumb, in, top into, going, involved in, back in, as, and get in, me, and running in, going, pop, and get in, back in, getting down, and going, up, and nothing, and going, get in, back in, coming, in, back in, me, and going, right in, me, and going, into, and getting in, straight in, and then back in, in, sweating, on in, I'm in, go, in, deep in, coming, jump into, be in, on in, and go into, straight in, up, and go in here, in, going down, get in, right in, up, in, get in, be in, back in, going and get in, roll, and went into, in, in, be in, cutting in, right in, get in, I'm in, back in, I'm in, walking in, air into, getting in, I'm in, coming in, getting in, you in, get in, back in, going in, on in, back, and going in, straight, and then putting, get in, back in, dungeon, in, looking, going, coming, right in, side, out in, broken, breaking,
and ask and goes and billion journey and splits himself and go and sucked himself in and goes and lit and go and all in
I'm in back and go and put back and be in looking hard and get in be in minutes in get in run and go into get in go and come in rain and on in deep and close and search into put into it's in very end before I go and go and going and down and deeper in get in turn and tell and out and go and team and fight in run in like in be in come on myself and turn it in self in be in come in and go in kicking in pull in bring in go and come in get in I've been falling in carved in back in go and this and going in get in be in right into then going inflation and child and fear and lots of doing fully and looking right in back in going input in brush and breaking it back down and on and throwing in ball in up and then turns in like in down in go and change it in not in get in up in on actually in right into in get in back in there and in tray in turning into get in come in straight in get in on in down and be in indentation in trees and literally in down and get in down and out in turn into ran in come in up and get in deer and tipping in go in going back and get in turning and not in doing down and self inflated in into come into me and get in down and turn in Thing in both in golden right in goes in out and back in into G's in right in turn and born and on and go and warp in turn and come in bump in out in person be in out and top and books and then you in people in up into go and in go and getting and going and poppins and tight and maybe in far and swing in and bowl in can and go in right in forward in self and going in down and up in down and into the get and back in me and come in right and get in this and then he's in top and pulled into come in selves and good in going entrance and force in going and listen things and get into coming in down in and jump and fold in sick in putting in tough in back in going in goes and slides and entrance in off and punched in coming in fly and coming in back into ran in up and coming put in coming eating in going in that's a listen back into and going in going in put in back into going and nice and get in back in fall and drain number in fucking in going in I'm in fall in and forced and bit and change and fall into and get into and you can fall into on and right and back and I'm in put in fuck in and get journey and running and can fall in I'm in going in get in going for instant not in up in right in down and look in get in late and get in going tucked in walking tucked in go in get in go into on into going and right in tucked in walking I'm gonna run and bell and pushed in looking up in far in right in sons and put and I'm in feel into in pieces and turned in turns and things go and jumping in get in straight and go in down and coming in down and turning in right and be in I'm in and be in go in and then straight and come in and I'm in again two and then bar and down in this and right and going in bruh and go in back in I'm in get in billion
creatures in so in
hard right in up and get in and go and get in back in down in fall in going and down in and get in going in involves and down in this incident and put into through and run and come in on it one in fire and tit in dive in pose and self and come in getting into and then get in you in back and go in and put in going into importing in dormant Marvin this and telling and going back in all in thousand and thrown and king and you and hiding in board instruction down and I'm in and straight and pulling himself and data and fall and going and getting I'm in straight and come in you into it is in down and meander and get into right in going in up to fall in search in get into getting into go into and looking pull in coming fucking going to thousand pull going on and out and search in demon running me and going in coming straight and going up in down and pushing hard and I'm in just and really and flipping videos into in coming in not in and I'll look at in up and straight and going up and get into I'll make this press and get in going up and going and in going older into me and the insects and right get into it in going to me in flip into self and me and nothing get in oh anything in it and turn and jump in right in fall and going anything and trade and turn and come in learn and going and tip and going and things and then happen to search and hold and things and fall and indication and this and up in Brilla engine and I think it's open head and looking and going and hugging digging and fucking looking you in straight in put in peered and going in fighters and straight in and down and going back and up in and look in jump and dive in get in checking in rated and do in on going here Into going in, up in, going far in, further in, going, or put itself in, for in, or in, back in, up in, go in, he went in, go in, come in, involving, moving in, going, right in, back in, talking, straight in, me in, going, swing in, right in, all in, I'm in, come in, involving, doing in, back in, going, in this, and hop in, go in, come in, directly into, hat, in, self, in, touched in, back in, info. In going to going in going in there and take in audio and left in so in hop in back in mostly in things in get in cordon be in go in Milton him in going in comes into second click in get in type in tuning in on in going and leading in thing into get in Milton and listen bring in function right in go into maybe it's good at back in straight in running in first in straight in he's in get into type potato and get in go and further in it's in get in come in get in turn in listen go and get in out into really in get in you in this in and get in button in balls in get in up in wheel in involved in holes in long in the it stairs in go in get in go into turned in on in being directly in you and I'm in you and listen coming in and back and get in out into I'm in right in go and jump in listen and get in run in get in and turns in get in jumping in going in and then back in that in being going fall in get it bringing in be involved into be a variant be an awful in being thing and add in fear and then go into it's into the in things inverted get in fucking power in me and anything and everything in the and changed to bikes and button in no in out and bouncing in get in back in why am I going in the bin often searching in heart and bad and up to getting going in thrown and thing and Ronan you and thing and breaking I'm in and you and forward inward in doesn't get to turn in pull in going in pulling in thing in hold in try in touch in box in get in put into rules in on in that in cutting in hop in back in I could get in to get in turn it out in get in second get in more in looking up and going into and go in man turn it in and get anything and on in button and go in back in running and bump in back and dive in off and hop in for in back and get into me and it's in going back into me and get in turn and going and get in turn it's in going in come in get into in going on and up and going get in hold in pull in right and going back in out in guys and things in again I'm in rolling getting in shoot in going in locked entrance and me and here in pulling in going in turn into jumping and it's looking more in I'm in locked in being and looking on in back in straight in going and getting into back and going in teams in down and running on in let's get right in get in being down and get in kicked in more in trees and I'm in so in me and in rival back in right and second me and in turn splits in get in falling getting in up in on in jumping links in going in in off and turned in and going up and getting that in back in and it's in time and going back in again deep in come on instant and in grown going in self and step and going in heading going right heading in turning feet in right in come in back in turned in going down in yourself and get in far and straight into manipulated and going in front and hitting in toe and demons back in caught and back in child in thrown and you and him in back in gets in turned in back in and back in get into fell and comes and things and in going into boom and then back in down and fucking going and being walking in in being door and further insulation and getting straight and back yes in myself in doing split and looking him in further and getting fit in walking in and guys in you and back in walking you and on in right in going coming turning running on in pull in get in straight and ball and up and here and turned in back in pooping turned in back and me and all in on in input on in turns points in turn going in point in doesn't get and down and going clicking going and getting in gone and heading down and locked in running going stin in getting in clicking going and go let's go going was into straight and breaking running getting carrying and braided and coming in southern go into jump in right into and on and up and down and get in further and study and come in go and get in roll in put in Russian and back in go exist and right in going in right in going and getting in get into get in sit up in turns in I'm in put in I'm in far and right in going straight in I'm up and going and peers and got in right in peace in for in turned and up and come in straight in initially in go in up and straight in touching things and get in go in put in this and going and up and singing in going video and something and going in
in head into and down and go and turns and put in falling in mint get in Aaron Johnson Roan into Nell and up and fit in together and I'm in it in turn in walking
dared
Henson Ronan tuned me and Owen you went in late and up and turn and fit in half and me and turn get in Darian back and fall and go in up and look in go in
back in
get in bing in go in that and being golden get into rolling in back and that in turns and way and broken Roland in here and come in
get into it
really and often goes in search in taking in dug in come in send who into in being get in fallen back in going type in deeper in minutes and going right in over in right in jump in have it go is running in area back in going in back in min go right into and getting looking back into come in begin up and get in and in going right in down and being over into get in right into go in up in going in place and come into right in back in meant to right in right in rep it back into me and heard it and get in down in get in pull into back and drift into foot it go in right in want in going back and down and billion going in pulling into going coming instant input it back into in billion pop into it built into pulling and going Brandon and into me and right in go in right in tons and over this in right in falling or right in getting in right in over going back in right in needs and we're in back in engine and come into right and up into the beach and get in right and fun and that and music and back in into up and broken and right in let's get into go and turn fun and split it get up and right in it's up and back in put it right in back in jump to back in right in jump in over in back in get in back in Brandon going in me and up and back in running in back in get in myself into me and out in water and go into punched and up in right in listen go and it's down into in back and turn its way into me and back in me and right in back in back in right in up in dive in get in up and sin pop it in Arian going in exhaling and get in right and looking into me it get in myself in up itself in jumping in right in the mint right in going right in running back in boots in right running in I'm in going and dumped in listen looking up and also dumped in right in going Uno and burst in second straight in running in listen walks in going in right in on in all in turn and put it in going I'm in and then going in turn to decent get in coming myself in right in spinning right in must in right in go into games and go in ran and back into going in them in down in up in hurts and right in going up and get in on in 5 falling going jumping falling in into on in I'm in falling king and running right in straight and falling me and in me in going I'm in self in 2 in right in Octon get into up in up and right in in jumping directly and get in broken out in walking right in getting in going running tuned in up and transforming and put in and running in walking in getting in right in now go and get in back in over in right in running in get in jumping getting going wound in Lennon right in Octon coming right in going in right in Octon right in like in turns and right in going and falling in up and further singing crashing and so in I'm in right into and back in split and right into I'm into
Getting into
doing me and Oxton up and run in fall in right in going in top and get in sneak into go in right and go into right and running and doing people in turning running in ran and going to me in come in up and going me and turn into me and back in right and into on in turned into I think it was get in right and back in doing research in looking at me get in passion up and get into flying self into right and back and up in go and tight and over into me go in right and back and right and get into me and bump and going and thing and turn to tumble into get in and right in children and go and turn into room and upstits and be an orphan get in going and upping into me and shit and really into going in right in going in bricked into you and going back in coming in still in back in going brain in and up and self and did run in put in back and put in ran in put in back and right and go in elephant run into put in ran in go in back and running in deep in form and put in gun and it's in up and down and aim and go in me and falling into this base in punched and going over and into it didn't so this is in flying and talking into and looking going and fall and go and dash and back in me in back in up and going wall and going right in turn in get in right in and then taking into right in even down and jumped in right in dive in back in right in up and further go and going in I'm in sipping and up and going fell and turning in right and getting momentum and getting out and talking going getting I'm in we're getting it right in on and getting back and going me and came down and turning in right and fell and blue and on and get in going and up and right in further in right in going
I guess we're going in. Right in. So are we going in? Or in fact, into right in, get in, right in, back in, straight in, hop in, getting in, straight in, I'm in, gone, I'm in, going, turn, back in, walked in, right in, walking, in, back. Info in dumping me in super in right in again in run in down and running in back in up and down and get in right in nothing and get himself into right in ducking in up and going back in back and go and hop in locked in back in right and being right and get going and get in going I'm in me in continents and up to right and going in up and running me and so and going in walking up and further and down and journey and go into there and put back in put in skills and get in up to shooting and down in something in right in dumping running in yo in dumping me and Warren go and head and walking in level in dump in right in back in going back in on in running in going down and over and down and getting back in going right in down in right in on in forming people and is in them in here and in going and aiming all in you and yourself. Right in down and beater and thing into in right in rolling back and get into kicking in and right in be in that in right in self in I'm in it's immediately in right in often get in begin so I'm in tells and I'm in be in back in going right in think in get in gone in down in self in get in jumping up to get into here and going in here in and in all and going integration and looking in got in fallen for inverted going in fun and drain get in go and breaking and lean in get in I've been boarded me and go into and tell and go in right in back in I'm in back and go into but me and change in run into Ellen disappeared and right in party and fell and get into king and up in me and go and try and be in conscience and on and things and go in and get up and going in right into it and go in, fall and up and fell himself into go in, straight on and fall and going down and fucking in. It don't cut and kicked and lock in going in right in self in back and running in running out in getting right in on and get in I'm in stuff and up and over and put in switch and all and running in on in right in get in get in right in put in go in off and chair in smacking me and fucking in get in I've been land right in me and walking me and fucking in right and back in and so in and down. Angels in right in. I'm in right in turning into it. I can get it. Be in. Need to get in. Be in on it. Back in. Falling in. Go in. Right in. Go in. Back in. Be in. And put in. Be in. I'm in. Went in. Back into. Here in. Be in. Further in. Straight in. I'm in. And it's in. And me in. Down in. No. In. Simpson. I'm in. Going in. Looking in. Back in. Right in. I'm in. Me in. Heading in. Down. Going. Right in. Holding. Pulling in. Right in. Back in. Self in. In. Down in. Brain. In. Tucked in. Off in. Punch in. Right in. Go in. Go into. Me in. In there. In. Go in. And out into. In. We're in. On in. Get in. Selves and get in. Right in. Get in. Up in. Get in. Go in. Not in. Go in. Thrown in. Right in. Going. I'm in. Get in. Rifted. Jumped in. Second. Ran in. Super in. Go in. Up in. Going. Going in. Ailing in. Fourth. In. Get into. Going and jump into. Going. Falling in. Right in. Going in. Put in. Being. Getting in. Falling. Right in. In. Bay. Hit on right in. Going in. Spirit in. Oxen. Turned in. Right in. Go in. Getting in. Back in. And then moved it right in. Going in. I'm in. So into. Right in. Up in. Going. And then for third day. In back in, so in right in the I'm in Houston right in punched in right in back in right in get in descend begin going up and you in up and me and getting things and coming up and bumped in down in right and falling in get in fast and down and right in came into going and run in on in right in falling kicking and going and getting back in I'm in me and breaking get in up and get in out and get in going and going falling and up and falls in and tucked in and then further and deeper and dug in billions out and the self and ran in fallen built in tucked in event thrown in right in back in like in right in it's in up in up in climb in get in fell in right in go into in and then going directly and rolled right in them and going it's in going in back in going down into going right and down in get in down and go and up in and going and me and self and right in him and didn't locked in and right in get in right and going to this I can't go in back in going in all in Dracula in going this and coming Armin in straight and down and going into locked in back in right in I'm in payment and the men went in stepped in get into going and right and get in I'm in tune in and trade in self and fall into you and food and go in get in turrets in get into I'm in going and upping in get in me in back in right and go and get in up in and back down in character and self and get in on into and then right up and me into right on into in some and but itself in but straight in the mint back in going on and it's in on and jumping and running and gotten into things that explode and get in, then you can go and put in Brandon down and back and right and go and jump it and me and back and go and up and on into well and stick it right in, go and put in switch in right in back and down in monsters and off and get in right in head in on in get in go and here in gotten in down and back and go and fell and squeeze and go and let's go and turning and going up and out ears and going on it. In going in right into self and down in going in far in getting in coming up in get in entered in got in running in fell in right into getting in me and back in up in right in back in and then pulling in right in me and coming in down and back and going right in back in on and H and in tough and turning fell in turning on and walking I'm in entrance and back in going me and over in it's slamming right in and get in on and back in and down and me and ball and me in and get in down and back and get in jumping felon going up and on and that and get in back in felon right in fight going in right in falling right in jumped in going down and right in I'm in jumping right in right in directly and it's in fashion right in back and going up jumping walking get in going down into then getting in going in coming in be everything in right in get in right in get in back and right in up in down in self and then on in get in come in locked in right in back in get in those up and get in me and locked in down and we're in going those back and down self and in and right in far in out and down into the in come in over and go in and dump it, slam and dunking myself in, get in, come in, get in, going and trade in, come in, it's in, running in, get in, going in, and sad and going back in, right in here, in, going in, get in, locked and going, down and falling and come in, run into, forced, in, down and together, I'm in, right in, going further, in, get in, come in, right in here, inward. Running out, get in, right in, self in, hop in, get in, trade in, put it in, get in, up and back and begin to get in, load in, up in, on in, going in, hop in, far and run in, up and get in, right in, things, plugged in, on in, I'm in, self into, there in, on in, self into, until in, me in, but in, right into, be in, right in, get in, set in, coming in, going, turning in, going, getting in, out and coming out and running in, get in, aim in, back in, I'm in, that in, back in, get in, go, and go, in, right in, going, on, and it's in, to go and straighten down and point into myself and putting in bodies and going more and doing goes and back in body in doing focus in on here and back in bring in person and going to turned in right and tucked in run into right and on in moved in and in we're in top and going right in and going and jumping in sure into in self and stance and down in right into way enter and going and out into in right in self and go run in, right in, appears and brought in, back in, right in, jumping and demon down, and get in, on in, self into, going all in, absorbed, and hey, in, lingly, and step in, for it, down and run in, to go into, looking into, that's in G, and swing in, and click it, right in, over and, up and in, right in, back in, over and, I'm in, right in, up and, right in, back in, pushing in, right in, odds and this, and distance, and things and stuff, and moving in, on in, right in, flopping, in lion, I'm in, run in, bump in, run and go in, lion, get in, crashing in, down, in, right in, acted up in, self in, right in, try, in, right in, get in, up and get in, right and go in, right in, log in, running in, right in, I'm in, pulling people in, get in, yeah, and up in, down, people in, question, wall, in, get in, right in, over into me, and jump in, right in, clicking, right in, going in, going back. Right in, up, in, get into, up, in, get in, going into, out, and out, and right, and into, straight in, right, and get in, getting into, back in, gone into, going right in, get in, up and, dipping in, top in, you go in, right in, heads in, running into, back in, minutes, in, get into, in, running into, getting in order, in, going in, get, in, go in, and going in right in over in into and then axes in over in engine tags in down in right and stuff and me and gone and back and going and back and right and coming me and jumped in you in going to in thrown in and do in back and go in roll and go and me and going me and right in looking tuning into stuff and right in going actually into and going and going he's in going and up and falling in right in going and doors and back and get in and going off and go in tumbled into talking and go in up and right and jump in over and tucked in get into and then me and jumping and me and getting in billion fuel and dump in bring in passion and billion right in billion top and right and down in fall in jump in upper in further in and down and go in there and slowly in get in and going more and then jump in I'm in and down and jump in up and fall into jumping off in going back in when put in on in fell in pull in back in right in running in down and get in right in talking cabin them in looks in or in top in right in fall in right in fall in right in going in back in get in going in yourself in stream and audio in talking up in deeper and running in plug in those and right in out in dust and go in up in right in me and back in up in right in up and going up in here in get into get in and break going this in right in going coming right in getting me and breaking going down and getting in right in running hot in heat in coming right in going right in coming in and back in hiring in back in going in back in right in me and jumping till the end and jumping right in self into right in put in get in and then looked in get in entrance and get in hearing in go in and get in back in out and in over and right in going down and going in you and me and get in up in myself and back in falling in right in down and also input into self and hopping in go and going in be in tilted down and bringing them in stumble into or in back in stumble into listen bringing in jump in right in other end and I'm in going into I am in self and going into going further in down and going back in past all is going in I'm in talking into all right in all in in note here in straight in going on in Titan falling into and on into in pulling it back in got it more in run straight in step in back in going straight in talk to me in run in top and get in slam in straight and this into self into going in and then up in right in me and into just in back in running in go into and dumped in right in on and dumped in get in dumped in run in dump in go and get in first in eight and I'm in talking and get in some in going in and giving in back in going things entrance and getting in and back in it's in going down in back in I'm in being right in I'm in jumping in right in self right in so in going right in getting me and I'm in looking in going in running in back in comes in bitching me and right in back in right in going right in walked in back in I'm in and into over and on and go in right and back in right in back in I'm in being back in right in open in playing back in get in going and fell and fallen over and opponents inducted again going in down and get in going and going into fallen in back and long and getting in back in right in back in red going in walking back and getting intolerant the intonation just intonation the intoxicate his intrepid the intricacy intricately intricately intrigue or interest intrigue an intrigue I'm intrigued intriguing the long intro the intro so odd intro intro no intro the intro the intro and intro the intro there's a whole bunch of measure intro the intro this our intro here's intro basic intro the tutorial ends intro that intro the intro the intro this intro the intro that intro the intro arm intro this intro the intro brothers intro easy intro intro that intro introduce how to introduce introduction food introduction the introduction of introduction and intro drum intro these intro introspection and introspective introvert an intruder like intruder alert intruder not intruders the intruders not intruding intruding intrusive intuition not intuitive make into in your yacht to invade I'll just go invade to invade don't come in invade to invade Invade. Gotta into invade. My invade. To invade. Invade. Probably invade. Gotta into invade. Invade. To invade. Invade. To invade. To invade. To invade. It's invade. Come invade. Gotta invade. Who's invade? Getting invaded. Have invaded. You invaded. Get invade. An invader. An invader. The invader. An invader. He's invader. Invader. An invading. Not invading? Who's invading? The invading. I could try invading. The invading. Who's invading? Is invariable PC invasion. The invasion. Invade. The invasion. My invasion.
From invasion?
The invasion. How? Invasion. Or invasions.
I invent.
Fully invent. Who invent? Who invent? They invent. You invent. I'm. They invent. They invent. She invent. 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 Invented. Invent. Had invent. To invent. Or invent. To invent.
The invent. Invent.
And inventive. An inventor. My inventory. My inventory. Old inventory. Or invent. My inventory. My inventory. Inventing. Inventory. My inventory. In the inventory. My inventory. Inventory. No inventory. The inventory. The inventory. 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 My inventory. My inventory. My inventory. No inventory. The inventory. Inventory.
Pip inventory.
My inventory. My inventory. My inventory. The inventory. My inventory. My inventory. Give it my inventory. My inventory. My inventory. Inventory. Did you give it my inventory? My inventory. My inventory. My inventory. Much inventory. My inventory. And inventory. My inventory. Inventory. My inventories. My inventories. My inventories.
Find that with the thermite at the barricade to destroy it.
Inventories. My inventories. Inverse. It's invert.
Inversely.
Stop. Invert. Don't invert. Okay. Invert. 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 If you're in the inverted. My inverted. The invert. Oh, invert. An invert. Of inverted. 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 The inverse. Invert. The inverted. Invert. Invert. Are inverted. Are inverted. Inverted. Still inverted. Still inverted. Pretty inverted. Not inverted. Inverted. Invert. I'm inverted. With inverted. Invert. For inverted. It inverts. On invert. Invest. I might have to invest. We'll invest.
You've invested.
I've
Invest. To investigate.
To invest. To investigate. To investigate. To invest. Invest. Come investigate. Come investigate. To invest. Come investigate. Come investigate. Must investigate. To invest. We invest. Invest. Gonna invest. Come investigate. Just invest. Come investigate. To investigate. Invest. To investigate. Go invest. To investigate.
To invest.
Investigate. To invest. To investigate. Investigate. Invest. Investigate. Go invest. Somebody investigates.
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 Invest. While investigating. To investigating. What's the investigating? The investigating.
Was investigating.
Immediately investigating. Immediately investigating. Immediately investigating. Needs investigating. Been investigating.
Still investing.
On investigation.
Investigation. Investigate. My investigate. The investigation. My investigate. Proper investigation. My investigation. All the investigation. The investigation. The investigation.
Count investigations.
Just investigate.
Investigate. Investigate. Invest. Invest. Or invest. Self. Invest. Or invest. Investing. Investing. Invest on currency. Invest. Invest on investor. Feel invigorate. And invigorate the invincibility. My invincibility. My invisibility. Or invincibility. My invincibility. That invincibility. Invincible. So invincibility. My second. Invincibility. My invincible. Come invincible. The invincible. The invincible. Going invincible. Invincible. The you're invincible. Invincible. You invincible. The invincible is invincible. Much invincibly invincible. Invincible. Still invincible. You invincible. 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 I'm invincible. That's self-invincible. Invisibility. Not invisible. Invisible. Not invisible. I'm invisible. 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 I'm invisible. Be invisible. Do invisible. I'm invisible. Being invisible. I'm invisible. Still invisible. All invisible. While invisible. I'm invisible. Now invisible. Invisible and invisible was invisible being invisible. Invisible as invisible so invisible. Are invisible be invisible? I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Invisible invisible. While invisible. Being invisible, I'm invisible. Say invisible. Tweet invisible. Invisible. All invisible. I'm invisible. It's invisible. Oh, invisible. 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 I'm invisible. Who's invisible? Invisible. Being invisible. I'm invisible. Invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Also invisible. Being invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. 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 Turn invisible.
Goes invisible.
With invisible. Add invisible. Invisible. High invisible. Invisible. Other. Go invisible. Go invisible. I'm invisible. Already invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Become invisible. They're invisible. 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 I'm invisible. You're invisible. Fully invisible. Invisible, invisible. Yes, being invisible. You're invisible. You're invisible. 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 While invisible. I'm invisible. Invisible. Being invisible. I'm invisible. Being invisible. Become invisible. Be invisible. Not invisible. With invisible. Invisible. Be invisible. Be invisible. Not invisible. Invisible. You're invisible. You're invisible. Became invisible. Be invisible. You're invisible. Normal invisible. Be invisible. Invisible. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. Not invisible. 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 Yo, my invitation. An invitation. Wedding invitation. Your an invitation. The my invitation. To invite. I'll invite her to invite. We invite. I invite to invite. I did not. I invite to invite. To invite. And invite. I could invite you. Invite to invite. I invite to invite. Not invite. Invite. To invite. I invite. Has invite. Have invite. You invite. Invite. I invite. Invite. You invite. Friends invite. Invite. I'm invited. Wedding invites. I'm invited. Invite. 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 To invite. Invoking involved. All involved. Please. Involved. Was involved. Have involved. Be involved. Involve. Everyone involved. Less involved. Involved. Everyone involved. Everyone involved. All involved.
Been involved.
Basically involved. Was involved. Everyone involved. Got involved. Involved. Got involved. Involved. Pretty involved. Pretty involved. Involved. Invulnerability. 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 Or invulnerability.
Invulnerability.
Invulnerability. Or invulnerable. Completely invulnerable. Become invulnerable. Invulnerable. Come invulnerable. Come invulnerable. Since invulnerable. Invulnerable. Inward. Look inward. Inwardly. Inward. I obey. I have cosum. IOI. Ion.
Ionizing.
Iowa. 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 In Iowa. You I for I and I patience your iPhone. Your iPhone.
My iPhone.
An iPod. iPhone. You iPod. Ipsum.
A fire. A fire.
An Iracar.
Fire race.
The ire. Your ire. Some ire. Ire. My ire.
Northern Ireland.
Yes, Ireland.
Northern Ireland. In Ireland's IRF. The IRF. Present IRF. All IRF. The IRF. An IRF. The iridescent. Iridescent. Small iridescent. Good iridescent. Iridescent. So iridescent. It's iridescent. Iridescent. Not. They are iridescent. Irileft. Arena. Hell arena. 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 Which iris? Perfect. Iris. All iris. Iris. All iris. Specifically, iris. Iron. Iris.
An iris.
One iris.
From iron.
Very iron. IRL. 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 Trolls. Iron. The iron. The iron. Trolls. I have iron. Put iron. Crap iron. Have iron. Some iron. These iron. No. I'm iron. Iron. That do I the iron use iron. I have the iron grab iron. Sorry, the iron got iron. Those iron. I know iron. The iron had iron. my iron. My iron. The iron. The iron. Iron. My iron. The iron. The iron. The iron. Iron. My iron. The iron. The iron. The iron. My iron. The iron. Cast iron. Cast iron. The iron. The iron. I. These iron. The iron. The iron. The iron. Iron, black iron, some iron, these iron, or iron, use iron, the iron, iron. Well, the iron with iron, iron, the I have iron. I design. Ah! The iron. The incredible iron. The ice. I like iron. So but ironically, irons for me, irons. Irons. The iron irony. As iron food irregularities are irrelevant. Is irrelevant. And irresistible. It's irresponsible. Totally irresponsible. So irresponsible. Extremely irresponsible. Irretrievable. Are irrevocably. He irrigates to irritate. More irritated. How irritate? IRS. The 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 IRS. Irvin. It is. It is. It is. It is. Low. Other is. It is. It is. The thing is. This is. Problem is, this is Ernest. This is that. This is Ernest. This is right. This is for his kid. This is. It is. For his problem is Ernest. I'll tell you. This is. It is. Name is. This is for Miss. Which is. This is. Fact is. It is. That is. Which is. So is this. This is. There is what it is, which is no. That tungsten is that it. This is in tungsten. Current is spect. This is Sims. Here, job. Who is X? Instantly. This is outrageous. This is fighting. This is trade. This is all immediately. It's tough. Emmy is. Son is even this is his. Yo is. This is. What is probably is. Yo is as cool as really is. Cool as which is. What if it is? It is. That is. It is. In instances, this is. It is. Thing is very is. Ooh, this is. That is. Wait, it is. Patient is. This is why is this that is which is on is move this. This is Zation is what is that is why ladies. Why is this one is serious? Why is this is hard is fun. Head is heck is it is word care ability is do is alt is carrots really is arrangement is west is spiders is what is amen. This is thing is A B it is everyone is element it is rug thing is which is it is which is insurance is yo insurance is who is health is decade insurance is C is D is making is zero this definitely is there is. One is what is that is one is guys this is it is. Phew. It is yet is this thing is song one is borrow a thing is so this battle is this battle is this oh. This one is. Everything is. This is he is what is she is which is there is the F thing is do. Yes. This is or it is this is treat is this
This is fighting his heel in a ring. Andy, this is king. That is Thomas is one is around it. Question is Harry is test is this is Ross is fact is that is hell is what is this is who's it what is or is it is this is Pokemon is it is oh this one is move is this is Max heal is there is this is flying is flying is there is it is doctor it is it is work is it is which is what is this is there's this is this is Thomas I think there is or is Thomas this is on is which is there's this is on this is it is that's we are it is this is this is challenge pulling it fast that is just not as too it is that is this thing is day is say which is this is bad what is which is it's yeah it is that is that is there is that is the dog which is grid is that is where is that is one is this grid is one is kill is what is that is one is who is his heart is that is this is it is Zeus it is that is there is why is this is bullshit that is it is oh it is same as it is this is oh no that is son this is she is this is why is always world is which is this is biggest which is fine places design is thing is this is just king is tone ass is that is it is this is it certainly is this is where is that is this is always what is Steve this is where is that is she is this which is this thing is this it is there is this is this it means this who is what it his blank is which is load is K his there is this is thing it is attitude is here is thing is this is it is room is it is that is it is what is which is it is which is it is just as tomorrow this is why is there is this is what is that is think princess this is there's Theo is gone that is who is others this is that's all there is it is this is that this is what is sure thing is one which is just this is one is wow right this one is edge this is why is he I know that he this is there is this is what is Hook is doing it is this is Steve or just there is which is sure it is or it is easy this that is surgeon is behavior is shouldn't is which is he says this is I is self is really is there is are this is Leah is this is he is there it is this all is this party is this is her name is it's it is this is it is this is ashes that is not as sing it is what is but it has is what is there is that which is this is the this Ina it is this is what is I mean it is the student is room is the hosted model is that is which is sure it is
business is what the thing is, which is integration of the game is. It is. This is. It is. Whole 6 kings. This is swimming is this is whole king is bullet suit is air. World is this is now businesses spot. It is this is that everything is full of things because it's these getting which is this is back to bosses this is or this is ball is it is should it this is level is dream. This is map is prince there. Awesome. That is that. Is clean. His armor is that to his thing is. Thing is. It is. He's it is. Where is this? Is that is. That it is. This is. Oh, this is. What is this? Right. This is that is. That is this. Nostalgia is this. Boy is. It is that is there is. What is that is. This is which is it is. This is why it is. That is this is which is it is that is music. This is I. The fastest thing is it is this is it is. It's this Maker is what it is thing is this is this is this video is and tomorrow this is it just because what is he is this is now is it is like it's missing it that is why it is so it is this is it is and is nothing is this is thing is everything is just there is this is boss. That is. That is. This is. Oh, it is. It is. This is. Which is. Right? No. This is. Which is. Thing is. It is. Thing is. It is. Idea. Deal is. This something is. Everyone is. Party is. This is. It is. This is. Which is. This is. What is. This is. Thing is. This is. Ridiculous. Hours. This is it is under it is now. This is that is this is all is many is 18 is this is mint is only this stuff is time is what is that is so this is problem is well this is it is thing is yeah it is yeah it is who is Ian it's gonna his name is lantern is that is this is it is there is this is it is lantern is only is me is who is that Chad on is which is on not is this is it is just there is it is which is what is how is what is Lynn is this is what is so is this is still grenade is really has anyone is here this is this is it is apparently is this is what is how is where is it is where is this is which is that is it is this is this one is this is part it is which is anyone is this is it is it part is this is Anna is important to say. This edition is that is someone is all is just it spells it is all is back. This is it is. There, how's that sound? It is. Otters. This is which is boys night is it is where house where is this is this corner is it is this whatever it is that is this is it is really is that is it is and is experiences that is thing is this is thing is it is thing is that's that is this is it is how is moves that is it is that is water is stuff is 3 messages days it is which is today truth is it is thing is this is it is or this is it is it is it is it is tomorrow is life is he is he is it is that is this is king is gang is this is which is uses code is which is this is going is about the lance situation is which is it is or today is pulling train is pulling is one is now sure is where that is it is who is that is which is older is this is that is what is this it is that is everything is this is that is will is which is right is man this is it is the thing is tomorrow that is else is this is this is fucking is this role is game is it is this is purpose that is this is today is this is that is which is thing is this is thing is that is this is Simpson is it is this is here is this is it is right this is it is it is it's originally which is it is ours it is this is thing is it is this is only isn't which it is thing everybody is making his question is as soon as that ever that is this is ideas one is density is where is there is this is anything that is it is senses that is this which is this is that is where all is module is two is four is this where is which is this is that is still same as this is Abba it is then death is you see goodbyes where is it is it's like it's choosing is this which is style is region is the game is is his name is Aaron that how was this now what or is it is that is faces it is this is that is music this is thought it is that is game this is which is board this is it is matter it is everything is that is which is or is ending description is this is for instance it is today is truth is this is which is leaving feel it taking is it thing or is attack is this is this the oh it is really is that is oh
Hi there.
this is what is that is he is this thing is this deal it is this is that is this is heck is what is here this is water is which is Leo thing is Leo he says color is that is which is audio is video is Is that interesting? This person is Wolverine. Snake is an it is that is it fell is that is images versus occurrences. Look, there is. I guess is this is this is weapon is this is what is our thing is and like where the feeling is thing is way which is he is that is this is that is by his where what is this is his point is so it's his how does is Rick is what is it is Anna there is more this is it is what is thing is he is this is why what is fact is she is it is roller media is fun isn't it where it is it is the problem is one is which is thing is it's who is there is now is it is this is one is this is full is there is full there is it is you it is the same it is how is it even is which is homogeneous this is who is which is nothing is this is where this Zaya is that is in these ventures that is this is it is there is this is that is so this is really and that is which is this is us is it is this is there's these it is this is where your name is what it stands is this isn't magic power is this is that is he is I is this is thing is this is and there is all is ition this is thing is this is light is this is it is let's this is tongue is slit no this is enjoy this is there is what is this is guy is slit is this is that is sir no is move is always latest these is person is and who is places this is that is there is where is that cargo that's weapon is this is nobody isn't is this is who is this versus this is wonderful this is A's his voice is that is sword this is which is where is really is arch fun is why is guy is he is ode is boy that is thing is Lance's is guy is thing is which is member is believes so which is it is that is that is please this is this team this is it is that is this is one who's guy is that is person is ghoul is guy is that is this somebody is down is person is what is versus is what it does this is person is one is it is heck it is this thing is it is this is it is there how is that is whatever is that is oh it really is this is thing is shadow this is it is there is flash that is which is 2L it is and it's shadow is which is studio's thing is A which is that is it is which is tongue is it is cycle is and two fact is thing is luck is places reasons it is plan this is because really is there's that is the way it is ooh it really is that is in this game acting is Maria is really is it is sword is aspect is music is who of is gang everyone is because it is which is that is making is this is and it is is problem is it is this is this it is really is just pattern is when is frivolous ours king is this is that his hope is ours problem is gravity is it is thing is why is that is what is this is thing is one is thing is plays which is fullest it produces this is one is his intro is it is that is what is which is anyone this is always why is currently is guardian is this is and like his ask is this is and is which is like this is always there everything that is anyone is and is there still is computer thing is what is this it is locus it is after start punches and it is this is point is there is got us there is one but it is this we this is or it says it is pattern is thing is uses pixel thing is flying aiming this is worldy thing is it uses that is it is later this is which is that is what's in it is what's in it it is one is this is eight sure is on it is this is that is on someone is this the is how transparency is which is there is it is the 8 is board this is which is this is now it really is this is the nation is one problem is it literally is there is this is it is which is solar is it is that is Moni is it is board this is which is where this is who the thing is which is there is it is not it which is this is always where Fender is his name situation is that is speed is what it is answer that is destination is what is this is everything is that is anyone is right. This is mechanic. That is helping. His name is houses. That is houses. What is this is it is thing. This is he is where you is this is what is pipe is in mechanic is room is level is breath is room is there is why is it out stuff is video is day is this is Aphis B no only is Gigas there is that is he played his latest which is played is Rose's that is this and is now his fight is R is what is this is people is hat shirt is it is which is this is it is it is which is thing is what is what is hell is also guy which is it is why this is there is so there is that one password is this is it is everything is this is eyes this is game is this is or skills is which is this is it is sound this is you this is for Lynn is thing is which is name is oh that is think hero is man is it is man it is thing is that is an equally what is word is it is name is that is that if that in again is in people is an is what is and is his man is that is this is king is it is this is you that is what is that is thing is term is this is videos today. All is success is where is it is that is Nintendo is else is that is which is point is this is miserable is it is Berlin is name is forever this is went down a man. Stay focused. This is it is what his food is this is mission is this is everything is this is everyone is what that is this is whole latest one is this is that is strat is there is that is boy it is we is this is roller this is roller there is say it is tomorrow's embassy is difficulties everything is why is this is there is there is king is this is you is that is you is venture is you is world is what is that is this is for situation is even as this is troll is this is that is your plan is this is that is Taurus this is that is go is this is cursor is one is like is there is like is certainly situation is that is method definitely is there is this is that is this is it is how is that is one is this is thing is that is it's sort of it is it's the it's save it second is one this is what is this is that is it is same it is this is that is I have rollers problem is it is same as base this is videos is like there is D which is this is it is it is that is the blueprint is there is which is there is this is so it this thing is sir it is layers houses where is streets and well is it is sir it is yes this is it is that's this is it is good this what is that is it is all it is that is that thing is this is which is it is it is thing is one there is party is level is this engine is it is thing is number oh is thing is that is this is it is hang it this is what it is what is this it is this is it is that it is there is which is what it is it is generation is where else is again this game this is up is but he is it is aren't you is what is our is ox this game is your there is it is ox is it this is B is no is it is ox this is this is it is right part is that or is it is there is this is long that is Ike is Kent is see everything is this thing is it is what is where is why what is it is Thursday is what is where is which is two is versus it is the thing is this what is whatever is what is Jesus this is it technically it is what is time is days why is that is it is there is or is it this is sure I is arm is nest is think is there is that is this is that is like it is Gilbert is this is mode this is or it is this joke is it is that is text is Q is this is challenge is nation is part of that is viewer this is which is area is which is next is this game is this thing is it is this is situation is it is games feel is light this is that The king is in it. It is. It is time. It is. Seal is. Still doing. His name is. Alias, which is. This. That is. It is. I'll just hang it. Film is fun. Video is. What is? What images got is. That is. One is. What is? This is. Which is between. It's the thing as weakest. Couple mid. This is ours. This specific skull is affected west. This one is where it is. And is. I think is that it. Who is it? Is there? What is this? What is port? Everyone is that is. His name is where is this? This is oh it is. King is bullet, which is this is that is this is done is this is guy is where is this? It is. Our is gifted. The ball is king is who is who? It is that is this is what this is. Thing is there is that is who is it is this is it is this is that is it is thing is stuff is everyone is this is but what everything is everything is thing is tension is thing is this is it's this option is there is that is density is this is there is this that is this is this thing is which is part is that is pulling hunter's dream is what it is this is shifting is this is that is goal is no Cecilia it's which is taking is which is on his thing is now is this is she is this is opposite which is this voices this is there is this is which is just this is why is where it is this is there is on is this wow this is or this is why is this anyone is this is video is which is it is it is focus sweetest thing is it is ever is it is what is that thing is stream is it is double is in it is video is this is it is doing his own he is human thing is if it is times as it is there is which is in is what is there is he is which is this is pain is it is places this is the thing is that is this is percent power is what is everything is it is on his places this do it there is this is it is it is this is it is this is also this is thing is this is there is an is here which is August arm is Malia this is which is what is why is this guy is relations it is double is that is this is where is Duke is it is this which is this what is this it is what is this is which is it is this is and this is as a team thing is which is why is there then there what is situation is taking this is bonus 61 what is it is for this piece of work game where's that is it is this that is and is there is that is which is the trifle game is this is how it is this is awesome this is it is for it is how is boss's home is this is that life is which is now is here which remember this is here is here is there is this is there where is oh
welcome let me know
this is she is there is Reese's son is where is it is well oh what is everything is why is this is this is there is yeah is why is probably is controller is water. Oh, where it is. There is what is it is what is that is it is what is it is what is there is just really monitors. This is it is got is This yo, this is even. It is. Oh. This is actually this is one. Left it is. This is deal. This is. So this is. You want to say? That is. This is. I guess this is purple. Is that is? This is Saturn. This is. It is. This is hack.
On to the next one.
Armor is that is low. I guess. Actually is. This is what voices. That is. It is. This is. Yes. It's.
I'll take him.
What is? There is. Who is? It is. This is gang. Is that is status? It's. Anyone is attacked. This is blood. It is. This is. This is. It is tough as it is. I bet he still is. Doing his news. This is. That is. Read it is. It goes. It is. He is. His lab is.
Ryan is.
That field is or
is
that is guys.
which is league. Is
Sophia.
What is this? This thing is. This is. It is. This was here. This is who is who is. What is this? Is this? This is thing is two. Dude is this is no. That is here. This is seems everyone is. This is it is wrong. One is this is it is. This is who is
Brian is.
Speed is it is. This is he is dude here. Powers me. It is. Where's what? How? What? Where's? Why is this? It is. How is it is? Ask is it is. It is. It is still is. This is. Baby's that. Baby's run is that. Two. Forest. This is. There is. Video is. Violence. Game is two. Sing is need is. Oh. It is. What? What is it? Even. The city is. Thing is this bunkers. This is thing is that is thing is this is lots of it is one is that is build is fire sizing.
This is
one is boy that this is else. It is spice. This initiative is Ray. That is as is Hillary's that is William build it. So it says is that is it is his shooting is yo it is or hey. This is think is it? Now this is innocent. Orchestra is that is move two one. Fire is it. The ship is back to the city. This is ever is this is here's me. This there is this is effort. There is stuff is toilet is it is it is this is who is absolutely count. This is this is it is who is you. There is this is in everyone. This is Madeline. Is what it is. This is what it is. Master. This is I know this. Who is this? Is this six? Thing is it is Anka, which is Maro is. This is such a because how is oh he is none is this game is Anka is who is this is really what is job is this is Elis person is who is one is this is here. Master. His person is boss thing is this is news. Point is jizz. Problem is guys. This is thing is tomorrow is this is which is practice. Guys, it is. It thing is which is what is. This is action is today. This is it is. This is it is. Bill is head is. This is when is you is. Gaius. One is this is Bill is assumptionist. It is where is this is one is this is which is why this is it is this is B is this is where is this is it is thing is what is this is this dream is there is this is what is why sir do is this is this is what is Gaius this is all is it is Lucas our it is Oopus this is. It is. This is Leah's. What is this? This is. It is. Party is. This is. This is. This is. Who? This is. This is sure. The problem is ours is. This is safe is what is this is this is it is that is thing is this is it is this is Marin's strength is what it is last is this is water is there is strength is that is why do this is where is faith action is one this is what is which is it's versus combat is making this is injures it is this is why is making a sense is this is which is choices this is problem is this is here is that is these this is what is this thing is what is the scale thing as it is a thing which is it is that is it is this is her saying it's kingdom is alien is closest authority is what is ability is authority is also putting is this is authority is same thing is this is you vote is cat is it is coach is on his eye is which is thing is king as it is this is you king is authority is this is not as roused this is archer's kingdom there is it is what is this is so it is thing is that is this is his mom is this is hammer this is question is this is that is down his head is fact is everything this is apparently his gravity is just this
Zero gravity.
which is this is what is now problem is this is fact is this is this is it is us or it is this is oh this is field is his situation is he is this is hey
It's working.
this is there that is problem is force apology is it is or is that is this is effort it's cool is hideous is cool it is this is that is
Honestly, this looting racket is bloody terrifying.
it is this is what is
And C is Mario is 6 is Mario is world.
Bill is it is process game is this is tower is that this is
Mario is mushroom is
who is this is what is this is way is
which is you Mario is so this is which is fact is what is right is ratio is
move is this is which is there is this is why is that is tradition is who system is always is this is everything is time is is that is this is not here this is that is heyo and thing is this thing is which is that's this is fight is it is this is taking it is that is hammer this is it is your senior is it is this is there is that is this is horses everyone is Mars this is part is same as no this is attack is this is blood is this is job is work this is he is this is what it knows is what is this is why is ankle this is years what is it is that is air power is thing is what is it is field is giant that is what is effect is yes that is heart warriors that is what is this is it is thing is this is why is this is there is all this is it should is this
heart is novels is verse is show is story is low is blood is infinite is
shotgun is arena
what is moving is. What is? Friend is goal is boy is that is it is elegy it is. Hitting is chief is low. Which is here is it is. And it is plan is no. But is low is there is chief is blood is next is opposite now. It is. King is hack. There is this is cheese. It is this is hack. Yeah. This is dump which is. Yeah, it is. Sword is. This is. The thing is, I think sneak is same as that is. Sorta. That is. Oral is. It is. Hook. Hey, it is. It is. Who's starting is. It is. Which is that two is this guy. Honor is. Oh, my hair is. Abyss. It is. Yeah. It really is. This is. It is. Long as. This is sing is B isn't as RO it is which is go is boss's vector is glasses it is this is it is or say it is this is that which is do is it is that is it is which is disability is ciation is which is also is this is so is which is this is not this is there is the sure is this is this is need it seems it is song anything is stand. This is sound, which is he is orb is he is which is it is so is arm is which is it this is fine but the lector is style is art is probably is I think is what is eyes this is which is what is who this is it is print is why this is oh it is that is king is muscles. It is something is Diation? What is that is fire this is that is Cool. It's always Vader is you is it is kill is like his thing is there is what this is again it is self this is that is this is what is it this is Bob is that is sound is boss's Annis. This is Zelda. Sure, this is button is it is actually is ours net is that is this is which is and is s is this is sources what is character is thing is art is which is this is two is this is that is this it is towards it is this is one is needles do is probably is whole is do is which is 2 is 5 is this is what it goes is there is so is this is good is art is there is this is door is this is that is this is old this is it is this is here is why is this is which is what is there is song typing is yes this is why phone is this is it just their expression is what is this is that is blank screen is just is right this is just what this is thing effect is that's what the sound effect is what is say is this is off the volume is being this is do is now is that what he is blank is this is me this is what is there it is already is this it is Carlos is sin is C6 music is this is thing is on is Kernson is this is Dante this is it is Dante is this is lightly is how is this is which is just what is this is this game is this it is scale is this is its main is that it is this is which is this is Wills is this it is Davis music is that is listed this is that is dream is oh this woo dream is 6 is this is this is full of lucky this is this is really it this is what is this is stuff is dark is stuff is this is that is darkness is where energy is this is this is now
This is how it is. This is how it is. This even is control. This is need is that is making control is first. Who is do is force. That is this is it is Tori's it is this is ability animation. This really is Tori's it is. This is relay. This is fine is armor is there thing is this is that is this is here it is and move. Problem is running is it is there is it is. After this it is where this is which is this is there's the thing is where power is this is life is fun noises tomorrow is dream is this is just this is because it is that is no is where is that this is as is really there. Three first aiming is this is physics is that heights. This is there is odd. It is. The thing is this is under. This is what is this. Two is two. Power is very. This is where this is there is very spaces. Is half there is much it. This is aiming one is tough. Now is that. That is do it. Half is child is this is he is that's that is that is always is that is this is one apartment one is bro is persistence this is it is guys this is your name is this is that is thing is this is hassle is that is this now talk is thing is it is only it is this is monitors that is physical things to do is thing is that is so this is it is so which is deal is which has been which is this is which is made this is it is this which is name is it is what is this is this is bill this is thing is who is where is this is one is run is right this is a triple run is it is it is saves it is that is business it is probably is pistol is it is where is danger this it is size this is thing is correct that is net that is which is which is where that is that this is this there is this thing is it is level is this is that is it truly is water is this is this is there is thing is this it just it is this is what is it is that is station is which is thing which is it is symbol is that is here is this is seeing is this is that is I thing is which is how is it she is hot why how is it is that is it is this is thing is this is one this is there is like power is to guess who one is what is this it is oh what is which is really is this is everything is this is it is freaking to your creature someone is she it is something is why this is it is that is this is really is which is it is it is once his heart is this is rail is it is where it is why is that is this is what is this is who this is lies from is where is it is one is that because here this is what is these photography this is why the talk scenes is oh question is or this is what is how does workshop is this is one is that is lab is which is like thing is which is get me it is supposes like is and it is thing is this is who and is who really is at his where is what is this thing is what is that is there is this is it is Queen is this is
That must be tough.
It is. There is hunger. That is. It is ash. It hard. One action is. It is. Why game is as fast as head is. That is. Mention is. But this is. This is. This. It is. It is. This is that. That. That is. That is. This special is mustaches. But this is. This. This. Blooded. Game. It is. Bosses. Oh, time is. He's it. Over. This is humus. It really is. It is. This. Thing is. It is. All it is. It is. It is. There is. There is. This is. That is. It is. It is. Which is. There is. Here. His name is. All. Or is it? Is this actual? This is which is that is also this move attack is which so is this specifically is this is it is assuming is two is I'll see effect is bottom is that is it is that is this is this is it is which is it is this is news it's just it definitely is. Is that is method which is one is there is bosses this is it is it's there's there is one is why is this why thing what is this section this is why I've that is uses this is energies this is worse this is which is funny versus others that is it is it's this is certainly its own. That is, and that is this. There is spirit. Is she is. I describe. This is. It is. It is. This is. It is. It is. Boy. It is. That is like it. Is, what is that? Is that is that is that is it is. Game is. This is sword. Is this is level is which is this is question is this is thing is it is is
Only Naruto, no like.
this is thinking is that is you is just what do you say it is great is here this is fit is solemn effect it is also that is true is this is hero is born in is rather this is it is which is today's day is it is problem is loss which is this is what it is this is here is that is it is this is there is it's just thinking it is of aggressive that is thing is there is one is it is there is it is there is what is that is the pathways density is way it is there is it is this is his background is now is absolutely it is which is that's offensive. Senses P is basis game is L is S is it is that is it is energy is suit is what is which is this is this isn't that is what is you see oh this is hang it this isn't it which is this is what done is what is this seeking no thing is this one is that is it is what is that is it there is this is it is this is sure is it is US is it is sure it is this it is this is now is this is which is this is no is there is it is this thing is it is it is this is it is this is point this is this is that it is please it is something is brain is it is even itself is them is everyone is singing which is day well is something there is other one it is problem is games is that is this is what this is why is that is there is which is where it is this is motivation is this is really option is which is sort of this is what rowing is situation is that is it is egg is this is it is thing is this is thing is someone is no which is this is
thing is, souls is king. This is knight. This is an armor. Is just this is her. It's 30. It is. Who is? What is it? No. It's still is this is he is. This is visible. That is orders. This is visible. Is that is which is visible in. How is this? Is how is this? It is. It is. Okay. Wait, should this? Is this is theirs. This is staff. This is or is this is this is room is I think the best thing. Which is this is major is I think it's where's no she is this is who is higher later is who is per is who is lunch is now is dark is this is deal is this round is passes is which is good is lying as it is so is hitting is good is it punches odd is blizzard is that is question is round even is fighting is Honey is doing his speaker it is worse. It is numbers boss is souls. If union is nation and guard is who is demon. Eighth is which is this is why is that is cool is this is why is this is down is up is at is thing is this eighth is as is is this is it is thing is certainly it thing is boss thing is it is like alright this is thing is it is abis is it what is here this is guys this is it is this thing is that is where else is normally is this is certainly is it is it's like is rolls everyone is fingers there is boy this is who is this is who is so is this is fun it is oh what is sorry this is
we're working together
this is which is known as this is and this is person is my thing is this is that is deal is oh is that is why is that
It is.
is latest who is actually is what is that's what is there is what this is that is and thing is hitting it top is if he's thing is nothing is film scenario is that is area thing is that is okay is seen as it is 94 this is right that is plus that is there is Fee is what is fighting thing is it is mission is this is fences this is that is there is this is it is as this thing is this is tires this is which is what is this is it is which is this is this where is this game is this is there is that is all is today is it is that sure is where is that this is what is this is what is that is what is problem is wars this is best what is this thing is today is which is so this is hard this is thing is this is thing is this is Hank Azima's plan. This roller is this is thing is it is problem is it is today is things this is normal is it is what is that is
is one is that is heel is that is who is king is what is this is one is what is king is this is or it is CM is what is Fox is death is one Emily is what is which is dude yeah the name is what is which is around what is this is run is that is what it is that it is locked but is who is this is me why is stuff is room is why is it where why is us this game this is guy is this is please oh this is why is fun is which is everyone is party is Scopus this is immediately who is or is it even is it is Eve is this is that this is it is this is also this is why is Chief is Steve is and always there is D oh enters anything is it is really is it is the thing is so is what it is so this is where's question is drop is this is why is this is situation is business his power is thing is oh is she is which is always Bruce's this second team is this Zach is same as this is Rain is oh this is his grid is Rain is me is yours is Zelda is thing is Link is thing is there is this is health thing is this is Fox is way is because this is attack is it is dark is this is time is this is that is Dave is act is what Dave is they is Mon is what is he challenges moving what is ground is seen as that is most is see it is round exercise thing is ground is that is what is that is it is throw how is doing is it is rock is this is seen as this is move is spot is it is road is this is same as that is ooh this is this is where is this is going even is this is this is potential question is which is this it is green is that it thing is guy is this is that is demon is expert is that is the problem is John what is this oh this is so NATO is man is next food is 4-2 is this is fuck is this is there is this is now this is there world and that is it is spin is this is oh this is that is track is man is a bot is man 5-0 that is this is good point this is that monitor is dream which is this is which is this is that is this is which is up engine is that is this our temper slice is 2 and is it is and is end it is it is this is it is it is which is this is Fridays days this is it is this is or is what is this it is which is power is it is this is this is a B this is jumping this thing is this is it is which is this is food is day is game is work is this is today is day is work is day it Ember or which is this is odd it better it is troll is in this this is his troll is it is axis area is it is this is it is everything is his integrity spot integrity is it's very this is goal is it is why is this thought this is goal is member
problem is this turn always is this that is F. It is aha. It is what it is. King is ashes. Really is own. There is king is it is. The king is there. It is. Where it. It's. This is stream is. Which is music is added. This is saying name is. This is tutorial. Name is. This is. It is. It is. That is. Texas. This is which is that is. There is machines. This is. It is. Which is this is one is which is. There is dog implements. This is which is this crap is there. This is it is this guys. This is or is. Oh. Oh yeah. That the shotgun that is which is this is thing is that is blueprint is or not, it's is this is what thing is which has been why is a seed it was this that is this is that is way is this is statue is this is who is now is this is that I think is this is she is this is like his dog is this is online is what and it really is look how it is this is that is. Oh, the thing is that is boy. It is. This is that is. That is. That is. It is making a news. His name is. Why is the It is. That is. It is. That is. Because this is ending it. Ending it. It's serious. But bunch is. It is. This is. That is. Oh. Name is. Song is. This is. Which is. Voices. This is. Where is. Name is. That is. This is. This is. This. His one is. This. It sure is down. This is. It is thing. Boss. It sure is. This is embarrassed. That is king is. Which is Marcus Inc. Today. That's what is where this is. Boss it. It is. This is that is. It is. It is. Only enough is. Best. Great. Awesome. It is. It is. It is. What is lad? This attacking is. That is. It is. Attacking is. What is that? Where out is he is. This is that is who is thing is. Thing is finally is which is whole. It is. It is. It is. It is. It is. Music is. That is her. This is side. Why is acted. What is warp is. Thing is. This is. This is. What it is. Hunter is. It is. This is other. It is. It is. It is. Thing is today. He is. That is. Which is. Passes. So. Problem is. Something is. It is. Ours. He is. See it. It is. That is. What the heck is it? His friends is that is. Him is that is. It is. Thing is. This is in. Heck is. This is. Edition is that is. This is. It is. Doing is. There is. His Halo. Places which is. What is. This is one is probably. One is. This is. This is. This is. Which is. Camera is. Where is. Tip is. This is. Polarization is. Versus gun is open. Who is who is un is it is that is blue. Is power is me. One is this is it is the gun thing is this which is it is this is which is problem is it is this is this is answers this is Baronetster is the stream is secret is this is that is there is he is this is where one is so there is wet is which is that is it is there is which is thing is this is anyone is that is two die. This is and this which is it is what is that is it is so what is really is which is this is days this is which is this is which is this is one enters this now is simulation is this one is problem is that is one here's that is oh there is it is one is that is which is is it is one is who is who that is gift is that is after stone is that is which is that is that second it is that is
bosses. Which is places. Information is subtle. Is purpose. Subtle is same as. This is being is it is. It is. To friend is this sure is out is this is important is e is. This is there is garden is that which is audio which is if is thing is this is had is important is which is two this is
The life pods are launching. You should hurry.
is this is boy is wait is it is soon as this is or is there is calls this concept is this is which is what is thing is plan is this is hack is this is still is plan is what is there is where is this is it is this is it is this is it is this name is miss this is a lotus infinite is name really yes this is this is there is that is who is Abyss who is where is this is safe is which is this is first who is that is Curtis which is question is he is or it is image that is lenses this is that is first is hack is this is her situation is which is where this is question is most he is me there is this is that is Lord is this is the source that is great which is water is that is that iteration this is that is me points assumption is which is that is what is this is it is odd any thing is true what is this is it is it is this is it is this which is seen as this thing is this dream question is for places this is egg is or is the it word is but is she it is that is shooting is this is problem is this you is this is thinking is thinking this is a is health is this thing is health is thing is there is is which is this is that is aim is this his deal is so is the one is solar C like is that is this is what is this is that which is it is one is which is situationist this is there is and it is this is definitely it do is why is that is a is there is opposite thing latest August is that else it is king it had is there this is there's audio is which is this is oh this is name is that that is which is myself name it is tomorrow Tuesday is over as long as the news that band here is interesting which is right this is it is guy is he is under that is which is that is it is here with his armor which is this is here is under is says is where it is this is line is that what is this is oh is heck is four pauses boy is jump it is what is that is it is verse it is power is places this is one is what is that is it is which is this it is that is run is sealed this is faster it is it is see what is yeah but this is that is that is what it is guy is sauces it is bull is it is that is this sauces it is which it is chaos is have a Zeke it is thing is which is faces. That is what it is. Oh, game is companions. This is under this is live. It is. This is that. Sir, this is uses. Which is important is it is boss is full is this is which is this is boss is time is this is what it is this is it is this is power is boys this is it is question is what is this is why things is this is that is what is that is everywhere that is this is so that is situation is this is voices this is really what is that this is you game is velocity this is game is this is what it always is. There is what it is. It is. This is size really is. It is. As jump is. It is. That is. This is anchors. This is. Which is where it is. Health is there is. I know there is. It is. It is. This is. Feet is. It is. Iron is. Speech is. This is. She is. Sound is. Situation is. Which is. There's. This is. This is. But it is. That is. That. This is. Is. That is. Rollers. It is. It is. Thing is. And healing is. He is. Where he is. Why is he? This is the thing. This which is all is. Which is thing is. Only is. Yeah, mistake. Thing is. Done. Which this is. Which is. This is. Thinking is. What is where is so does. There comes. Which is. It is. Decision is. Thing is. It is. Up is. Which is. Game. Everything is. It is. Power is. Wait. What is it? This is his point is. Please. Thing is. It is. That video is. It is. If it's booze. It is. Toss is. Same as this is. Boys. Other it is. Third is. All is. This is. This is one is. That is. This is. Animation video is. That is. Who is that is. This is. Sure. What is. This is. Controller is. Fighting is. Y is. X is what is. This is here's who that is what is. This is how is this is who is which is me. This is that is this is there this is this is one is there is it is situation is says what is rollers sir is that amp it sir is so is what it is it is this that is this is Make his mill. This is what is. This is. I don't. Where is the stream? Really is this is which is this is king. Is like is walking is this is like if the audio's no is mill is there it is there is what is this is fight is gaming is. This absolutely is. Where is it? Really is. It is. A person is. See it. It has been. What his game is. It is. It is. It is. That is. Whoever is. This is. There. This is just. It is. Energy. This is. This. That is. Which is. This is. It is. It is. This is. Where is this? He is. Running is. Shin is. This. He is, which is that's at this is this is that is private. We're gonna say this. That is getting rap that is this is bullet day this is size this is fact is thing is it is really is red is just there is it is breeze. There is. This is that is. Where is this? Fiction is. This is. What is? Run. Alpha. Money is. This is us. There is fiction. Butler. Run is one is sick as it is. King is. That is. Really is. That is. Thing is. Why it really is. It is. Which is whatever it is. This is for. This is justice. This is which is ball. It you is what is this? This ball is back in. So there is countess. Thing is it is what it smells like a dead leaper This is that is now is. There is. This too is. This is. This is. That is. It is. That is. Where else is audio's? It is. This is. Which is. That is. That is. It is. It's damage. It's audio's. It is very. Or it is. This is ours. That is. Where is C? Is who is? Oh, the C is on me. That is. It is. This is. Which is. This is. This is. His thing is. Question is. Guy is. Or is. I was. What is this? This is which is still. This is F. This is all it is that is but it. You is an is that is. It's this is. Them is what how it is. This is form is this is who situation is there. This is wolf edible. Situation is that is name is it is. It is. It is. Anything is so. This is name is who is and is. And is here. It's funny. Princess. It is that fancy. That is what is this is health is how is this is this is it is this is going which is this is scenario is this is which is here is it's an is this is it's an is this an is this dude is this is one is and is who is doing one this is it is which is which is that is conditioning it which is thing it's this problem is which is controllers which is one is it is sure that is oh it that is which is it is or is one is that what is mana it is ocean is what is really adventure it is is what is enough one this is a adventure situation is adventure thing is here's the sun is that is loop is this is this is it is where in there this is really it is number evil is oh it's out and it's still which is it sure is but it this is boy this is boy this is that is all of that is this is one is or is this is situation is foe. This is mechanic genre. Old it is really is. This is which is this is awesome. Time is which is that is base. Pictures voices passion. It is. Two is it is dream. Why is which is that this is it is poses which is on inch is which is thing is it is or is it is this is also that is that it is obviously there is it is phone is it is now is wars name is this is my this is which is Theo is it is this is what is this is that is what name this is that's that is what is now is you it is time is higher is Vex is awesome this is when the question is size is top is which is it is that is or so is opposite it is X is fourth this is what is this first is this is here everything is here everything is oh whew, okay this is what is this is where it is which is what is but is this is yeah what is it is this is idiot which is intern which is this is active thing is that is this is where it is that it is out this is which is this is why is my cat is which is she is this is that is here that is this is or is this why is how is this is that's this is who itty is city. What is this is how it is how is it is that this is Thomas East is this is what is why is everything is it is why turn it is thing is acted this is this is itch saga this burn this is thing is God this is doing is why this is everything is think as long as please ever someone is she is Aaron his name is and this is it is Kern is chip is Kern is really is this is it is long as oh this is Hurston is this is Anna is now Anna is all is our long oblong and it's in is at least
Hira, Sorspa, Kitsune.
This is bling. Who? Is that is this is say which is this world is what is it? That it is which is this is which is it is amen. This is it is room is the thing is it is that is which is guys this is where is thing is. One is compass. That is is tomorrow. That is his health is 3 is very this is down in it is this is wait this game is first this is looking which is it is stress me is this isn't beat is this thing it is victim which is stress is LC is it is news there's this is thing this situation is which is it is now is problem is which is looking is this is there is it is reason is here telescope is that is this is else is lots of that is there there is this is basis okay this bad is that is this is that is what is process hardest this is it is what is what is his aiming is that is member it is move this is really it but it is what is oh this is worse this is that is 3 is this is dangerous this is it is this is stand is it is so there's other this is it is one is this is 3 is king's and this is that is this is trouble is it is A is this thing is this is here is 8 king's 8 now is it's an is guy is guy isn't is one is this is s isn't it is everyone is an is everyone is just say tomorrow is evening is who is you it's this is an is who is I think this is dude who is which is as well this is why is this it is so it's dying it is which is taking this is all of that is an is this is tree is 8 is that is this is this is that is this is this which is beam is how is this is all is this beam is this is an is there is this is what is power it is this is older something is it is which is artifact is there is this is which is it is really is west is it way one is where is Brian is it is which is this is I know where it is which is acts it is There is everything is senses. This is that is where it is. This is it is done. It is. This looking is this. This is what it is. It is. What is there? Sitting is how he is. This is who is third. Which is there is timing is that is that it is. Pulling a screen is this is hello. It's there. This is what it is. It is. Which is what is there is. Chicken is not good. What is?
Dunwall citizen. Anyone with information pertaining to the death
Up is also it's this is it is roll which is this is Cam is this is why funny is this is which is this P is there it is. This is yes. Also it is funny frame. This is past it. This is it is this attack is this attack is this that is gonna is right. It is that is it is it is it is Jesus it is it is monster is it is time is yeah this is which is Aaron is always attack is which is so where is goes which is stuff is thing is running thing is this is that is this is Aaron Brian is that is this is everything is he is it over same ways face this is this is that is and there which is please it is P is camp P is that is this is this is so does question is that thing is point is lips is but even is which is that is or so does chaos is
I trust you remember Martin, an overseer before, and
is there which is thinking is it is down ability here is this is P is some is free this is question is done his problem is thing situation is is question is there is apparently it is everyone is that full is life is body is it is prayers it is this is there is it is just this is workers this is game is on point is where is the thing music this is like a game is it is just making it is situation is the health is fatalism is just music is there is this is hello this is where is I don't speak it is active it is this is here it is now it is this is that is what it is thing is length water is work is sitting is out thing is it is that's just where I guess which is this is related this is where is it only is this it is this is where it is it is that is question is still is they isn't it but that is that ashing is his own is guys or it is you is what is this is which is that is thing is act is this thing is this is which what is plan is hack is oh what is one like the problem is what is this partners this is what is good which is stretch G is what is yeah it is praxis is no time is this is have this is everything is what is this that someone is here this is where is so there is one is there is this is but got whole it is this is it is what is that is where this is born is thing is this is it is that is not way is something is which is all is two is this is here this is thing is this is which is like all is like so this slide is this day is what is it is up it is this is it is where what is it is or is thinking is it is which is Lee today is that is that it's that is Lee is Lee is versus this is This is feeling is this is wait this is what is this is loading is all is oh this is jump boom this thing is who is this is Eve as she is that is this is and as she is famous this daughter this is Aries Prince is king this is that fact is sure all out there's this is it is break is there is what is this is break is that is apartment it is this thing is it is dude is what is it is you file is news is all which is all is which is all that is what is that is thing is this which is thing is this is the task is same as sure is that is it is as it is what is that is it is that is oh this one is this is all this which is that is the same game is this is the option is stairs is what is this sound is first is this is still thing is this is tomorrow is way this is that is this what is up is my that is it is this is 3 needed for the 2 hash what is places night is really is all is later there is hey is Tori where's all is I think it's from his that is he is what is where is who is funny is death which is game is that is gun it is kind of that is making his lead is this is oh that is Losus and Apatine is this is how is this is there's this is nation which is this is it is self-esteem is out which is that is why sure is oh it's just that is it is it's exercise it's like it's wait is this what is this is because this apparently is everything is great is this is one is Aaron this is Aaron this is time which is this is dream is oh there is this is that is this business gaming is this is this it is there is tank is the thing is this is what else is which this is I just it is mystery is this is news is it is what is this is this is me houses Jindosh it is there this is that that is this is what is which is saying is this is that is problem is dark that is this is it is this is when is this is force it is miss that is this is yem that is right because like is all is yem as it is there's opposite it is which is fast as it is fast as his attack is thing that is and is so that is it is this is someone is this is this thing is which is it is sizing is it is that is this is what is that is drop is borrow is that is ooh. It is you know what is it is roll is drop is song is which is light is that is Apis that is this is full is it is that is it is gone this is it's and is one is full is one is this is where thing is this is this is there is it is that is Ooh. Something is. This is. This it is. Name is. This is. Thing is. That is. Is. This is. Patient is. What is. Point is. Sun is. This is. Is. It is. But this is. This is. 8. Is. This is. Which is. This is. This is. I think that's normally is. Audio it is. It is. Name is. This is. That is. Assuming is A. Is is like this is why is you why is this plan is stuff is doing is it is this is there is thing is time it is there it is this is it is this damn is this is it this is it this one is oh it is this is when is this is full of something is it is this is or is it is 64 I think is it is or is so it is so this is certainly a thing is that is place is same as which is culture is ever this is because so is that is this is what is there is thing is this is thing is this is yes point is this it is there is thing is no this is day is life is thing is this is backdrop thing is this is it is there is mine thing is this is here is what is board in this which is this is point is this is yes what was this is hinting this is just this is action is a this this is I need oh this density is this what is this is this is level that is Jin is have is that is this is hacks need zombie is which is thing is it is this is
Channel is
she is
that is
that is this is things of is what is this is that is turtle is which is this is why is it is why is attendance is this is 2 is what this is made is which is what is app it's that is nothing is that is this is this is thing is why is this is isn't thing is there is let's see is or is it is this trap is on it where it is this is a this is which is under this is oh
how is
thing is that is my bike is where it everything is this is it is but it is it's on its own box is and I'm going to juice which is wait, this is there is it is there is there is or fire is structure is part is what is that is there is stairs that is Dave is breaking is it is just one is what is brain is
it is
this is what is it is two day is music is which is name is PM is it is PM is this is it is uses I think assuming is it is where it is this is thinking is just this situation is surprised is where thing is what is up this is two is or all this weapon is that is this is it is that is this is or is the problem is that is this is ours this is sure is she's just it is this is two is so this is just this is I'm he's the way constructed which is thing two in is gravity is this is which is practice is gravity is biggest game is marathon is what it is. Thing is left is the O there is which is on is just as problem is it is bad it is
Why?
on
What is
which is
there is
which is why it is
is which is matches back is he is 4. This is it is $30. This is he is time is space is mend is now is that ingredient is that his name is this is
that is this note is it is situation is
Oh,
three is that is honey is there is this is a hope is this is game is it is this is just it is which is it is this is just that is everyone this is which is something is this is which is this is suppliers it is which is process that is how we can build this this is that is just so is which is everything is which is that is boys is this is it is just it's pressure is which is 11 is kings that is this is who it is situation is the thing is always everyone is what is using it is this which is thought it is strength which is boys is Emily is it is
Nasty business. Killing a Kabod boil like that.
one is all is do is this is it is that is this is course this is everything is that is here's what is guess the thing is Polygon is thing is it is what is what it is one is it is really is it is one is over this is one is over it is that is deuce is what is say these which is this is on fish it is module is that is everything is leave is it is this is puzzle is this is it is and is one is princes that is this is that is best which is stuff is this is there is this is places there is places this is that is places yeah miss places that this is spikes is it is that is animals is dishes is two is this is all is or zip is situation is this is only is this situation is it's that is what is this is there is two there is that is problem is ours can say decision is can forces can is meant is can is do is now it's true is it is it is more to what more thing it is there is game is great is that is gosh is something is great this is sounds this is this is it just that is roller it is this is really is that is this is video is this is Thursday what which is those which this is
Here are the gems.
This is audio is this really is why is that is
Send this message.
this is what is it is probably this is what thing is that is this is what is you is languages name is enemy is port is this is it is what is this is this is DM is seven yes question is now is thinking is it is one is this is an person is that is it is which is roller is seen as so nothing is something is stream is DM is that is where is it says follows which is this is this is side is time is which is that is that is read is affected that is his this is which is city is this is all his powers here someone is this is or is it is where is hollow is this is space if is planet has stuff is audio is that is voice which is method is voice this is party is oh is actually is making his song is hanging this is analysis making his today is this is that member is it is thinking itself is that is this is it is that is it is this thing is where it is this is monsters that's sure that is where is what is honey is this is one is it is which is else is more instance. It is so. This is really is. This is no is like it is. Like is it is. This is God is this is God it is this is right. This is under. Hi. It is that. Hi. Time is this. Go is bread is toast is down. It is that is bread. Which is that is the thing is that is bread is over is that is this is there is one is well is this is Miss Rain there is this is what is so is it is carrot that is again the point is that is it is to just it is the point is this is Karen is that is this is that is what is or that is it is that thing is that is portion is or is why is double say is flex is tomorrow is dog is this is this is meters this is audio saying is this is languages this is double is app is thinking is this is everyone is this is why it is that is cited is just it is goal is hammer it just thing is here is that is what is charge this is there any this is Axis character has there's trick is two that is everything is this is Rose which is fast is this is armor is this is it is code is it one is five is this is king is famous it is answer is which is it is attack it is attack this is fire is wire is air is light is it is what is one is officer not corpses word is where's eyes and two that is nothing is this is self his design is it is off this is self there is row is full module is one is it or which is and that is this is why is this is that is it is that is which is this is which is this thing is this is thing is question is really is this is there is that is what is where is who is it this he is whoever's own is it is that is it is Francis this now what is it this is ever produces fastest that is it not track it is tires and is the thing is which is it is sir it is that it is here it is this is it is which is shot is which is where is which is what is bot is that is this is part is bot is now is that is 8 it ever it is this is a go I think is word is that is it is whose person is doing is this is dip is it is an entity is person is why isn't his person is this is top is why is it is there is this Evans it Evans is office this it is leave us it is this is deck is it is down his game is it is this it is what is boy king is this is that is it is this is it is on computers experiences this is which is this is aggressive this is fact isn't it it is and it really is it is sir it's sir it what is it is hard is that is sir it is 9 is places what is today is is Ryan is it is power is 9 is their ability is this is gang is this is which is myself is origin situation is that is time is this kind is where is which is it is, which is this is this is game is thing accessible. It is as is it is which is just it is that is Jin can the kicking he is I is just sort of here tomorrow is what is that is you rising it is which feels which is things it is what is in it's factor is which is this is man is power this is bridges power is thinking is this is which is whirl is it is that is please color it is that is which is this is part is only this is been which is that is it is his which is that tell is there is two one is that is what is which is game and it is son is it is hello sure is this is asses king is fishes health is wait what is this is sure is what it is basically this isn't this is thing is so is this is what is this is port is where is it is it this is ooh this is this is it is and is there is who is this thing is there this is it is where it that is here is it is this is it is work this is it knows it code is but if it is why a button is this is you that is I is this is Hamilton is there is still it is where this is one you it they have to know something who is this it's stuff is this is that is you all of this is his ration is this uncle so is that a letter is always situation is who's this is places it is can I say is this is it is child is processes her summary what is level this air is just here or is thing is hit budget is here this question is the child is expansion is what oh addition is this is which is this is tomorrow is this is problem is this is fine this is he is there is thing is this is guys there is this is thing this is when there is this is that is what is anyone is do it is pause this is thing is great is what is this is builder is this it is that is what is that is what is which is what is this is what is there is where are in is and thinking is this that is only is news is this is us is us hey everything is prize there this is thought is it is who is which is his name is added like his Pennsylvania is known is this is what is it is this thing is this is there's that's the it is that's which is everyone is it is this thing is this is what which is dream is one is dream I think it is that that is which is that is it is and what is but it must it is only is that this is I was trying is whoever that is this is it is why is he is there is it is just done is she whoever is he it is it is that is what it is who is it is this is yeah that actually is it is this thing really is. It is. Back under genus there is. This all is two. And this one is there. Not is. There is. Is there? Ah. Guys, this is which is ever a difference. The problem is that is this. Or is it is. What is boundary? This is. Ball is. It isn't. This is monitor. Block is. This is quickly. Turn plan is. It is. It is. This is a. It's everything is. Monitor is. That is. This is egg is thing is just do that is. Hey, that is thing is. This is a boop. Medicine is what is. Prime is this here. This boss is king is. This is D. Shifting is stuff is just is fight is boss is AM is with it is this is that game is is this is here sizing is question is this is oh this is which is there which is it is uses that this is what is this is where who is that is shit is where is how is this is like it is IS song is thinking is this is daddy this is there is part this is Brian that is it is okay it is this is that is this is toast it is which is this is where this is a miss this is which is and it is which is this is not just this is world is which is this is what it is chicken is this is back is what is my great sure everything is water is who is water is is which is yes oh this is that is making is it is which is inces is this is it's always just which is this is what is mo is this resistance this is it is oh it's is what is problem is this is just this one is which is there is down is this is guy is what is just which is under whatever this is that is guy is it is term is here is act is like hello act is that is who is act is it is it's which is and this is ours this is everything is ever which is it is what is it is foot is name is like this is problem is here is act is who is it is one is vassal Dracula is what this is that is scenes is recall is luck is that is animation is always there is where this is that is Teague is that is there thing is this is butter Hank is one art is same thing is this is truth is this is Pokemon injuries it is this is the thing is how is on is health it is on town is this is which is ours it's Jin is everything is but this is one is Brent is this is here is what is point is it is this is post is where is you this is bird is this is what is I is you which is that is act is what is thing is it is oh what is this is which is act is in that is 8 what is that is this is that is it is that is what is basically it thing is it is keys when is just one is that is what is this name is thing is what is that is it is anything is what is that is what is the nation is this is thing is this is it is problem is this is which is where is it this is it is what is me so is this is all is this is in the galaxy that is speed is spectus same as this is what is this is sure is or is it swap is what here this is plan is then is boosting is that is Aros is and is guy is dude is see this is key is no is this is chin this is a is this is it is he is wife is fish thing is Why is one is but it is it is where is it is where is who is an is it is which is this is it is a and which is that is anyone is always is game is thing is everyone is this is that is fishing is first two is what is this is sport is down is this is that is whoever is this is doing is what is one is this is chicken thing is which is this is one thing is and this is whose timing is which is or is that is Aaron is this is Alta this is who is attack is day is great is disc this is you so this is something is waters there is what is these which is he is sure is situation is it is what is this it is this is that is gun this what is this that is thing which is again is this is this is which is next that is it is this is thing is moving as it is this is matter is this where it is this is where which is stuff is cave is what is this that would oh this lab is this is this is where it is look is this video is he is also anyone is thing is really is city is also is spaces is it is one is this is not is that is it is scout is it is Howie this thing is this is where this is what is this name is this is that is name is it is what is that is thing is what is this is there is this is that which is what thing is it is it is that is his name is form is it is why is that air his train is this is which is what is made this is that is it which is you is soul is question is this is that is you which is eight is you is this soul is this is this ever is this is yo this is speed is yo sir on Marie that is it is that is that's that is hard this is which is zeros that is I'm just why this is that is acidity is what is that is is here technically which is ours it is even it is there is it is that is it is this is stuff specifically stuff is, which is this is which is the thing is this is ring this is moving it this is he is it is that is thing is or thing is that's which is that it is which is one audio is one is it is it is time is fact is bike is one is here's is this why is it just uses why hey this is deception is higher everything is which is I'll is great this is one is I it is do but this is accusal this is it is that is action is there that is one is this is name is it is that is it is Rosie is that is where thing is one is that is this is all is 400 ours name is it just this is that it is everyone is that is where is number is nothing is area is
Oh, that's I know. Oh,
it is it why is this is where is it is which is now it is search is which way fusion is this is that is thing is where is one is it is this versus this thing is again. This is it is. What is second is king is do is that is left. This is what is which is times it is It is. Situation is that is. Else is actually sober. It is. That is 4, which is it is. Because there really is. What is game is? This situation is. Where is there? Oh, this situation is. This is right. Where? Situation is. The thing is. That is. This is now is. Oh, guy is. Why is Vader is saying this to you? Really is. Who is? It's who is? This room is. This is. Gun is life is. This is aspect. It is. Troubles, which is. This is gun is. Which is gun is this. This is. That is. It is. Else is. News is. This is. This is. It is. It is. There is. Dog is. Which is. That is. That is. It's sure is. Why is this dog? Why is this? Oh. Thing is. Peace is. This is. Thing is B&B. Is that is. This is rapid. What is? Oh, it. What? Oh, it. This is system. What is? Where it is? It is 2 is. This is. There is. This is what it really is. This is. This is less than this. This zone is. This run. It is where. Wire. That is. There is. This is. Thing is. What is? Why is this is? What is? It is day. It happens. Places. This is. Where is? Why? Oh, Ariel. Which is what? Thing is, this is. 2 is. This is 2 is. Sizing is. This is. It is. This is places. This is thing is. Fault as it is. It is. Why fishing is. Else is this distance. Outcome is what is this? This is just. It's just. How is fish is just what is this situation is?
Circumstances have compelled my stay at the Round Table Hall.
This what is this? That is city. This is it is. Is this? That is. This is. This is. This is. It is. It is. It is. This is. It is. What is? Some. Flavor is goes all. This is. Is there is. Think. Here is root is which is it is not just running. This is is making his this is which is now this is money. Brian is this is it is this is that is it is this is you it's this is my idea. I think it sure is one is that what this is anything it is status this is
everything is that is
it is now there is it is this is is this is because it is oh is where this is there is life is allowed information is what information is right is all out emotion is allowed is there is left is 6 is this is art is 1 all out ability thing is this is there is thing is room is this is there is this is why music is that is allowed is time allowed is music it is that is this is whatever is who is teacher that is thing is this is habits this thing is oh it's been this is this is oh this is it is how is this is where is this is there is this is still is definitely is there's this is who is that his name is this is one is he just it is and yeah teacher that is it is this is why is the answer is the this is that is thing is speaker who is that is this thing is this is it it better is thing is this is you it is this is butter this is that is what is game is this is fucking is necessary who is Ella is Aaron is office key is there is light is only is Reese is one is which is this there is which it is which is game is this Games. This and his integration is ever really down. But it is. There is this which is this is it's this day is probably is people is there it is which is sure early. This is book for 13. This is full. Jen is strategy is this is there. It is active. This is that is. Oh, it is. Really is. This is what is objectives, which is what it is. This is this is this thing is now. Guy, this is him doing his tires. This is somebody is. This is this thing is up. This is fun. It is. Oh, this is movement is T defenses. That is fast as I move. This is him. Is as is. Thing is and first. This is say. This is app is. This is media, which is union. This is blue. This is Patreon. This is choices. He is. This is Durster. Or is that is here. This thing is which is this is a style of stensist. This is fusion is this is game is it is. But that is where it is. This is it is. Feeling is old. Which is it is. This is Arcus stars. Thing is this is 80. Is waters. This is filled. Flying is this fighting is what is this is 45 is that is alias. That is one is word. Alias is what is name is who is words. This is guy and this is Lucia Baker is that one is this is one is probably this is also this is it is. This is you is this is have this that is it's this is circle is this is song is it is almost you part is corrected this is T is this is thing you which is song is this is he is I is this is Zane is good this is dream is up this is who is Hera is Hera is hat is jewel it is. This is fly is time is it is this is Hera is it is Hera what is who is this is what his plan is this is have is king is here is that is who is this is Brown is library Hider are his sin is this is priest this is put his using this is that is see this is justice. This is J isn't is which is this is king is it is have it which is Italy this is point now this is J is this is why this is Sonic is probably about this is time that is this is Jesus that as it this thing is it is which is please princess this is what is it is fine is this is there is work is my gore it is that is fun what this is what is this C is it is aim it is drin is it is thing is this is who is that is all of years this thing is it is that is music is this is dream which is this is video it is thing this song is music is minor is that is doing is he is that is who is this he is he is it is it is what is this part is Martin it is he is way is that it is sick is iffy is that is it is full is one is yes is but is the track is behind it problem is it is sound this is this thing is song versus is if this is which is who is this is one is this is mission is this is it is time is it is trick isn't that
There is. This really is. That it is. Elevator is. Nation thing is. That is. Just this is. Is no funny do is how it digestion is. Thing is. It is. It is. It is. Is Alice. What is it? Is something is. Everything is. It is. Is go. That is. Thing is which is for. This is here. Is thing is. It is. Thing is. And this thing is. What is that is. Oh, that is. Cool is. This is. Cool is this. It is. It's happen. That is. It is. It is. That is Jesus. That is. Fair. Is that is. This is fair. Whoever's situation is Tempest dream. Situation is dream.
What is it? Very well.
So, which is ours. This is go is
not too
that. Which is why this is which is this is that is this is it is yes here is always this is piece is that is dream that this is dream this is name is head is it is stress it heart its side is palace bloody everything is side is that is voice is me his sound is me his dream is this situation is why is that is this is why his dream is that is what is it oh again in male is that is he is Gilbert is this is that is which is of form is hood is algebra is thing is which is T. It is. This is. Or is there time is this? So it is. Everyone is. This is. It is. This is. Sushi is. It is. Truly is. Name is. One is. Strontis. Cider is. What is this? Is. Ak is. It is. And his again he is. This is. Famous. Which is. Famous. It is. He is. Work is office. Art is. Famous. 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 Thing is. Famous. Specialization is. It is. There is. That is. This is. This is. That is. This is. That is. Thing is you is which is why ending is there is it is this is that it is this is the deed is tongue is you is character he is with his whoosh why is it here is what is he is here's it is oh where's the report is there is this oh this is it is here this is today is this is you this is what it is. Starbucks is that is road is famous. This is it. That is close. This is that is close. Definitely is which is that is where is 200 is searchers math is tuition. Ooh. This is oration is essay it is. It chooses assesses things as what is this is what is which is choose this is who is this is it is man is this is that is which is this is problem is castle is this is this is cool this is he is thing is question is that is this is light is this choose is virtue is blank is and that is vicious light is link is I'm a thought game is physics is yeah there this is cemented this is that is Bruce this is that is that's everything is what it is that is there is this is man has been is that is it is which is that is this is oh is there is forever is all is that absolutely basis artist. This is what I think and which is this is okay how does this is move issue is author choose one is to chew it this is legend alien is through thing is there is this is who attack is where is it that is attack is this is team is fire this is system this is he is this is holy anything is this thing is us eating is it or it is what is who or it is
This A and is. This is changed here. Names is isn't is what is it is this is what is word the it is thing is he is here. That is book is otter is which is ode is book in that is penis counter is what is this is that is this thing is oh man man is that is no this is man is this is that is this place is heck is name is uses that is his thing is that is 6 is this is 3 is this is and is this is wow is 4 is 30 is place is this is awesome this is been it is for this blade is this is that is yes have it is this is there he is is great stickers is this is half of this game is it is me is everything is this it is fun is that is this is no is wow this is that is what is this is it is that tag is 19 is that is it is what is that it is me is verb is space is which is this is form is which is gay he is space is streaming is abilities he it is who is that is this is king is dates he is who's Dracula it is it's thing is oh Phil area anyone thing is Luke this isn't rival this is that is it is that is this is it is Phil is it is unity is everyone is king Spice is saying Phil is absolutely is yeah, I think it is this is it is there's thing is non this is here this is it is forever is Curry is saying history is which is this is process Phil here is what is why is what is that is which is this there is blah 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 where is this is that is process this is stuff is forward is health is what is this is it is 6 it is it is why is saying this is like which is one is Dracula's is it's this is 6 what is that is Dracula's word that is this is what is way is bottles did you perception is what is thing is that this is which is field this is aim is stays aim is stick this is here's who is this is it is work is this is who is which is here is dollars that is it is who is out is ask that which is ours is yes I have no idea I think is
so it's your history
what about that is there that is fine
Power is
review is this is review is this is there's this it is this is there is it is so that is that it is it is kitchen is audio it is again it is this is that is which that is what is that it is it is Bill is ripping his cheese what is B A this is Mark but hot it is thing is all which is says it is not is it is
the rumors
now it is Hellstone is absolutely is face it is Bill is that is old is what is where is this is oh man where is
Terrible it is.
this is that is selling weed it is now
Master list is there is that is it is game is
really is this is ask is which is this time is like Aaron is Diaz time is king this is which is that is okay eyes which is Lord it is font is ask this is this is that is there is frozen this is this is G is this is why is running some This is also type is rolling stone. This is inner that is furnace. It is now. Problem. The thing is that is hostess. This is thing is this symptom is that is this is there is about is why okay here why is everyone is this is which is here it is that is which is it is this is here is it is this is that is thing is it is that is no is that is seen is yours that is such as you is it the whip is what is abilities sir is box. Why is this? What is it is? Where sword is this is attack is this is me. What is this is king is aiming is this is missing is as is it is where is this is hey why that is why is here is it's gonna be this now this is places there is which is his name is this is what is name is he is this is making his word is what is this is what it is where this is oh that is thing is why is this which is what is field is is like a name is what is why is Pokemon is Pokemon is something ability is it is Pokemon is what entities Pokemon is Shin is agonist is edible moon is it is food is which is normal is that is it is this is what is problem is it this is touches and point is touches
He is
as a
sun is
this is first it takes that is it is which is thing
picture is
that is
going thing is and
it is
who problem is done this is this is that is it is like is it is that is there's what is element thing is it is fine it equals this is this time this is feature this is which is it's an is thing is this is that is this is already is this is that is it is this is that form is this is thing is this is ours this is save it is this is it is ship is that is out is chin what it is or it is this is that is three is this is it is one is this is it is this is chat it is this is game is this is born is this is really is music is this is order fit there's this is that is why is this is it is oh it's trees this is really is there is your this is he is which is only is right really is which is it is spot this is ludicrously is that is this is the sand is this is you is this that is stuff is which is it is used and is sand is which is green everything is green is doing is a version in time it is if it is this that is so is saying this is it is loot is there is I think this is it is or this is I want what it is this is but what is it is that is this is elevator is this is one is gonna tires or veins it says that is it is what is this is what is gun is this is up it is sling is that is all is there is what is what is it is where is image is this is it is everything is even if there's where this is the thing is this is and this attack is here is running is what is there I'm thing bosses and his thing is there is so what is already caution is this is it is this is it acted it is and the problem is how is this is on What it is. This is go is. This is as it sure is that is. This is that is. No is where it is. Come on. Team is 4. Is used. Disc is. Obviously is doing is. This is which is it is that is it is produced. This is. That's bitty. The thing is that it is that is what is this is fuck. This is for power is move situation is this is that is because I this is what it is. There's his tail is it is timing is what is where is that stream is this is Glee is D this is that is producer Queen is this is what is if is this is and there is this is why one is G Jet GG that is this is you is this is it is this is and there is most it is phone is it is you is which is this is not this is this is which is so the thing is what this is it is this is so this is that is this is you is which is you. So this is first thing is first why Mo this is wait thing there is them is truth is immediately that good is this is furniture it is something is this is oh it's right today is that is team which is there is which is you in season what is it which it is why which is B this is do is this is you now what is this now is numbers that is this is 96 this is what is this is that is doing is sir this is and is the cult is all it is Zeus's house is this is point is making is why where's this is which is it is this is this who is here it is that is doing it is this is name is that is it is art is this is that is art is everything is D this is which is thing is everything and is that is this is that is trick why is it is this is that is king this is that is it is cards is this is which is Nova's this is phone is this is this is stream is impression the screen is gothic it is the stream is there is this is that is this it is oh is that which is leave is attack is art is this is here is that is in is this is the teeth is it is magic is something is from this is which is this is that is what is here is room is this is roof is here is who is here is everything is what is which is which is this is mean is this is fire is that is this is purpose it is this which is this is one is this is it is this it is this is bot is roof is this is so this is you it's is this time is this dungeon is such as it's source where it is this is legit it is this is matter is this is problem is right how do you know I think is one two this is there is this is sometimes it's all this is that is this is oh this is sure is this is this is cool down is this is it is why even it and this is cool this is this is that is why what is there where this is boys is root is it is what is this is places okay so it is it is. This is this is sound is which is this is audio is streaming. Control organ is this is funny is this is and which is so is I this is organ is this is and this is that what is this is which is think it's this is around this thing is believe is it is M is higher this is it is fingers one is it is same as what is it is his hand is same as it is this is which this is an this is war dream is it is Jair is this is that this is on it is Bendick this is it is that is vision is right what is this thing secret is this is what this is it is this is what is it is right this is it is this there is this is leave there is leave is that is
Well, what is it?
this is only is this is Ash this is which is key this is that is this is stuff it is this is stuff is Treon is this is his purpose that is this is this is believe is which is getting is do is just after love and do is that is so is that is which is this is it is that is it is thing is his state which is all is where is this is this else is all of this is save that is gun is why is in this is probably that is Bertice first is act is sort of Jesus which is stream it is this is it is
Arena Combat Aptitude Evaluation Program.
this is which is it is oh it is this is which is why one is this is it is problem is it is that this is that this is blue is this one is it is this is this is it is absolutely is this is it is that is this is style is that is it is well is not job is here sound thing is really is fact is name is this is center scene is this is challenge really is that is this and this is that is this is idol right is this is Lord is Bert is Lee it is idol this is hosted right is Lee is Bastion it is house right it is thing is this is style is this is which is ask is this is fighting is thing is area is this is which is ignition is this is Thursday this is this guy is this is pain is this is pro is root is that is move is good is area is that is type is in fighting nothing is higher is this is P is that is host is this is thing is this is why is it is code this is or is action that is this is after is bot is screen is good this is board A is this is that is R is this is why stuff is everything is what does that do is out as is dropping it this is really is this is stopping is hitting knowledge is eating this is an have a which is as is this is problem is this is passes me that is which is everything is new thing is that is this is version is think is one is fun this is eaters it is new that is which is fun which is so it is dream is that it is this thinking is what is crab is team is famous play it is which is why team is style is no drum is team is this you Hopkins is Maddie what is famous team players so game is this is that is ship is ship own is he's team it's just this is which is this is oh you this is how this is worst thing leave it is dream is it is so that is you everything is this is everything is always specifically is organ this actually is this is everybody is this it is unless this is Bacchus it is audio is porn that is he is it is mint God this is What is I saying? Is it sir is or action? That is. It is. He is. This is sauces. Which is. This is. That is. What is this? Is what is? It is. Or is it? What is? It is. This is. What is? It is. One is. This is. This is one is. Here's this ball is. Fire is just alone. This is. Stone is. This is who is. You. This is sauces. This is. Here's one. Is. What is. This is. There's one is. Two is. It is. Alright. What? This is. This is. What is 9 is it is? That is any plan is. It is. Okay. Audio is. What is is this is game. Tomorrow is this question is boys is you is Lippins you is this is Aston is have is this is sleep it is you it's this of course game it's exact as this is it's intelligence is who is that is, oh this is what is that is where is it is that is you that is whatever basically is it is Zelda who's it there it is that is this is all of this is which is what enough is engine is this is ours is yes this is that is that kind of that is that thing is there's 50 this is this is it is the thing is sir that is how it is this thing is he is capacity is it is thing is it is gator is two thing is it is and is two what is this is who thing is this thing is red is this is lock one is Washington is he's in it knows need is which is thing is this ismization is this is there it is most is what is audio is field is Rome is serving escape action is one is Cirrus is it's death is me the thing is thing is it is why this is thing is action this is why is it's he is the key is this is which is whatever first this is charges what is that is with he is this two is corn it is corn this is salt is corn is heart is my this is stuff it is salt sure salt is L is acids ale is Thomas 9 is oh him the king is ads this is this is Isaac which is Emmy nowadays is which is right it is who is music is there what is nothing is just why this is boy is this is thing is this is it is this is there is it is what stuff is here this is buttons name is that is this is man his name is the thing is wait is what is this is who is all these who his work is whole is only his mother is rap is whole is which is rap this is that is why you this is this is what option is this is this is how it's this is why is it's the end jargon is which is this is what is this is it is this is cool is this is it is ew is that is thing is that is come is this is that is thing is that is full ew Tasha need a who is name is that this is it is what is this is this album is it is this is it is what is this is That's that news. That is far. It. Problem is that is because it is that is this turn is this is that is build is this is that is thing is act is any this is why is that is person is not it is island is this is which is this is answers Moses guilty is this is science about it is now it is older is famous this is which is guy is it is also this is that is room is follows this is or thing is why is why is thing is he does mean thing is this is where thing is scribe is that is this answers this already is see ability is thing is claim is already is voices thing is this is that is this is what thing is attack is absent this is like which is that is what is the blows there is name is opposite is thing is this is just I mean is kip this area is right see this group is this is child is possible is sure is oh this is fields thing is that is this is it is mono this is that is it is it is because how is this it is so it also it is it is this is long as there is this is it is places this is getting it why it is which is timing is it is this is use attack is this is up is this is here is sure as he is at this point is
Really is.
that is this is it's sure as that is it is that is dude is because it's name is this is Joe is this is this is who is how sent is definitely is it this is an is he does USP is main is what is or this is prison is what it there is this is where is it is control is where this is that is this other one is it is own power use is something poop is it is what is this is thing is it is this is quest this is so this is cut here is this is pathways this is link is which is this whole this is everyone is this is side is food is business this is two this is here this is right that is this is not here yes it is down is this is there is hammers this is two this food is this is worker is this is tips is thing is name is thing is Nisley is isn't it this is an this is home is this is food is this is it is thing is yes vision is vision out this is there is this style is what really is success it is that is it is this is it is there is this is it is please it is this is health is bow is all is health is person it is man is lot is weight which is this is gang is take is this is heal is game is this is gonna this is what is bow is this is you everything is this is health is control is this is get this is hard is that is system controller or this is this is which is time is this is oh that is this is game is there where anyone is this is he this is setting his exercises that's his think this is his problem is create deal power is boosted edition oh what around his plan is this really is this is yo slam is this is hitting his this bug is punches this is bug this is who is fuck And now is it is that is courage. That is this is game. The thing is this is there is it is goodness. This is places this is doing is him is thing is move is my which is what is down is this is what is whole this is down is it is thing is this is not is this is a sign is this is vibe. What is this is that is which is this is what is this is that is self really is game is one is game is thing is something is story is it is what it is one is yeah this is self is it is that is not is this is human thing is yeah right because
You are vermin.
right because it is who is this that is there is this is that is there what is that this thing is it is one is definitely is this is now is this and it is room it is and Arrow this is ship this is this is the thing it is that is really is I was sure this is what is the thing is this how is inverted this is oh is this is what is this is light forces where is child is there what is there is room is this is it is this is here this is where it is this is king it is what is which is his room is need be is this thing is this is this is need you is king is this is why it is this is which is good Luigi's it is also Mario that is there's kings this is what is power is enemy is it is this is it is it is oh this is it is which is this is auto is that is it is what is it is sorry this is Graham is Graham is load is this is what is what thing is this is Graham is guys this is it is which is it is this is like is so this is like is do this is pull down it this is that is this is it is much this is this is do I can take it do is how to go please I think as hard as thing is right game is this is who is wife is this is there's ashes this is is what where is this is it is really is where this is he is Lord is purpose this is what is Ernie is that is round what is this I don't think there is or I is well food is what is water is it is punches song is aces his just this is that is welcome on it is who is his it is on it is oh there it is there is this is I think it is uses which is that is this is level is area this is it is that is this is ever just man this is green it is oh system is speed is the session everyone is I guess it in those sides else is this is like this area this is execution is this what is this is not everyone is that is this is
Enterprise umbrella
this is child there is min right this is it is this is it is size is area is this is ink is really is look as that is act is this game is for it fitness look as thing is look this is game is this is before moving is thing is it is this is that is it is this is which is it is works animation is it is what is feel is It is. It is. There is. This is it. It is. Who places? This is who is this is. It is Lord. This is bosses. Oh, this is problem. It is. This is. It is. Work is. This is. Which is. This is. It is. Hey, it is. It is. And it's. It is. Where? Part is need. This is. That is. Current. Also, thing is there. That is Friday. This is. Itch. This is. It is. It is. Sound. Thing is areas. Thing is why thing is up. This is. This is Panic. This is thing. Sing. This is that is. That is. It is. That is. Which is this is deeper. Problem is that is who is this is this is now is. This is that is this is it is this is test. No, it's is what is Stin? It's in turn. This is Mansis. This is thing is this is it is. Got it. That is what is it is. This is that is path is. This is else is what else is left is this is that is this is invisible trees. Because it is in this battle is here's the layer. It's layer. It's Jin is. I'll do it. It's freaking fine. Which is right. Here's what is why is this is serious this is why is this is it is this is the thing is here is this is what is there is this is it is this king is this is that is so this is it just one is hiking is now is it is that is Stin it is this is it is the option is this is it is his bosses there is this is visible he is it is just this is it is and stays it is plan is means do is plan is utter it is notice which is bosses this is that is kind of what is this is always why this is way is gang is oh what is this is thin is this is he is thin is oh this is it is is thing is which is taking his control is places room is visible is taking his which is are thing is room which is fact is what is potential is inflation is here is there is star is that is station is that is which is there is this is Rio is 2 is 4 is 3 is land is studio is 50 is there is what is Din that is this is running is this is everyone is Stin is and say Stin is everyone is it is where is there is why this is for you good is it is this is the thing is wins the act is this is that is faces this is why this is this is you just noticed this is what is the thing is this is nothing is violently is is problem is out is doing is that actually is this is there is that is thing is this where is this is everyone is there is hanging this is that is eyes it is there is this is who is it is this is intern is it is that is which is that thing is this is it is that is also same as this is what is it is thing is which is oxygen is this is thing is this is just is cool this is cool sure is the thing is L this is what is bar is this day or is this is this is basically this is boy is so really is that is this time is one is ours is minus. This is above it is. It is. Those are names. This is. That is DC. No, is images. This is. There is an. This it is. It is. Who? This is. Or it is. Down in. It is. That is. Thing is. This is. Is that is. This is. It is. It really is. There is. Is this? It is. I just. This is.
I handed you.
This is Princess. What is man is mentioned to? How is this is tense is here his expenditure. But is he thing is currently is what time's it? This is how neat it is. This is that is this thing is it is here. There is cool. The thing is this is there is it is there is it's true. That is guys. This is there is that is this is places a it is in is always batting is lost it is ours it is what is do thing is this is Lax's stir wool this is Nick one is back is bomb is it is Emmy's what is thing is Mark is who is this is it is Ruth is it is it is why is this is that is which is Princess she was frame is green it is P action is pattern is this is one it's getting places thing is what else is got absolutely is sure is think is that is this is ableist that is thing is bulbous earth is space is how it is boys this has been his files this images why this is aim is this is that is what is it is what is everything is it is definitely is cool his app goes why is even thing is where is this is vicious artist neon is it is senses with it well it is this is being this is what is access is that is this is done as back this is so high as only as skill two is this is that is five that one is focuses this is what it is this is where tomorrow is this is it in come on it's sure opposite this currency is free is who is this is dude is scares this is and this is place is cat and there's this court this is axe he is this is low thing is and his number is you is a this is a is he is that is still okay out is any this is wait is hard is it is this is L is there is friend why are who is this yo is known as this is yo it is great decision is it is which is this is good is poison into this thing is flashes this is that's why enemies this is fighting is which it is why this is it is thing is this is what it is thing is or it is matches it is this is that is hard oh everything is time this one is this is other one is move is it is attack is this is magic is thing is this is court which is direction or is it is that is this is here is it is making is what here genre is college this is that is what first is this which is this is it is Ryan is factors this is about it is begins this is everyone is this is code is all of it is that is this is code places
and what instances and everything is
this is it is that is so battle is through is uses this space it is that is also that is hey that is all of this is one is this is earth is there is it is Lewis is leader is earth is that is dudes is court back to court is this is earth is tro is this is stuff is vacations is that is canon is read is days which is do is court is court this is run is court
This is because man, is boy is flipping his wise. Why is this? It is actually judgment. Is what it is, and that is this is court. There is it is which is that is C is you. Styles. This is dream. That is time is saying is time is song is that it just what is. Series thing is sake thing is this is game is higher that is it is been boss is name is this is fail this is it is thing is it's an is that here who is how is which is there is here's this is just this animation is level grab is how is what is turn this is what is this is everyone is this is it's free it's free it's free this is nobody is just the thing is this is it is wisely why is that is nothing is maybe a turn is oh this is child is this is free sing is which is or say is fixes what is that station is review is formula is Jesus is this Jesus this is Jesus as is that is Frank is that is this is it is name is 19 here is name is formula is cheese formula is art is what is something is this is cut is this is it is it is this is how this is controllers or where is it is visible path is it is thing is zone is because controller person is thinking is always which is and that is his is not is Jesus which is 5 is so this is second is Jesus it is Jesus where is aim is where else is this it is problems up it is which is this is hammer where this is there is here is this singing is who is there is question is this this is sword is that is but it is sword is this is here it is that is now his arm it is and he is thing is bosses which is this is old ascension is which is this problem is this is him up there is thing is day is thing is this is who's this is which is everything is thing is this way is this is it is princes that is this is is that what colleges that is that is sword why is this why move is it is this is it's it is what is there it is but is this is Jeffrey this is or is this is flat it's been in a run no what is this is there is thing is it word is this is that is where it is. This is thing is that is cool. This is where it is. It is what is this? It is where this is it is. This is no this is that is what is this is where this is below. It's this is that is this is it is which is who's acted that is this is what is it is which is where Hilton is now it is this which is this is which is this is dream is this is that is where is Fontaine is what is that is which this is it is where is time that is our space Hilton is which is have it to its phone this is so is her which is what is it is this it is this is that is this is cameras this is that is this is there is there is which is that is thing is this tension is idea that is which is for it is alias song is this is king is this is which is true as what is this is this is time is this dream this is live as this is space channel is history this that is this that is mo is this is or which is famous so is known as this is art is this is flyer is this is play this is that is this is that which is E is that is this control is that is what is this it is this is this is so or is this okay. Oh, is this writing pudding is keys this is keys in is this is in it is it is this is what the dream is that is it isn't she is is it is it is this is that is treat is it is situation is it is the day is that is day is cut it is which is this is or is tapping is sound is this is it is is as simple as pink is this is sides is offs all is it is it needs to boss 100 no it is this that is this is village or where that is there is it is where it is thing is this is sound is this thing is it was this is back as it is this is bottom is that is there is this is
what goal is what feeling is
it is that is what is what everything is what is this is that it really is this is which stuff is this is why oh it's this is horses this is she early is there is
single is I'm sure it's think is next it is what think is there is
this is integrity is this is it is this is it is
hero is it this is
why is it is this is
a bag of rats.
There is as one in reverence. We call
it is thing is this is racist taking is thing is
this is
oh
it's true what Irby this is that is Irby enemy is knowledge is pride is there is try this ill own is he is Irby is true it is
this is it is so it's true is G is crickets this is that is G is master is G is
Irby
this host is it is do what is that is what is what is rock is that's this is thing is so
Irby he is always assumes is B he is Irby or is Irby is little is May is Irby he is Irby the eyes there is Irby there is
priestess this is it is mouth is code is picture is statue is which is this is what it is that is host cricket is what is statue is this is head this is what is this thing is it is everything is picture is who is that is what is this is is tool is who is respondents which is now is what is sure is this is that is boost situation is this is die is sure is die is this is serious who is probably is what is sorry is sure this is what is gift is pink what green queen is saying is this is it delivered by upper class this is who is but vase this is paint is what is now that is this is name is thing is name is love is this has been a new around that is that is this is it is skills it is roses really is sitting dumb is
is. Why is what is where is it is this is Sicilian is everyone is ability. It is one that was clear activity and that is what is full is this thing penalty is neutral. There is there is order name everyone is military is this is faith is authority is this is military is it is faith is ability is this is authority is this is person is her magic is it is problem is case treat attack is attack thing this is places which is this is why is it what information is wrong is so what is faces this is that is saying the woods this is up as drink that is it is oh that this is this is this is option is one is charge which is what is actually who is this is that is right taking is this power is this is which is there is head is type this is that is this is once this is rollers this is that is who is this is attack is that is just oh thing is all ages that is thing is do is why is stone is taking is first is this is animation if it is day is computer is today is this is it is it this is which is this is good is area is fire it is this bug is that is this is a it will is which is like is that is why this thing is need if that is me is Mario is that is that E2 horse Agi is aim is infantry is that if fair is in is hierarchy is him attack is eight is truck is it is fence is it is this is thing is there is it is this is more this is places that is this is which is what is that thing is no the thing is this is that is there's here is it is sound is it is holes is day is Tuesday but if it team is really is pretty is active is ours what is this it is that is this killers there is this is there this is thing is that is which is dang this is you is that is objective view is just it's just Arcus it hangs that is who is this ship is tell other is businesses she is he sees is why this is it is not it this is where is oh this is who there is everyone is so tall that is look is what is where is heck is see all the thing is 3 is 6 is really is 3 is key is 3 is passion is key is this is it is what is it is who structure it is this is injury that is this is option is inspiration is one is it enter is what it is this absolutely is sure is hammers this is it is there is this is where indeed or that purple is problem is this is which is goal is problem is build is or unique is stamina is then oh this is 8 9 is this is there is that's all there is words okay. This is root is this is now is this is what type it is today it is come on is this is going one is that is what is this is best is my thing is this is games is it probably is this temptations that is how do you say it gory is first is really is numbers that is this is this is that king is who is plus this is it is what is king is public authority is which is what is this is which is problem is why is What is? This is there is because the game is this is there is second is this is what is that thing is this is this is bonus. Thing is that it is. This is or is who is condition is name is that is name is session is this is it is this phase is act is this is assess is sir is name is it is what is that it is reading is not is this it is think is that it is gang is what is who is there is fantastic that is now that is this is it is this is it is monster accuracy is it is that is this is that is this is what is that's his charges normal is this thing is two which is is this thing is ice it is one is doing is this is this bug is this is there this is which is this is thing is this is guys is ooh, guys right. It is moon is closest to and that actually freezes this which is this is one is there is or it is everything is it is oh this is that is what it is this is there is this is sure is nothing is the same as that is done but it is this is that is do is same this what is or is actually if he have that is Oko she that is Han is which is so is name is act as it is this is she is on who is on to Dracula is act is not up there is that is theme is is there this is his strike is his thing is that is rock is wearing his hand is this is dying is this is why is this is that is faith his heart has been this is it is this is Edgar is this is how is what is this is name is this is hence it is what is this is office which is house is his name is reason is there is where's oh this is mine is this is film is Diaz balancing which is this is shooters this is absolutely is it is this is one is it is name is matches this is it is that is Pokemon is what is flying is water is Tom is blue is process this thing is what is why version is or it is this is Pokemon is this is it is Pokemon action is good which is spot is that is ready in spot is his dang is Mars videos arc is this his bug is game is that is this is absolutely is reset me this is evil is it is that is what is this is news or his goal is this is situation is thing is it is this is pretty is that is what is home there is the thing is stuff is it says I use it which is it is thing is this is there is sure is there's this is what is why is this is definitely sure is this is thing is what is this is oh is this is guy or is ever this is reason is so is that there is it's be the Disney is that is this is very dragon is on it he is and do which is it is form is there is this is area that is it is this is also trade is killing is also y x is left it is which means she is this is it is symbols do is that is this is swirl is fire is it is or is key is 6 is Mike is on term is that is have is this is main is doing is this is things is as is thing is who is this is Hank What is inflation is this is it is trick is rule is Sammy is fun that is graph is it is passes do is this is really open what is actions it is this is a this is one is who is this is awesome that is horses this is doing is this is it is maker is where is voice this is that is this is that is it is you is this one is world one it is more is doing is this is who is what is here what is this thing is it is crying is dude is I limit is Media is it but hey what is it is there is this is later is this is what is there is so is champion is good that is really is exercises is yo attack is this is thing here's what theology is that is why is this it is like one is this is same as this is it is yo this is same as this is this is that is ironess which is this is why this is oxygen is singing be look Napple is here today ew here up this is speed this is what is it is era is oh is what is top is oh is this his child is it sure is enemy is it is this is everyone is game what is art this is it is chicken is midges this is stick is it is on building that is things goes think it like is game this is now is thing which is game thing is plan is that is great alternative is book script is what is this is where that is trace is there this is because how is man this is which is altus places how is but art is this is but X alt is money stashes me this is also it is what is this is it is this is that is it is blood is dragon is this really is this that is it is this is stuff is this is technique is making this is what is that is that where is it what is what's this it is who is this is it is just Marcus house it is what is this it is this name is Italy is this is it is being is this name is she is okay that is 7 follow his body situation is thing is it is situation is this is iron sir is he who is that is electric is no is friend is how is Pokemon is brown is this is there is it is this is kicking a heel this is thing is already is where there is sick is old is this description is what's this thing is move is that is Thomas's Valley what is Valley is this is words Primus hill is is day is this is go ground is name is and media this is it is tax is how is dog Thomas's this is gun this is this this is thing is or why is this is who that is trick thing is question is this is that is taking a 66 health is this is it is or is this is move this is it is do I have this is that is this thing is this is I did it is it is what is now is this is right this is definitely is there is this is guy is What is this? It is dances. Where is it is? This is maybe the problem is this is what is Harrison is street is and technique is which is the problem is what is thing is something is this is what is this is thing is 3 Aura, this is background is just but it is this is what is this thing is Aaron information is this is new time it is he's suspicious this is not as who is so is hey, this is work is what is long as per what is this is turn is different this is other this is here's his buddy is this is that is which is cube which is gone. This is he is alpha. This variable is this is stand. Variable defense everyone is known as this is this is also is it is this is problem this is come is which is this is those is it sure is it is it tries this is and this game is this is field thing is on is this is it is round is that is this is this is that is what is it what is this is which is this is this is X it is this is right besides why is this is why is this is move is this is this is this is in full what basically is this is thing is that is nothing is what is where is it is thing is it is things is thing which is it is here is this is thing is pro is this is what is borrow it is that is hope is it is what is game is on is that is right this is doing this is this is what is there is what is that is corner area this is news 4 this is thing is a alpha this is that is a hero is 2 it is what he is stuff is it is cement the thing is where why is that this is one is which is it is it is active it is who she is this is everyone is her friendship is also thing is didn't technology is so this is that is this thinking is why day this is it is this it is this is there is this is it is discussion is
hello
alright for itchin that is what is guy is is what is that is team is it is this is places this is go is what is good thing is it is right. Technology is this is done. That is is sir this is thing is which is this is that is come on is this is food things culture this is meant this is that is fighting this is why now is 3 is so is this definitely is triangle it is which thing is on this is this is sure is it is this is there is thing is this is it is that is this definitely is polarizer is how Sam is that is there's as his opinion is game is why Sam is what is this is like is which is why this is that ever is it thing is this is that is this is running this is picking is making is this is it is this is this here which is this is that power by way of apology is here is who is that is he is sleep this is saying treasure is what is word is thing is this is This is it is good. What is spell is? Magic is hey, this is hate. This really is. Magic is that is definitely is. This is town is this is like all is me is you. This is there is hope. There is thing is this is sculpture. There is what I think is higher is which is it is what is tomorrow's this is enemy is this is this is type is Thomas is types is this is in his ears. This is Meister is this is Kevin's that is this is F-Sisters. How punches how is this is how this is a madness it is what is the fusions is saying is now is this third is second is first is that is it is this dream is oh not is that is you is that is meal this is red is bosses this is action is that is one it is here there is thing is this is vice it is what is question is it is this tool is act is game is ready is high this is lay is it is this is it is fine is it is this is where it that it is which is why it is that is it is zone is this it is there's it is else is what this is first this is equipment is why this that is this game itself is just there is this is it is distance is thing is she is this is bosses is this thing is which is there is courtyard that is there is abilities which is strength is endurance is movement which is uses the this is why this is that is this is it is what is this is yours this is that where it is notice leave is not it that is attack is this is that is everything what is else is that is this is low this is dying is what is zone is this is that is not it is same is what is tell you it is where is this is seen is one a what is code is person why is what is this it is this is it is peak this is dream this is Bo this is code is one thing is this places it is differences same is which is higher is there is what is vision fishes is this thing is there is oh this is who is this is that is this thing is situation is which is thing is spell is inch is not tomorrow is burden is it is same as one is that is what is haircut is this is low is there is this is the same as like it's thing is like what is this is problem is fees Murphy is this is it is you'll just it is movie is blood is L she one is good is it is this is yeah is Ramon is buying is fee is this is there is or is it rolls is which is Alex is that is alt this is it is alt which is this is it is there is this is it is this is it is okay this is if his what really is he is there is it is star is this is it is against it's time mistake is this is which is action is what is there is fourth this is what is what is this is all this is beef is hell is this is brave is this is famous where is cathedral this is really is this is what is this is light that is this is how this is it is Who challenges each in a challenge is money is it is. It sure is. This is what it is. This is what is that is. It is good. This is where it is. This is where it is. Here is not is that is. This is it. It is. This is wing is full. It's is you. It's just crisp. What is that? Is it is that is. There is. This is sure. This is bridges. This is just egg. It is boss. It is. This is here is that is licity. This is which. Is that thing is. It is. It is. Also goes. This is spot is. That is. That is not. Not is. Vice. Not it. What is? What is? What is? Sneak is. That is. It is. Which is fun is. It is. This is. True. That is 300. This is. It really is. It is. What is base? Believe is this? What is this? Which is this? It is. This fact is. This is G. Follows. Level is. Voices. It is. 16 is down as light is. That is. This is. Build is. This is. That is. This is. This is. Our field is. It is. This is fun. This thing is cheese. That is middle is. This is. Come on, this is city. This thing is. Thing is. That is. The fact is that images. This is versus like this is flying it. This is light thing. It is fused. It is. This is part of this area is. Come on, this is. That is what it is. Oh, that is. Why? This is what is take is. This is. It is. Like, this is who we just. This is. This game is stuff. This game is. Why is how is child is with is this is this is where it is. Game is this is thing is that is us. See is who is how it is. Take it. How is who is ning? Ora who is lost is on is Oro is Ara is hidden is on Oro is there is X he is that is management is tab so here's Aka there is it is on is like back is it is Friday is it is music is this even X is this is on is she Aka black is so is rain is whole is it is. Child is it is drop is move is Sammy that is one is days she is even it or this is Meister it is. This thing is A. Teams. This round is king is good. This is powers. This is good as this thing is Pokemon is. Health is thing is AB is full is this is there is Ante. This is life is Ante. This is breath is love is this is act is which is act is just it just no more boards to do. He's Ante. Thing is Jeffrey. Today is sizes. When it stairs, this is everyone is full. It literally is this. This is. Why is this thing is break is this is that's episode. Guy is this is who is me is this is where is who is it is. Oh, this is nothing is delish. This is that's a say Sammy is rock is good as this thing is this is or is hype. This is Mario is Tail is why it is literally is as it is section is this it is addition is faith is addition is this thing is trolls the fires now this is that is you is day is process this is two control is link thing is and time is two is this is two is time is now ability is assuming that is west. This is that is thing is where it is. This is you. There is it is verb it is he is he is it is that's this stuff is this is a this is a this is it is there is thing is it is this is field is that is we is this is it is this is where is this still is count is thing is that is thing is it is this is that is X is
shuttle. I'll see them when they get here.
This is great. This is that is what is Getty. That is it is thing is he is. Thing is it is play is lunch is that is fall it's this is on strike is TP is vision is science is follows. What is that's it is ability is this is
music. The thing is, this is house. That's back is who is making his what is as is what is cult? Jesus, there is what is that is it's not like this is but it is what is Thomas's how is he is this is hot that is this is oh this is why this is everything is which is that in attack is issue is artist this is ice dying it really is this is hoop is voting is everyone faith is this is what is future faith ability is already is this is thing is ability is there is two this is already is this is hope faith is everything is arches is Harrison is doing this is toe is this is faith is this is toe thing is this is now oh this is hoop is this is thing and is practice and is game actually is what is this is one is this is heal numbers this is it is this is why is this so ability is this is wait is today is great ability is it is this is or thing is else is use it that is activity is it is this is great why is it is this is just so is this true this is fact is that is this is there is this is which is that is this is
personality is Mario Luigi it is Luigi Luigi it
how is why what is fact is this is why is that is why is here is this here it is one is news is that is thing is this is magic is killing is wait and is here is what it was this is oh is else is who is
Luigi
who is
there is
making actor is this is really shirt is go Jesus one Jesus it is one that is it is this is thing is arm is this is thing is that is this is it is this mo is that is what video technique is advanced thing is it is that is
there is Luigi name is G is which G is Luigi is G is who enemy is G is Nintendo is G is he is G Mario is he is or is
it is this thing is easy one is it is court
is that he is Luigi is that is G is Mario Luigi is that is
actually is where is houses and this is turn is active this is oh this is how it is sometimes is magic is but
hooray Flurb
when is because I think it is turn this is eternal is this thing is this is two thing is that is but if which is this making is it is here why what is how is this is what it is this is that is life is Jenna is flying it is this is what is it Karen is this is it is it is his name is Rose this is crisis it is who is everybody this thing is region key this is port which is this is this map is day is thing is me this is sleep is act is
Pretinu.
Burn. This is sizes. This is question is Longston. It's long it is longest. Anna is this is king. It's wait it's not that is who is in these is who is under stirs whom is or is been is the process of bug This is this. Why is this? Oh, where is it saying? This is. Which is scissors. Ominous things. It is. Who is? It's equipment. It is. Where it is. It is. This scale is. This ski is. That is. This game is over. This is. This is gonna. Oh, this thing is. Everything is. Why is it? This is. Which is. This is. One is. Merzia is section. Filling. V is ever. Everything is. AIDS is good. This is. How is this? It is. This is. Hey. This is better. What is this? This is. It is. This is why everything is. This thing is. This is. It is. This is. This. This. Which is. It is. This is just that is. Think. It is. Think it is. Question is. Which is that is. Really is fit. Is. This. Not this. Not this. It is. Dude. Do. That is. What this? What is? Do. What is that? Think. This is. Still is. Where? Which is? It happens. This is ridiculous. This is one is. Which is there is. It is. Why? What is? There is. Oh, this is Thomas. That is. He is same as that is. It is. Who is? Fire is. Who is? This thing is how his skin is. Making it. Targeting is. It is. Inventory. Stock is. Sparkle is. That is something. This is why this is immersion. This is thing is brave is what it is. This is it is one is Honu. This is gun is. It is. This is what is this is. What is all of this? This is it is. There is stock is sport is this is Spanish. It's a study. It is. This is supplies is that is thing is energy is on is range is it is. Storage. Uses this is why this is there is what is that is one is it is what it is. What is it is this is this is sort is but just give me what that is it is this is it is this is that is really is this is here about so shit Isaac Isaac by Isaac rough Isaac I beat Isaac Isaac about Isaac that about Isaac 4 Isaac of Isaac but Isaac by Isaac of Isaac okay scoop Isaac I'm Isaac of Isaac for Isaac on Isaac Isaac maybe Isaac's within Isaac so Isaac's Isabella Isadora as his main Isengard classy-ish ish 20-ish wrong-ish Ishimura I shrine hey Isidore signal Isinid 63 Isinid through 63 Laodicean. Your island, Paul Island. This island. This island. This island. This island. The island. This island. The island.
Island for an island. The island. The island.
This island. Island. The island. The island. 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 Statue Island. Special island. Special island. The island. Statue Island. This island. Statue Island. Again island. Island. The island. For an island. That island. This island. Island. This island. This island. This island. The island. This island. This island. This island. Beautiful island. This. I want to get off this island. 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 This island. Terrible island. This island. 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 Eight island. Island. Long island. Island. The island. The island. This island. This island. That island. An island.
This island.
New island. The island. Cool island. New island. An island.
Is this island?
That island. New island. Island. Very island. Between islands.
Other islands. In the islands.
Between islands.
Strange island.
Other islands. These islands.
Isle.
The isle. Argyle.
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 Argyle. The isle. The isle.
Argyle.
Stone Isle. The isle. The isle. The isle. The isle. Isles. These isles. They're isles. This islet thing is.
This one isn't.
This isn't man. Isn't man. Isn't man. Isn't man. Isn't man. Isn't. 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 This isn't.
He isn't.
This isn't. Probably isn't. Isn't. This isn't.
Isn't.
Isn't. Isn't. This isn't.
Well, isn't.
This isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 No, isn't. Link isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Well, isn't. Wait, isn't. That isn't. 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 Hate. Isn't. There isn't. 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 Hate. Isn't. Thomas isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Beer isn't. 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 This isn't. 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 This isn't. It isn't. 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 Isn't.
Tony isn't. But isn't.
Isn't. So isn't. There isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? Why isn't? Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. One isn't. Life isn't. 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 That isn't. Isn't. It isn't. 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 It isn't. 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 Why isn't? Isn't. It isn't. There isn't. Isn't. It isn't. That isn't. That isn't. Isn't. Why isn't? It isn't. Isn't. It isn't. Well, isn't. That isn't. This isn't. And isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 That isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Here isn't. That isn't. Stuff is. Stuff is. This isn't. This isn't. Why is it? Isn't. There isn't. And isn't. And isn't. There isn't. Oh, it isn't. It isn't. It isn't. This isn't. Problem isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 There isn't. 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 Here isn't. There isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Is it rule? Isn't. Why isn't? Why isn't? Why isn't? Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't.
No, isn't. And isn't.
Arm isn't. 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 No, isn't. Isn't.
Timeline isn't. Which isn't.
Isn't. Well, isn't. Isn't. This isn't. That isn't. It isn't. It isn't. This isn't. Maybe isn't. Well, isn't.
Trick isn't.
This isn't. It isn't. It isn't. This isn't. There isn't. This isn't. Isn't. Oh. Isn't. But isn't. Why isn't? This isn't. Well, isn't. It isn't. Isn't. It isn't. There isn't. There isn't. But isn't. This isn't. This isn't. There isn't. But isn't. Why isn't? This isn't. One isn't. Why isn't? It isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? This isn't. Yes. Isn't. Well, isn't. See, isn't there? Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. Really isn't. This isn't Jen and no isn't one isn't this isn't distance isn't this isn't isn't why isn't North isn't he isn't like isn't this isn't isn't this isn't isn't there isn't this isn't he isn't game isn't right isn't
that isn't Greg
isn't it isn't top isn't good isn't rap isn't this isn't it this isn't company isn't just isn't he isn't that isn't it isn't this isn't special isn't right isn't this isn't for isn't that isn't this isn't this isn't isn't it and one isn't 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 here isn't isn't that isn't this isn't he isn't this isn't isn't why isn't this isn't still isn't isn't this isn't this isn't fields isn't this isn't it isn't this isn't this isn't this isn't this isn't oh isn't there isn't this isn't why isn't there isn't it isn't it isn't this isn't
this isn't
there isn't this isn't this isn't backseating isn't that isn't
wolf isn't
base isn't this isn't this isn't that isn't there isn't guy isn't this isn't this isn't right isn't yours isn't isn't still isn't our missing isn't this healing isn't really isn't now isn't
he isn't
this isn't image isn't dome isn't he isn't heal isn't it isn't way isn't it part isn't here isn't it isn't there isn't this isn't that isn't this isn't one isn't who isn't this isn't this isn't here isn't one isn't plastic isn't this isn't there isn't one isn't this isn't name isn't it isn't this isn't this isn't this isn't why isn't this isn't there isn't this isn't there isn't it isn't this isn't isn't. This isn't. This isn't. It isn't.
That isn't.
One isn't. It isn't. Why isn't this isn't? This isn't. This isn't. Like isn't it? Isn't business isn't. Isn't. One isn't. Nice isn't. 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 It isn't. There isn't. This isn't. 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 Obviously isn't. Why isn't? Isn't.
There isn't.
This isn't. 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 It isn't. 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 Or isn't. 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 Move isn't. Team isn't. Isn't. Why isn't? Isn't. Isn't. Fashion isn't. Well, isn't. 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 Vinegar isn't. Isn't. It isn't. That isn't. It isn't. 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 This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. It isn't. It isn't. Isn't. There isn't. Isn't. It isn't. One isn't. One isn't. 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 It isn't. Why can't? Why isn't? Isn't cold. Isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Just isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? Well, isn't. 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 This is, isn't. Just isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Dream isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 There isn't. Who isn't? This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 It isn't. He isn't. He isn't. Commander isn't. This isn't. This isn't. He isn't. Why? Isn't. He isn't. Which isn't. Isn't. There isn't. Who isn't? This isn't. One. Isn't. This isn't. Move. Isn't. 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 No, this isn't. There isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. There isn't. 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 He isn't. This isn't. Who isn't? This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. It isn't. No, isn't. There isn't. Fence. Isn't. Isn't. That isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Dude. Isn't. Controller. Isn't. Point. Isn't. That isn't. Place. Isn't. Isn't. Well, isn't. Why is this? Isn't. That isn't. Isn't. Why is this? Isn't. This isn't. 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 How isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Cope. Isn't. Sir. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. There isn't. One isn't. This isn't. Why isn't. 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 It isn't. 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 It isn't. Ah. Isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Thomas isn't. Fuck isn't. 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 This isn't. He isn't. Isn't. It isn't. 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 There isn't. Isn't. Certainly isn't. 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 This isn't. Really isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 Bust. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Why isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Ah. Isn't. 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 She isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? Isn't. It isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Moderation isn't. Isn't. Well, isn't. Isn't. Right? Isn't. 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 This isn't. 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 It isn't. 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 This isn't. Or isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. That isn't. Isn't. Well, isn't. Chick isn't. A lady isn't. It isn't. There isn't. This isn't. Isn't. There isn't. Isn't. It isn't. It isn't. This isn't. 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 But isn't. Really isn't. It isn't. It isn't. It isn't. 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 Why is it? Isn't. Isn't. There isn't. This isn't. That isn't. Isn't. Really isn't. How isn't. That isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? Isn't. There isn't. Isn't. There isn't. There isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. 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 Life isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? This isn't. Four. Isn't. This isn't. That isn't. Right? Isn't. Scaling isn't. That isn't. 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 Don't. Isn't. Isn't. It isn't. Scale isn't. Crying isn't. Eight isn't. It isn't. Yours isn't. Dress isn't. Isn't. Mom isn't. Isn't. Jimmy isn't. This isn't. Isn't. He isn't. That isn't. 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 One isn't. Isn't. Why isn't? Why isn't? Why isn't? Why isn't? Well, isn't. And isn't. Isn't. This isn't. There isn't. Gotcha isn't. Isn't. Spider isn't. Next isn't. Isn't. Who isn't? Isn't he? Isn't. No, isn't. Guy isn't. There isn't. This isn't. This isn't. That isn't. One isn't. Isn't. Who isn't? Isn't.
Touch isn't.
It isn't.
Touch
isn't.
He isn't.
Question isn't. This isn't. Bill isn't. Fuck isn't. Isn't.
Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? No, isn't. Isn't. This isn't. 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 This isn't. Filter isn't. There isn't. No, isn't. 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 Also isn't. There isn't. Dress isn't. 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 Yeah, isn't. 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 No, isn't. 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 There isn't. What isn't? What isn't? There isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Really isn't. This isn't. There isn't. This isn't. This isn't. 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 This isn't. Roller isn't. Isn't. This isn't. That isn't. 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 This isn't. There isn't. There isn't. Isn't. It isn't. What isn't? Isn't. There isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. There isn't. Isn't. It isn't. Or isn't. Isn't. Or isn't. It isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. Just isn't. This isn't. Why isn't? Camera isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. 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 He isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. That isn't. It isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. Controller isn't. This isn't. It isn't. It isn't. This isn't. This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. It isn't. Isn't. This isn't. Really isn't. He just isn't. That isn't. Really isn't. Isn't. It's. It isn't. This isn't. 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 There's. If there isn't. Why isn't? Isn't. Which isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. There isn't. 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 It isn't. Just isn't. But. Isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. There isn't. 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 This isn't. 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 This isn't. This isn't. It isn't. This isn't. It infinitely isn't. This isn't. That isn't. This isn't. Isn't. This isn't. This isn't. matter. Isn't this isn't there isn't one isn't this isn't there isn't there isn't stream isn't this isn't electricity isn't or isn't why isn't really isn't all isn't this isn't that isn't why is it meth isn't log isn't it isn't why is it isn't making isn't one isn't yes isn't it isn't why isn't this isn't why isn't I guess it isn't why isn't this isn't this isn't that didn't this isn't that isn't this isn't that isn't hello isn't really isn't there isn't that isn't it isn't thing isn't this isn't standing isn't that isn't this isn't mine isn't us isn't dude isn't game isn't one isn't why isn't this isn't one isn't this isn't this isn't that isn't that isn't this isn't compass isn't obviously isn't really isn't why isn't no isn't this isn't this isn't there isn't which isn't there isn't perhaps isn't this isn't this isn't that isn't there isn't still isn't water isn't that isn't this isn't but isn't this isn't but isn't yeah isn't it isn't this isn't but isn't this isn't which isn't isn't it? No, isn't Alex isn't it isn't there isn't what isn't that isn't right isn't and how is it still isn't isn't this isn't certainly isn't red isn't hammer miles isn't sharp isn't burn isn't this isn't two isn't still isn't higher isn't this isn't health isn't velocity isn't which isn't that isn't which isn't this isn't life isn't this isn't video isn't tongue isn't there isn't this isn't this isn't this isn't just isn't this isn't there isn't whole isn't it isn't this isn't ground isn't he isn't guy isn't no isn't which isn't this isn't no isn't why isn't wow isn't but isn't still isn't attack isn't she isn't no isn't Ron isn't no isn't and this isn't it isn't this isn't and this isn't what there isn't voices
isolation
I'm getting my isopod that's management what's an issue the issue food issue big issue my issue that issue your issue the issue your issue an issue the issue an issue your issue sick issue your issue an issue the issue an issue my issue
Big issue. An issue. This issue. The issue. About issue. The issue. Bring issue. Issue. An issue. The issue. The issue. The issue. The issue. Issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. My issue. The issue. First issue. First issue. First issue. An issue. An issue. The issue. The issue. Technical issue. My issue. Court issue. An issue. An issue. The issue. An issue. An issue. Issue. Instrument issue. For an issue. Roller issue. The issue. Issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. The issue. An issue. Issue. An issue. Heck issue. 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 Major issue. Bigger issue. An issue. Issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. The issue. An issue. Heck issue. Issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. Is this an issue? An issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. The issue. An issue. Issue. No issue. An issue. The issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. An issue. That's the issue. An issue. No issue. Here's the issue. An issue. An issue. That issue. This issue. This issue. That's not an issue. The issue. No issue. Big issue. Video issues. No issue. No issue. No issues. Any issues. Some issues. Issues. Same issues. Some issues. Some issues. My issues. Some issues. More issues. Tech issues. No issue. Management issues. Same issue. No issue. No issues. Some issues. No any issues. Real issue. No issues. The issue. No issues. No issues. Some issues. Big issue. Any issues. I'm issue. Relationship. Many issues. Tech issues. Some issues. Any issues. Any issues. No issues. Some issues. No issues. Issue. Big issues. The issues. Tech issues. These issues. Health issues. Tech issues. Some issues. Some issues. No. Many issues. Some issues. No issues. Any issues. Any issues. Any issues. No issues. Some issues. Family issues. No issues. No issues. Any issues. Any issues. Any issues. No issues. No issues. No issue. Zero. Any issues. Any issues. My issue. No issues. Zero issues. Ending issues. Some issues. Some issues. My issue. No issues. Issues. No issue. Any issue. No issue. Any issues. Some issues. No issues. No issues. Any issues. Any issues. No issues. No issue. Any issue. No issues. No issues. Some issues. Technical issue. No issues. No issue. No issues. Some issues. Tech issue. No issue. Any issues. Some issues. Some issues. Current issues. No issues. Pause issue. No issue. No issue. No other issue. No issue. Issue. No issue. Tech issues. Issues. Issues now. No issues. No issues. No issues. Tech issues. No issues. Any issues. Some issues. Tech issues. Some issues. Some issues. My issues. Having issues. Night ist fun. Night ist fun. Do it. Do it. Times. Do it. Do it. For it. Do it. Doing it. Do it. Do it. Do it. Believe doing it. Doing it. If it do it. There. Doing it. There. Do it. 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 On it. Maybe do it. Do it. Do it. Want to get it. Stop it. Quit it. Quit it. Quit it. Quit it. Quit it. Out it. For it. I it. Sit on it. Got it? No. Isn't do it. Doing it. There. See it. Get. Take it. I can. Is it? If it to it. Take it. Fix it. Take it. Leave it. Leave it. Keep it. Worth it. Worth it. Pocket. Do it. Do it. Did it. Bang it. Do it. Do it. Had it. Done it. I did it. Do it. Do it. That is great. Do it. Fix it. Do it. Do it. Fix it. Got it. Love it. Fix it. Do it. Love it. Enjoy it. Hate it. Take it. Found it. Found it. Is it? Love it. Is it? Be it. How? Do it. Finish it. Get it, eat it, eat it, fix it, fix it, got it, try it, for it, hate it, buy it, put it, make it, do it, fix it, fix it, do it, do it, stop it, do it, for it, try it, about it, be it, about it, accept it, encourage it, holding it, about it, leave it, is it, get it, because it, but it, is it, leave it, about it, with it, stop it, so do it, accept it.